There we go. Right, we should be live now. I believe YouTube should be awake too now. I hope. Yep, okay, good. YouTube is awake. We got stuff to cover today. Bunch of stuff. Gonna be interesting. Right, let me get my ult logged in as well.
Target eliminated.
Alright, give me a sec. Yes, you're gonna see what it is. There's Snowbreak drama. Except it's not what you expect. It's gonna surprise you. Let's just say that. It will surprise you. Because, the kind of drama that's going on is probably not what you're thinking of. But there is big drama.
Command.
It is, just not in the way you'll think. I'll go over it in a bit, because it's not exactly great. What's going on. It is not. But yeah, there is big drama there.
Target eliminated.
But yeah, Eisenmeister, welcome, welcome. But yeah, we will be going over that shortly. Let me just get my accounts logged in. I have part 2 of the VODs thing for the NTE thing that I've been re-uploading, slowly uploaded now. It's not visible yet, but I have it uploaded. I will make it visible at the end of the stream. That way people can just go watch it. Afterwards. I'm like setting up that way so that like things don't overlap and I don't bark YouTube's algorithm or whatever. Right? Give it like some nice distance and pacing and stuff spaced in between. Because YouTube prefers things be done that way. It is what it is. Alright, what are my dailies? Okay. I think what we're gonna do first then is tomorrow we'll do the world boss hunting. Like we'll actually really do it. Because we need to do a lot of that. Maybe we might do some now, but like after I do my dailies, but we'll see. Apparently as well, all the claims on the stuff with Infinity Nikki have been retracted. So we might actually be fine on that front again. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. Because it seems like they're retracting the thing there. So that's great. On that front. Not great on what's going on with Snowbreak though. Because what's going on with Snowbreak is it's not positive. We'll go over it later. We won't be going to the Snowbreak category today though. Just in case. But like it is quite something. You'll see. We're gonna talk about it maybe in an hour or so. We'll let people come in first. Right. There's also the weekly, get your weekly, what? Dark Crystal, 200 Dark Crystal? Go get those. But like, it's not good. It's juicy, alright. Just not with what you expect it to be between. Because, you'll see. Oh yeah, the new Pokemon event. I haven't even touched it yet. I'll probably just wait till it's like later in the patch and just win trade against myself. Because I can. What if it's both? Who knows? Maybe it's both. What do you mean you can't win trade? Pick is total RNG just when the thing is dead. I'll just queue when it's dead and then go up against myself at the same time. And then win trade. Easy. I'll just wait for it to be dead. You have no control? What if I am my own enemy? Oh, that's fine. I can just, like, AFK on one of the things there. You don't either? Oh, that's fine. I'll need to win on both of them anyways, so it's whatever. It's fine. What? Why? Because it's not lewd? Are they upset because it's not lewd? Because the carrot dorm is wholesome? What do you mean we're the opposite? I haven't looked at the stuff with the dorm, so I don't know. I thought it was gonna be, like, thing. Okay. Weird people. Sometimes the people pointing the finger are actually the biggest ones themselves. If you don't look at it in like a weird way, then you're probably not gonna think of that. At least that's how I have my stance on things. At the same time though, like, reality is people need to separate reality from fiction, man. But yeah. Like, they need to, like, learn to separate reality from fiction, man. Because the reality is, if they're the one who sees it that way, then they're the ones who actually see it that way. They themselves. Whether they'd like to admit it or not. They're the ones that see it that way. Right, it's like it or not, they're the ones who see it that way. I don't know, I haven't looked at any of the stuff there. Alright. Monkeys, and how long? A minute.
Initiating target elimination.
Alright, let me get my ult in the monkey. Thank God for Void Piercer, man. Can just use my ult to get there and then bring myself over. It's just total little RNG on what happens? Okay. Oh, even better, because then I can make a script and just AFK it entirely. Can you just AFK it entirely then? Because if it's total RNG, I could probably just make a script, put it on the emulator, and AFK the whole thing. Like, I could do that. As long as I just need to enter the match. Okay, that's like easy. Oh god, my ult is like lagging like crazy. Like, there's probably just too many people there. Yeah, boss is gonna spawn in like 15 seconds. Yeah, things are lagging because there's lots of people here. Yeah, I haven't done the Pokemon event yet. And Pocketed Monstrosities event. The monstrosities in your pocket. I mean, I'm also running 2 clients. Keep in mind, I'm running 2 clients at the same time. This will do then. I'll go to the next one, Divine Arrival. And then I'll do a join up while I wait. Easy. Right, Luda, do a join up. Luda again, do a join up. This is why Korean MMOs are top, because there's no lag even when there's 100 people. I mean, I think it's because, like, the game they have designed and set up isn't really meant to be used in MMO. The engine they're using and stuff like that. Right, like, using Unreal Engine for MMO. That said, it still runs things a lot more smoothly than some others when you're trying to have multiple things on the screen at the same time. It's not the worst. It's more so just like, you know. What was I gonna say with that? I don't know. It's like not the worst thing out there though. Oh yeah, fishing, there's a fishing contest thing. Is there anything for fishing? Or do we just be like, whatever, fishing? Damn, this is still only +1. If that was +3, man. I'm not gonna bother to push more unless I get +3. What's even in the fishing stuff? There's like no point in me trying to go higher unless I get +3. Their clear time is faster, even though I cleared everything. It's because I haven't gotten good RNG. And that's it? Just the wings? Then I'll just kill the boss. Fuck that. I'll just do the world boss for wings. I can get another accessory at the same time. Oh wait, there's a halo there? Okay. Oh wait, one sec. Wait. Use Volt. Right. Use Volt in here. I tear up, but yeah. The few accessories there, but that's the sort. I mean, I want to get the accessories for the collection then. But yeah, I don't really like fishing. Actually, it's like, does the auto fishing thing still work? Maybe I'll do like AFK fishing one day again. To like upgrade my fishing stuff. You like how I did the join off right there? I went under the map. You like that gameplay? That's how you speedrun the join off. You're supposed to go under the map. Yes, you can. You just need to make sure you don't trigger the flag. Yeah, because there's a hidden elevator trigger. If you understand how the join ops work, you can like do so much crazy shit in some of them. You can get some crazy skips, like that one. Basically, what you're supposed to do is to get the platform to move, right? To get the platform of the boss to move, you need to like hit a specific spot. There's an invisible trigger. But if you fly under, if you don't walk in the hallway, the platform will never go up. So you could just go underneath and fight the boss before he does the animation. But yeah, you can do things like that. But you need to like understand how stuff in the game works. Clever use of game mechanics and stuff, you know? Do we have the weekend pack? Let's go, weekend pack. We get 2 of these. Right, 10 more red nucleus and that one. I'll grab all the other stuff when I'm gonna pull. When I actually do my Intorio pulls, probably next week or something, we'll go grab these. I'm just grabbing the important shit right now, though. We'll probably do, like, the actual Intorio pulls next week. The new weekend pack, though, is good value. It's like, it's only slightly worse than the 60 titanium for a red pull pack. It's almost as good as that one. All things considered. Yeah, I know, that one doesn't refresh though. I'll grab that later. That's why I'm gonna keep it there. I've seen it there. I know. But like, yeah, that thing I'm just gonna stockpile there. I have like a JP Play Store account stuff that links into my PayPal, so like I can do stuff there. But it's not very convenient to use. Yeah, honestly, the lag isn't super bad. I spiked to like 80 milliseconds ping. It is definitely a lot better than when we had it under level infinite. That one's in 9 minutes, so we'll just go there and then we'll do another join op. You do? I don't. I didn't need one. You sure? It just let me apply for one. I didn't need any, like, registered LLC or anything. I just made a thing. I don't have a registered LLC. But, like, I use it to, like, separate stuff for a thing. For my streaming stuff. I don't know. Like, cause, like, I have a Canadian business one. My PayPal's a Canadian business account. Yeah, it is a lot smoother after the transfer. But yeah, like, I have a PayPal business account, but it's Canadian. Maybe that's why they don't need it for the Canadian one. I don't know. I made it a couple years ago. It's part of like how like if you're ever wondering if you ever like send a donation or whatever, it goes to a Canadian PayPal business account, like through Stream Elements into a Canadian account for business stuff. It's the same thing with like how I get my stuff from like my my stuff from moogold when they pay me out. They send it there and stuff like that. I guess they changed the rules since then, but like I've had this business account for years. But like with that, it lets me like I just made a JP Google account, and then from there I can just use the Japanese Play Store and stuff. And like it doesn't ask me for a card or anything. I can just use my PayPal account there, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It works for me. I didn't do any shenanigans. That's the thing. I didn't do any shenanigans. It just let me through because I had a business account for some reason. I had the business account for a long time. It's not like a new PayPal account. Oh, I screwed that up. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, you just fly over. Into there. Now the next thing you gotta do is, yeah, if you go through the whole, you know, it's just that for other people, if they can't fly through and do the thing, you need to clear the first wave of stuff to do the skip. But like, yeah, if you ever want like a super fast speedrun of this join off, that's how you do it. Heck, speaking of, we could probably make a video on that. Easy short video. Like, I should do like more like short video highlight thingies. I really should, but I don't. It's easy once you like know everything. But yeah, it's like once you do know everything though, it's easy. It just works. It just works. Okay. Right, it just works, you know? You try making accounts on the local website, maybe it won't ask. Yeah. If you do it on your local website for the business one, it probably won't ask you. I think they only ask that for Americans. That's probably why. Because from there, if you make a Japanese Google account with a VPN, right, which you can actually just use your own local phone number to verify. Don't ask me why that is a thing that works, but like, they'll ask you for like a payment thing. But if you use a PayPal business account, it will work. But if you use a regular PayPal account, it won't work in another region. Yeah, you already made a Filipino store account. Yeah, I have a JPY one. To be honest though, I could probably just like figure out a different way if I really wanted a Filipino account there. I could probably just ask some relatives. to book me up. Be kind of weird to like bring it up, but I probably could for myself. Not like I'll need one though, cause like the JPY one usually has better pricing anyways. JPY store. Yeah, I don't know what the hell ends up with these like email filters, man. It's weird. Sometimes they can get pretty weird. Yeah, finest Microsoft jank. You hate ads popping up right as you comment something. Yeah, it's the freaking the ads, man. Can't really do much about it. It's just what ends up being forced upon us. Do 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 do. The fuck is his name, Man Milk? Okay. They got Man Milk. I have the rarest title here though. There's a mommy milk too. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Oh, perfect. What's next? Another type of milk? Oh boy. I saw like a random clip earlier. Dude, like what the fuck is this? And then like, on something from something else. Maybe I'll pull it up later. I don't know. Maybe it'll make you laugh if I can find it again.
Awaiting command.
Wait, that's interesting. Well, I just realized my stream deck is frozen. Give me a second to turn it off and on.
Target eliminated.
Well, that works. I just turned off and on the USB port. The fuck about my mouse? Okay. I still never like upgraded all the smart servants on my old. So this is nice, at least I also get smart servant gifts too from this. You'll see, we're gonna go over it in a bit. Because it's quite something. We're gonna wait for more people to show up so everyone can see it. Because yeah, there is quite something going on there. Wait, why is it like displaying the thing wrong? There we go. Oh, there we go, I fixed the widget now. I was like, wait, why is it displaying it weirdly? Oh, next one's in 2 minutes. Right, we need to farm Zuyan. We need a lot of Zuyans. All the Zuyans. Zuyans are us. We need to return to Monkey. But there's a couple of, like, Google Docs. There's, like, 2 Google Docs to look at. And then, like, a bunch of stuff on Discord. Yes. But it's not what you think. It won't be what you think it is. But there's 2 Google Docs and a fuck ton of stuff on Discord to look at. Like, a lot. Because it goes deep. I guess. Not really that deep, but you'll see. There's a lot of stuff in there. And people are not happy. Ooh, free outfit.
Awaiting command.
There's not really much of an investigation on it. It's very one-sided. The drama is very one-sided. But yeah. Like, there's not much of a need to do a lot of investigating into it. It's just, we're going to look at it and we're gonna see exactly what the fuck happened. At the same time, because of that, I won't be going in the Snowbreak category. We'll probably, like, drag everyone to just chatting for a bit later. When we look at it. For, Twitch. I already did my Snowbreak dailies off stream anyways. Before that I started the stream. But yeah, there's stuff to look at.
Awaiting command.
Oh yeah, we also need to finish the thing. Zuyan Slayer farm group? What group? It's not really a group. Alright. It's not exactly a group for farming. I forgot to change it out. But yeah, there's not really much investigation that needs to be done with the drama there. It's very one-sided. Zuyan is extinct. Of course he is. Monkeys are going extinct. Next one's in 3 minutes. But yeah, I mean, he's gonna come back in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Target eliminated.
Alright,
Awaiting command.
you just wait. Come on. 2 more minutes. If we get one with a bigger gap, I'll try to record a speed run of the join op. We'll do our join op speed run recording.
Target eliminated.
Come on. Just a minute and a bit left. Why is the red dot not going away? I don't know why the red dot is not going away. Yeah. The OCD dot. Honestly, we should change OCD to CDO, man. So it can be in alphabetical order, you know? Change OCD to CDO, alphabetical order, perfect, right?
Awaiting command.
Sure, I'll go accept Titty's friend request. It'll never go away. I mean, it seems to be gone for now. It doesn't care about the enhance. Right? OCD, alphabetical order, CDO. These free pig matrix shards, man, they're so worthless. I have so many of them, but they're all worthless. Yeah, regular bank transfer, of course. How else? Right, I just do a regular bank transfer. You just wait a couple days. Right. You generally should not keep money in your freaking PayPal account. Or like any online wallet account thing. You shouldn't keep money there. If you don't need it to be there, you shouldn't. For like safety reasons. Safety security reasons. Is the weekend? Yeah, that's... You're gonna have to do it on a different day. Because you're going to need also the verification to the thing there so you can actually do that stuff. But hey, hopefully you can go make your business account there. Cause like, yeah, it works. Everything. I wonder if they're just gonna like postpone the like every unit rerun until like next patch. We were supposed to get it, but we never got it. You can get like a different announcer, I guess, for that event. Yeah, it'd be something if we don't get it. I wouldn't be surprised either. But you never know, you know? Yeah, PayPal also made the honey scam app. Of course, we know that. Fun fact, Elon was also involved with the creation of PayPal. You can do it with that information as you wish. Do with that information as you wish, man. Wait. I wonder if we can, like, glitch it into the thing. How long until he respawns? Oh wait, too late. Never mind, you have to put the barrier thing up first. The whatever it's called. So he like goes on top. I mean, there's some benefits to it, right? But yeah. You don't get your first top-up bonus though with that. Also, can you even get battle pass and stuff there? Can you even get your monthly card and battle pass on that? Or is that not working yet? Thanks for the follow, Yama Arashi. Welcome. Can you? Because I know people aren't getting like the first top-up bonus with that one. But like, can you even get the battle pass and stuff there too? There you go, there's your answer. Right. So there still might be some merit to at least trying for that stuff. Until they fix out the regional pricing shit. Other benefit too, right? Is if you have that, as at least you get your play points. Because it's not convenient when you have to do the Razor Gold account and then send the link over. Right? It's not very convenient there. If it was just like put your information there and they just sent it to you like before, that'd be a lot different. Okay, here, let me quickly do a speedrun join Operon. I'll show you. We'll see. We'll do a recording. Oh, let me just figure out exactly how we... What song should we use for speedrun? What's a good one? Oh, I got one. We're gonna do a speedrun join op real quick. HSR is its own mess, man. I mean, there's like, I had no reason to ever play in the first place, but like, that's its own mess. That's their own problem, not mine. Do. The hell? I screwed this up. I'm gonna restart it. I swapped to the wrong weapon. If you're talking about their own power creep thing, I think they're just being ridiculous about it because it's always been there. They've always done things that way. They've just turned a blind eye on it and to it until now. I think they're being ridiculous. And they're looking for a different scapegoat to like point the finger to on with their dissatisfaction and stuff. So they're using that instead. That's the reality of how I see it. No, why would I sue them? Why should we do it, man? That's their problem, not mine. You know, to quote Spider-Man, I missed the part where that's my problem. Right. To quote Spider-Man. That's their own problem, man. The reality is they also can't do anything but farm drama for content. It says a lot about the state of everything for them. Bully McGuire.
Awaiting
Yeah.
command.
They never were generous, man. Imagine thinking gacha game generous. Like, every game does that. They're making excuses like politicians, yeah. I mean, they're clowns in the circus, man. Oh, that was Pepega. We'll do a better one later. But yeah, not even a minute clear. Right? Not even a minute, but I can do even faster. But Zuyin should be soon, so I'll try to get a better recorded one afterwards. Cause like I could easily just make that recording like into like a short or something. Yes, there's a hole in the barrier and you can't run in that hole, yes. That hole is the hole is the platform the boss spawns in. After you go above it, right? After you move around it, like what happens is the boss spawns in the hole. Once you pass through a specific checkpoint, the hole will rise. It's an elevator. The elevator platform will rise up so that the boss will be in the arena.
Target eliminated.
But yeah, I've known about that thing for a long time. A long time. We've known about it for. If you no longer go for a gap or hole, your existence is no longer a racing driver. And Toria makes it easier, but I've done that thing a long time ago. Actually, back when we had the join-off change, I did make a speedrun of that. This was like a year and a half ago. Where is it? Right here. Original speedrun, under 4 minutes. This is the old version. You had to wait for Ling Han stacks. And then you had to like jump up and stuff. And land on the platform. And then you would run across and fly up over and under. That's how we did it back then. I used to do that all the time in the past. But yeah, for me, it's like nothing new. It's stuff I already knew about. But yeah, it's like I already knew about it, and that's why I was like able to show you that stuff. All the effects being tossed around though. God damn. When's the next monkey? In 9 minutes. Okay. But yeah, like it's not like a crazy new thing. It's an old thing. It's just that if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. I mean, join up is just a cakewalk regardless. Right? It's a cakewalk regardless. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll just use game music.
Target eliminated.
Alright, let's get in. Surely this time we'll actually do it properly. Right, we just go fly over it. There's another invisible wall there, we just fly over it. Then we go under it. Down into the little hole. And there we go. Easy, under 1 minute. Under 1 minute clear. It's that easy. It is very, very easy. Easy YouTube short. We could probably like edit it, make it as like an actual short upload in thing. Too bad the site I used to use to like just do it quickly, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't know, what the hell do people even use to make their YouTube shorts or TikTok posts, man? I really should do them, but like, I just don't. Cause it's like a pain to make vertical video. When like, my entire like structure and format and everything is 16:9. Right? Everything I do is in 16:9. It's like, pain. When you're trying to do something that's not in 16:9. Because Barbarossa's a bit of a health sponge. That one's Pepega, yeah. Yeah, they can help. Which is why I'm like, I should do them, but like, it's pain. Honestly, the ones like, there are a bunch of video ideas I have, but like, none of them are like related to the content I do. So it's like, like, for a while, I've been contemplating just making a shitposting, like, other separate channel for stuff. Cause there's all sorts of things that like, I got ideas for things, but like, they don't really fit, you know? Honestly, I kind of want to do a joke NSFW stream again, where we just look at, we go on Reddit, and we look at, all the OSHA violations. It'd be fun clickbait, not safe for work, and it's, people, hurting themselves by not following safety guidelines at their job. In, some very, dangerous ways, because there's a lot of unhinged, posts there. Of that stuff, and like just compiling it. I feel like it could like be great for like baiting people, but also entertaining in a way. I feel like it could.
Awaiting command.
Well, if someone clipped the thing earlier when I was doing the speedrun, it could make it easier, because, like, Twitch has the thing built in. Let me see, YouTube.
Target eliminated.
No, I need to make a... I don't know how I can make a vertical video quickly.
Awaiting command.
Is there like a quick and easy tool?
Target eliminated.
Cause like I don't know what the hell people use to go post their crap on the things. There's like a thing I used at one point before, but then they're gone. They don't exist anymore. When I made some years ago. They went EOS a long time ago. I used like a site called Join Combo, but like they don't exist anymore. It was like I just dragged the thing and resized it like immediately. And it was easy.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, they went EOS and they were useful. I should have used them more. And like I've seen other apps that can like do things, I just don't know how they work.
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
Right, and I want like something that won't put like a stupid watermark or anything. Right, it's like scuffed when you think about it that way. It's like, well, rep.
Awaiting command.
But yeah. Alright, in a minute, then thing. Let me see if I can find something.
Target eliminated.
Cause like, it just sucks cause like a lot of people watching that Pepega format.
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
Oh wow, I got like stunned or something. Or someone used Brevi Discharge when I was using Void Piercer skill thingy. And I was like stuck. Someone hit me with a Brevi Discharge, I think, maybe. I don't know. I had like a weird stun thing on me. And then there's lag. Yeah, there's like a lot of people here. They say Dedge game, guys. I could switch weapons on both of my accounts, no problem, but like... They say Dedge game, guys. But maybe I can just do it from local. Wait, let me see. When's the boss coming? 2 minutes? On this thing.
Awaiting command.
How short is this clip? Okay, that might work.
Target eliminated.
Let's see. There are basic templates I could maybe use. Circular face, bird, top split. Okay.
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
I'm like trying to figure out this tool here. You always see me. Yeah, hi Tayo. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I'm like trying to edit the speedrun thing right now. I'm trying to see if I can get something to work nicely.
Target eliminated.
Oh fucking hell, someone use bubble gun. People need to stop using bubble gun, man. Why are they still using bubble gun? Shit's annoying. Imagine still using bubble gun. But yeah, I'm working on editing a short video clip for less than like 1 minute speedrun of join up. Less than 1 minute speedrun join up, sub 1 minute. Thanks to Entoria. Like yeah, it's very annoying, the bubble thing, man. When's the next Zuyan? We're gonna go over Snowbreak Drama later, though. Because there's Snowbreak Drama. Like, maybe we can send it to Mr. Cake later for him to react to when he's alive. Gives him extra free stuff, content to look at.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
Oh god. If it let me just zoom in the thing more. God.
Awaiting command.
God damn it. Oh god, the freaking site here is like lagging. Don't need to see that. Need to edit the things here.
Awaiting command.
Wait, is the boss up yet? No, 38 more seconds, okay. Gives me more time to try to edit and resize the thingy to fit.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Oh, great. Why is it all the way over there? Alright, let's have it die. Oh god, there's just too many people here. Too many people at Zuyan, man. Too many people farming monkey. Too many people are returning to monkey. Alright, everyone's too busy going back to monkey. Game is way too alive. Exactly. It's way too alive. Wait. I've already have the jacket on. It's the thing that's like I'm wearing like this. Or unless you want the other jacket, I haven't fixed yet. I haven't retooled that model for the other jacket. I also don't have it in my other color. I'll give you your points back. You can use it on a different outfit if you want. That's like the default one. The light one. The dress? You want the dress? Okay.
Awaiting command.
I haven't used this one in a while. Cause like it's a pain to like retool everything so I can get the physics working on them. Cause yeah, they got the jiggle on the jiggly puffs.
Target eliminated.
Right? Is that your favorite Pokemon? The Jigglypuff? A pair of Jigglypuffs? That's because that's just where the boss is about to spawn. Right. Alright, jiggle physics. Exactly, we got physics. That's why physics were invented. Too many shards, yeah.
Awaiting command.
Maybe you gotta open the shard, man. Oh god, this tool is just Pepega. I need a better option for tool. It's like borking like my web browser even. That I'm trying to use for the thing. How many shards do I even have right now? At least, hey, at the same time, I can work on getting the Zuyan accessory. Another jet skip. Did I what? I saw this site called Eclipse or whatever that could try to do the cropping for the thing, but like, it's not working. It's super laggy, the website. For like editing the stuff in there, I'm like, yeah, no, I'll have to do it a different way. What am I at? What page is this thing even gonna be on? There's too much crap in here. We need like a way to clean our inventories, man. I have too much junk. I have way too much junk. I can't find it. Which one is it? I have so much garbage in here. Where's the wing shard? I don't even know what I'm looking for. Which one is it? Which one is it? Page 11. 1144. Okay. What? You sure? Oh wait, no, it's the other one. Up here. They need to like clean that shit up, man. Our inventories need a nice cleaning. They need to like actually clean the shit up and like organize the things and separate them because it's too much to keep track of all the stuff in there. Right, like you see all the things I have like so much shards for. But like never finished farming the boss materials. Hey, maybe I'll actually finish the Zuyan accessory. Too many things we can't sell and delete too, yeah. So it's just bogging things up. It's a pain. Yeah, like what the fuck do people use to edit their TikTok stuff or whatever? I don't know what people use. I know there's like a clipping feature on Twitch, but like it only works when there's an actual clip made. I can't use a highlight or a video upload and convert it. Which is annoying, because like if it could, then I would use it. I would rather not use Zentoria main DPS, honestly. I could just use other things. I would rather just use different main DPS. Wait, I wonder. Oop. That's not helpful. You can't make clips from highlights. God damn it. I need something like an easy way to make a freaking vertical video clip, man. I really hate that format, but like the Pepega people out there, they love that crap. It's like really annoying. When I have something I want to try to like actually put up, I can't. Lossless cut? Why? What's that one?
Target eliminated.
Okay. The freaking join combo thing, they had to EOS, man. If only they didn't EOS. They've been EOS for a while now, too, though. You know what I've been like? Here's the thing, right? So, you know how I've been re-uploading stuff? Here, right. I've been like, what I've been doing over the past couple of days. Right. Re-uploading the thing here. This was a Twitch highlight before. I re-uploaded this one. I made a slight cut and put an outro screen. And then there's more coming. Like, I go here. Part 2 and 3 are right here. I'm going to make them viewable soon. I'm gonna do it like one by one rather than all at once. One day at a time, just because YouTube is... their algorithm is like finicky and I don't want it to trigger a spam filter. So like I'm keeping them unlisted and then I'm gonna like actually make it go public later. This is just how you deal with like their spam filter and stuff like that. Because I don't want it to get flagged and stuff like that. Right? That aside though. So we have that there. Right? But I've been like I tried to do the simple cut and put the outro card at the end in Adobe Premiere first. It kept failing. It kept failing right before I was about to finish the encode. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So then like, I go and just grab just like the last airbender, yeah. So I go and like try, okay, you know what? I'm like, let me try DaVinci Resolve because it's free. So I just download DaVinci Resolve and I do it there. Honestly, oh fuck, this is so loud. The DaVinci Resolve software is kind of awkward to edit in because it feels like they really want them to want to sell you on like all their hardware mixers for like video editing. They're like several multi-$10,000 like big elaborate setups with all the freaking dials and knobs and stuff to do every single last thing because of how awkward and ass backwards it is to like move things on your timeline in Resolve compared to like other video editing software. Like if I'm trying to like, let's say, make a cut of a clip, right? Normally you would think, oh, I just drag the playhead to like the parts I want to have it, and then I click cut, and then the thing is cut, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that way in Resolve. Now, what you gotta do is like, you have to select the file that you want to cut. You then click you go navigate to the cut tab if you have a macro for that, or you click on it, and then you have to grab the entire timeline and drag that to the playhead. So like, I guess the way I can explain it, right, is like if I open MS Paint, it's like really stupid. Right? So like, it's like this. So we're in MS Paint, and let's say I have a video timeline, so let's like, we have the thing here, right? And like, you're trying to drag your thing to edit on the timeline, right? Oh wait, I shouldn't have used MS Paint, because I can't... Oh wait, no I can. I can just do this. And then I can just be like... So like, you have your playhead here, right? This was your playhead. Right, so something like this. Normally, you would just drag it across and then you would make your cuts. Right? You guys can see that. You know how it works in Resolve? You don't drag this. This thing stays in the middle. I'll just move that, So what I'll do is, I'll just make a new line here. We'll have the line in the middle here. I'll make a new box. So this is your timeline, this thing here, right? What you do instead, which is really ass backwards, right? So your timeline is here, it goes through, right? It's like, normally you think it's like this, nah. You gotta drag the entire timeline, and the playhead stays in the middle. It is like absolutely ridiculous. And I feel like they did it that way just so they can sell people a fucking knob or a dial to do that instead. And they would just rotate the knob or dial. It is like super, super awkward to do this instead of just dragging the playhead. And then especially if you want to like zoom in and out in like the view range or whatever. It's like super ass backwards. But that's just how it is. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. It makes no sense. Alright, 6 minutes for the next one. Right, it is just really dumb. But anyways, I used it. The one thing that was nice with the software though, when after I got the video made, right? Their export time is crazy fast. Like, it was basically like the export time I was gonna have in Premiere. Except it's like, they cut it by like it's reduced by like 40%. Because instead of it being like a 3-4 hour export, it was like 2.5-3 hours instead for the export for like each of the parts. Because for some reason, instead where like in Premiere, it would be like, use either your GPU only or your CPU only, right? If you select hardware or software encoding. But like, I don't know what the black magic going on with Resolve is. But it just uses both at the same time. So like, I would see my CPU with all the 16 cores on it, and the GPU just being pegged at 100%. So like, it exported much faster. Because like, both were we're doing the thing at the same time. But like, it's just weird, their software though. They got their crazy black magic going on there. But yeah. Do we farm the thing all today though, or do we just do it tomorrow? And do the other thing? No, I'm contemplating that one. I guess we kill the world boss next, so like we don't get cut off when we go over the other thing. But yeah, it's like I don't know what I would have to use then to do the actual short editing thing. Alright, you're in the orifice early? Alright, see you tomorrow then. I'll probably do one more Yuzuyan kill and then we'll go over the other stuff, because there's like a bunch of stuff to go over anyways. So we can do that then. Yeah. Saturday stream. Sure. Sure. But we have like a bunch of stuff to go over today though. We'll do the drama stuff in a bit. Right, maybe I put that there. Oh, that looks weird. That it's so hard to like get like 16:9 thing to fit appropriately in the stupid brain rot format without it looking Pepega. Wait, I think I got an idea. I could probably put that there. Oh, is it here now? Okay. We'll go over like the drama like right after like the next ad break happens. Cause I think there's gonna be a Twitch ad break soon if it hasn't started yet. That way you guys don't have an ad during it. Honestly, it's a pain to do all the farming right now. There's just too many people farming it, man. There's too many people farming the thing here. I'll just close it out now. Alright, you can see what I'm working with here. I'm gonna like try to edit this here. I found this website that will let me do some of these cut things. But like, it's very awkward to use this. It's not as good as the thing I used to use a long time ago. I could probably use that for like the bottom corner for my game feed can be like in the middle here. It thinks it's a map, but it's not a map. Alright, we'll do that. You get to watch me make it in real time. Alright, so gameplay is here. This way chat can get saved in there too. I drag this up higher. I'm up there, game windows here. Alright, then I think I can drag that here. Why can't I hear it? Oh great, it's still loading, Right, we go up there, Antoria. Dead. We could add another layer for the time, right? We should add another layer just for the time. That'll go up here. We could probably put... We can resize this to be a bit smaller. And then put that here. Right, that works. Right, they'll have my face cam there while I'm playing. Right, so they can see the timer. Right, they get to see the timer. And my damage is there too. Fly the skybox. Right. It's like 40 something seconds. Oh wait, I just realized it didn't capture the correct audio layer. Fuck. When it remuxed it, it only grabbed the sound layer, not my voice layer. God damn it, I would have to like transcode the clip first and then apply all this. Alright, where's Handbrake? It took the wrong audio layer when I did the recording. Because like the way I have stuff set up when I do recordings is like it separates tracks into different layers. It only wanted to use the game layer instead of the other layer. Great. I gotta transcode it. Can I even let me see. Can I even do this nicely? Audio track. Which one even is it? Which audio track? Audio 3, I think it was. I think audio 3 also had audio track 3 also had my voice. Let me double check. Alright, let's get in. A little hole. Okay, it was audio track 3. Cause like I have like a split one for my mic and then a split one for the game sound. And then there was like a joined one that I use for the stream. Fast. Let me check to see how I can do the encode. Constant frame rate. Oh, I can do a hardware encode here. I'll do hardware and vanc. Because my hardware encoder is free right now. Constant frame rate, average bit rate. Say 9,000 kilobits per second. Hopefully I can just reapply the same settings with that thing. I'm just retranscoding something real quick through nvenc. Okay. Oh, I have to redo the thing again. Let me find the clip. I shouldn't check the video first. I think it was... which one? This was the feed we were using. Face cam here. Shit's why I hate TikTok, man. Shit's so Pepega. Okay, player stats. We can use player stats for chat. Well, actually, no, we don't do chat. We just use that for the time. This can be the skill menu here. Player stats will be this thing over here. Yes. It's Pepega, man. Oh, fuck! It did that. This freaking online editing Tool is super jank. It's not what I want to edit. I want to move the freaking scrubbing timer. Right, we have that there. You'll see. We're gonna fix that. Then this thing is gonna get smaller. This way people can see my relics too. This is why I don't do TikTok stuff, man. It's painful. Trying to edit shit for TikTok properly is pain. This is why I don't do that crap. There we go. Right, this should be good then. Time is here. The game window's there. There's my skill thing at the corner. Right? So we can play it back. Right. Surely my audio is there. Oh no, it didn't grab the... What the fuck? Why is it still not grabbing the audio? This is why I hate this shit, man. This is why I don't do TikTok, because it's awful. I thought I selected the right audio track. The fuck, handbrake. All then, I still didn't freaking select the right audio track. All for the freaking speedrun clip. The hell did the thing do? It freaking defaulted back to the other one? Alright, let me put it back to NVENC. That is annoying. When I switch in the freaking thing to the hardware encoder, it just changes the audio track back to default. I didn't even see it did it do that. Oh, great. Let me just put that average bitrate. 9,000 kilobits. Make sure it stays on audio track 3. I gotta do that all again now. Cause fucking, thing was being Papega. Handbrake. Cause I was using the, NVENC encoder instead of the CPU encoder like I normally use. It's like I have to record it, then I have to convert it into a file, and then I can put it in. Okay, it better work this time. There's another invisible wall. Okay, now we have sound. Okay, now we switch back to Enhanced. God, I have to do this shit again. That goes there. Map goes all the way down here. Wait, I need to be like not in the thingy. I can't even see the skills. Right, this way people can see all the skill things there. God. And like not being able to like zoom in on this thing is just makes it even worse. Okay, more booba in view for people. Now over here, we get game timer and the stats. Oh, nice. Is that with real organic farm fresh free range frames? Real organic free range farm fresh frames? 1.0 scaling with SMA turned on. Oh, nice. I wonder, are people going crazy scalping even the 9070 cards? I bet people are crazy enough to like the freaking crazy scalpers are back. Honestly, what people need to do is if they bought from a scalper, charge them back. Like force charge back, claim that their card is stolen or whatever, and make them have to pay the freaking fees there and stuff like that. Right? Keto friendly frames. Nah. But yeah, he even went and said original unlike usually. Oh, nice. But like, you're in indoor zone, right? That's the easy zone. Okay, we just... is this a better view? I'll move this... Move that over there, move myself over there, drag the game window down. Put the timer over there. This is Jirak. Okay, it was wonky, I see. Let's see, can we get the clip working properly now? Right, we just go fly over it. There's another invisible wall there, we just fly over it. Then we go under it. Down into the little hole. Because everyone knows that when there's a hole, there's a goal. Right? And there we go. Easy, under 1 minute. Under 1 minute. But yeah. Easy, under 1 minute. Easy, under 1 minute. Under... God damn it. Hopefully it doesn't cut off the thing properly there. Easy, under 1 minute. There we go. 40-something second clear? What was the actual clear time? So we know. Wait! Huh? The ToF in-game clear timer is like broken. It doesn't even work properly. Look, it says here, 24 minutes, 13 seconds. But in here in the clip thing, we're 36 seconds in. The actual timer for ToF in the instances, it's not exactly 25 minutes. It's ticking. Not quite right. The ticking is not quite right. And there we go. Easy, under 1 minute. But yeah, let's just take a look. Oh yeah, it does start ticking in the loading screen, you're right. It didn't do that before, that's weird. It is ticking in the loading screen. There's another invisible wall there, we just fly over it. Then we go under it. Down into the little hole. And there we go. Easy, under 1 minute. Okay, here we go. Alright, we click continue. Don't add captions. That's fine. I think we could just click export. Oh wait, no, we don't want captions. We don't need captions here. I clicked auto caption, I was like curious, what does that do? And then I'm like, wait, we don't need captions. 20 seconds depending on the length of the clip is 45 seconds. Closed caption is being created. Okay. Alright then. In this version, our finest support is English, while others might take some make some mistakes. Okay. I wish I didn't click on that because we don't need that. This is not a clip that will benefit from the thing. But like also like it just shows you like the thing just does not look properly in if it's supposed to be in 16:9 when you freaking crunch it to be this weird Pepega vertical video standard. Oh wait, we can actually see the actual thing here. Where does it put it? Right, we just go fly over it. There's another invisible wall there, we just fly over it. Then we go under it. Down into the little hole. Wait, that actually did a pretty decent job with subtitles. You know what? We can put that here. Subtitles right here. Go. Easy, under 1 minute. Right? Perfect. Problem solved here. So the time is here. People will they'll also get their subtitles. But like this is just ridiculous, the amount of work for like a 45-second clip, man. Right, we just go fly over it. There's another invisible wall there, we just fly over it. Then we go under it. Down into the little hole. Well, we'll just keep it there. And there we go. Easy, under 1 minute. Yeah, I'll just leave it like the captions like that. Whatever. Channel stickers. Don't need those. We have like no space. I'll just click export. Confirm export. Got it. Convert to TikTok and Reels page in under 5 minutes. Okay, received, and then we just wait for these. And then I guess from there I can like just download it or whatever. Okay, cool. Well then, I guess I could use that. It's a pain to use it though. There's this thing. This thing was like massively like downvoted and stuff. It had a lot of engagement. We can look at that later. Okay. Anyways, now that like we've seen the thing come to pass, I guess let's start with the Snowbreak drama. Let me change category to just chatting first. Okay. Right, we're gonna be in this category now. Let me go and find the page, and then we can go over it. Alright, let me just find the thing. Where was that channel page? Uh... Okay. So I'll give you guys the full context, right? Let me hit the record button too, so we can make this a video too. Might as well. So, okay, here's the full context, right? So let me pull up the Snowbreak page right here. This is on the Snowbreak Discord. This is the creator stuff, right? So we're gonna go all the way back first to the previous version. So for context, this is basically how stuff is handled before, right? Like every time there's a new update, they'll take a roundup of all of our content, right? They'll tell us the tasks here, what kind of work can be submitted, the submission rules, right? Very typical stuff, right? This is just like, of course, the name of the version. This is the last patch, for example, how they review it, and basically this is what they give people, right? You've seen me loot the stuff on stream before, but basically top 10, they get 2800 digicash, which is, you know, one pull is was 160 digicash, right? So, you know, you can already, oh shit, I put the accidentally put spacebar there, right? But yeah, so like 2800, that's like what, 17 and a half pulls or something, right? It's a decent amount, right? But then there's more. They would then give us 10 of each the character and weapon pulls. Right? So we would get these as well on top. So that is what? 37 and a half limited pulls. But there's more. If you posted stuff for at least 3 consecutive versions, and in the top 75% leaderboard, which isn't really hard to get, you got an additional 2,000 digicash there. So, like, that was like, what? That's like basically 50 pulls or so. Just over that, on top of everyone getting the premium tier of the battle pass for free, right? So everyone would get the battle pass, like the higher tier of the battle pass for free, right? So like not just like the cheap one, like the more expensive $20 battle pass, right? That's basically what we would get provided there on top of like other stuff if there was something else, right? Like you guys already know. Let me see if I can find it. That I was sent stuff in the past, Right, so I was sent merch in the past, like, obviously I've shown you guys the bath towel they sent me. The bath towel also had, like, other stuff in there. There was, like, chopsticks, this little case, a magnetic coaster. And then, like, last year they sent me these pins. They sent me this mouse pad, right? And then what else? Right, I got a tapestry, this bag there. Right, that's like the tapestry itself. Right, and that's like a nice picture of the bag, right? Like they sent me that stuff, right? That's like also the other stuff they've sent me in the past. Anyways, so you would have all of that combined, right? So like decent amount of stuff there is what they would give people, right? And these are like the rules here: no stealing, infringing on third party, right? They're just telling us how we can submit. Okay, great. So like this is like the stuff, or this is like the stuff you need to know beforehand. So the other day, right? Like what, yesterday or something, or before then, at 6 in the morning. This is right as like the patch just drops. They give us the information, and let's go give it a look. Right, this is the new patch right here. Submission period. These are the rules here. Live stream category. For each stream to count needs to be 30 minutes. Okay. But then wait, what? For rewards calculations, now they're gonna group us into tiers based on follower count and receive rewards accordingly. Tier classification rules are as follows. Tier 1, 30,000 or more. What? Tier 2, 5 to 30,000. Tier 3, less than 5,000. Okay. They're grouping us into tiers. What's gonna happen now? What's this? Okay, video category. Standards reward. Submit at least one valid video with over 3,000 total views. Yeah, I don't know, like, who's getting 3,000 videos, views on fucking Snowbreak in most cases. When they post stuff, like, with guides and stuff like that. You don't really see that often anymore, for this thing. And then submit at least 2 valid videos for 15,000 to get 2,000 digicash. But like this is like individual videos. It can't be combined across multiple. Like it used to be. Now it has to be like the actual video itself individually. Like not even Maggie is sometimes getting these numbers on some of her WUA videos. And that's like a more looked at game. Right? Like we've seen some of hers not even hit that. Alright, tier 2. Okay. They lower it to 2,000 for people. It's now from 1,000 to 800. Right? And if you submit at least 3 with over 10,000 total views, you get 1,600. And here's tier 3. You need to hit over 1,000 there. Some of us will hit over 1,000, but like, very few of these would even hit 2,000. Right? And then again, it's this. And they want 5,000 for the 1,000 there. Right? And then here we go. Viral video, all tiers. Earn 1,000 digicash for each video with over 10,000 views. Or, digicash 20,000. I'm not 20,000, 2,000 for over 50,000 views. Like, nobody's getting this. Like, literally nobody can get this. Right? And then top creator reward. At the end, the top 10 creators will receive the ultimate pass. Now it's only the top 10 will get it. Creators will only be determined for one tier amongst tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 rewards. Determined by the follower count criteria. Okay, so I'm not in the video category because I do live stream. So where am I? Here. Live stream category. Okay. Submit at least one valid live stream duration over an hour and get this one. Okay. That's fine. At least 5 to get 1440. Okay, cool. This is for tier 1 though. Okay, I don't qualify for tier 1. How about tier 2? That's 320 instead. For 2 hours now. And then 10 hours for 960. This is way less than what I was getting before. This is significantly less. Okay, tier 3, where would I'd be in like this tier, right? For my streams? Right? Unless they combine both my YouTube and Twitch, in which case I'll be put into tier 2. But individually, I'm over here. 160 and then 480. Ooh. Yeah. Alright, and then all tiers. Top 10 based on the live stream data will get the ultimate pass. Right, I do qualify for top 10, regardless, but it's not great. Creators will be considered amongst one tier, and then this is for the other fan art, right? Top creator, only one person is eligible for the fan art reward here, based on the thing there. And, like, that's what they changed it to. So you can imagine, what's going on here. So let's go scrolling back a couple of days. Right, and then someone made a doc, 2 docs so we can go compare things. Right? Should we go after that one there? I don't even think they're even bothering anymore. It's like completely scrubbed from their website. Okay. Where is it? Alright, here we go. Where does it start here? I had a question. So this is the first person to look at the new tiers. That's a reward tier, right? Not requirement to get the views to stand a C program. Your tier is now decided by how many subscribers you have in the platform during the settlement, and your final rewards will be calculated based on your corresponding tier quests. I mean, like I have 2 things that I submit, right? And we don't get gotcha tickets anymore, so they got rid of the 20 pulls as well. Like the 20 straight up pulls is gone. The amount of currency you get is also drastically reduced too. Right? That's also just gone, and we'll actually look at this stuff after, because someone did actually make a doc on that to compare, right? So I forgot to read to finish. It's like bonus reward on the tier thing there. New system again. There's a lot of creators right now. Not really. If they actually saw who's actively submitting. Basically, we encourage less competition with other creators to get top tier awards. Because we find that not a healthy ecosystem, we hope this new system can encourage. I mean, here's the reality. That's not gonna encourage shit. Like, if they see how the content is doing, it's not gonna do much. Alright, and then here we go. Now we don't even get ultimate pass unless we're top 10 amongst all tiers. Ooh. Right, so even fewer now. We did this to drive the middle part of creators. The top 10s are not always the same. Like, the fuck? Okay. You get that it seems a bit fair for a tier 3 creator to receive less reward, video performing as good as someone in tier 1. That's the other thing too. If you have someone in tier 3 is performing as good as someone in tier 1, you're going to get way less. Right? If a creator belongs to tier 3 and is being amongst top 10, basically gets less reward than before in the new system. Which happens all the time, and you'll see why when you look at the sheet. Of course, definitely happy to see more creators joining efforts. And then here, even if you don't, you can use the trial stage. Oh wait, that was someone talking about the new unit or whatever. Okay. Having the unit being able to lab and try builds and weapons is nice. This version, I'm only able to submit the bare minimum to stay in the program. The DM one, I guess base dark is like, yeah. The serious family life matters. We'll probably keep him from streaming. Okay. Oh yeah. On a separate note, anyone check out the Mecha Break? Oh wait, no, we'll go after that one. Here we go, we have Mayavel over here. This tier system feels like a slap in the face. It doesn't make me want to try harder. It makes me want to try less knowing I can't be tier 1. Exactly. Well, I feel that, but that's a small creator need to face being better or now. It doesn't matter. We're gonna get like even further in. Like you can see there's a lot more to scroll through here. Alright, so then someone's talking to the manager here. Hope you're doing well. I want to take a moment to share my thoughts on the recent changes on the Snowbreak creator program, as they have significantly impacted every lower tier creators, as those on tier 2 or 3 are like myself. It's even worse than that, because even the highest tier 1 is drastically worse off. Right. Yano has the vault buff there, yeah. Alright, previously the program rewarded creators based on video views, allowing many of us to earn the battle pass through engagement and effort. However, the new tier-based system now prioritizes subscriber count and higher number of views to make it much harder for smaller creators to receive reasonable rewards. With the battle pass now exclusive to the top 10 creators with the highest views, this change feels discouraging, especially for those with under 5,000 subscribers. As a dedicated content creator with 1,000, I've worked hard to promote the game and engage the community. The previous system provided a fair opportunity for all creators. One sec. Just snooze the ad there. For all creators, of all sizes to be rewarded based on performance. But now, since Tier 1 is limited to those with 30,000 plus subscribers, Tier 2 to 5,000, the gap between small and large creators has widened significantly. I urge you to reconsider the new rules to find a way to support every creator in the tiers who actively contribute to the community. Perhaps adjusting the reward system to better balance, or just give us the old one back. Thank you for your time. Alright. Right. Then people are talking about that one. There's a plus and minus new rewarding. I'll take it as positives, maybe naive, kind of lied. I still want a free battle pass. I don't want to pay more for getting costume skin in the game. But hey, I already support it. Okay, that person's there. You see the positives, but the issue is the system makes it harder for smaller creators to get rewarded fairly. Before, the effort and views mattered. But now it's just tier and subscriber. That changed limits opportunities for those who actually put in consistent work. Not just those with a big audience. Exactly. Yeah. People are not really happy there, basically. They just reached 1K 2 weeks ago. They're talking about their follower size, right? Just make a meme or funny thing, you gotta play SC, so break through it. Okay. Alright then. You would like to add in addition, the positives. Before that, based on views. If you submitted even though through minimum is one per view, meaning creators who constantly put in time and effort were recognized. Now, the tiering system prioritizes the count here, right? Which does not reflect the quality or dedication of a creator. The problem is that it allows slackers who barely contribute through their efforts to still benefit, and those who constantly put in effort to not get rewarded fairly. If someone only uploads a video at the last minute to qualify for CC roles, it's not the same level of commitment as the one creating the thing there. A fairer system would be one that actually rewards contributors like engagement, video quality, consistency, and effort, rather than just lumping creators into tiers. That's why those who truly work hard get recognized. The people who only do bare minimum won't get the same reward as dedicated creators. Yep. I'll just put it simply. The previous system make us work harder for it. Example, I tripled my Snowbreak views this past creator round due to it. The new system removes the battle pass reward, which was huge and reduced the additional rewards massively. There's no difference for small creators between publishing 1 to 3 videos to publishing videos all across the version. Yeah, and judging by the ranking, most creators are smaller tiers. I know this is terrible and will not benefit Snowbreak and its creators in the long run. Alright. But yeah, the rewards do help, exactly. I need them so I can pull every patch, basically. They're basically the majority of my resources. Also, the codes we had in giveaway were more restrictive in 2.5. Each player can only redeem one before you can invite viewers to play on stream. Hand codes in ways for other viewers, not in NA. Some viewers came around consistently or were able to give them more than one code. I didn't really deal with the code stuff. I was just I just was too busy to go and ask about the code stuff at the time. But yeah, with the tier system requiring 5K for tier 2 and 30K for tier 1, there's not a lot of creators covering Snowbreak that make those tiers. They hit 5K a week ago, and the viewers are predominantly HSR, WUWA, ZZZ. Take those away and maybe have 500. Yeah, because like Snowbreak content, it's just not gonna get anywhere. To some, moving the battle pass to top 10 only might sound like moving to encouraging smaller CCs to work harder, but to me it sounds like it's going to sow contempt. The CC that places 11th or 12th, knowing they put in a lot of work to log in and no battle pass reward, feels like a failure. You certainly would. At that point, I wouldn't even want to bother trying, and just pay 10 or 20 myself, dozens of hours of save myself dozens of hours of editing videos, like I dread logging into patch 2.7 and seeing no battle pass. Thanks for the unnecessary anxiety. TLDR, getting less forward, getting less going forward, than what we got before feels awful. Exactly. Right? And then we got another one here from Base Dark. Let me just delay that further again. I get this where the team is coming from, but sadly, what Malefic says, it's quite true. Some of us may post easily 5 to 10 live streams in a given version and showcase the entirety of the content that is asked us to provide to fulfill the given task. However, doesn't imply you're going to get more followers or subscribers necessarily. At least in the streaming category. That way, that's way harder in the video category. Because when streaming, the community won't only cater to the game. Unlike when you upload videos, although it's still similar in a way. But when it comes to streaming, it's more like you are the major part of the content, and in that regard, it's unlikely you'll get a lot of followers. Just because a new Snowbreak version dropped, for good a streamer you may be. Yeah. Right? He's not even allowed. They didn't even let him in. That's the thing. No, here's the thing as well. Basically, Mr. Cake is the only one that qualifies for anything. And he's not even allowed in the program. We're gonna look at their YouTube channels later, and you'll see just how papega it is. It is really, really bad. And here's the thing. Mr. Cake might not even qualify. Because you saw the requirements for the stream count, for the stream duration stuff. So we can go look through his past couple streams over 30 days on what was in Snowbreak category. I don't know how many of those will even count. If he'd even be eligible, even if he was in. Because the reality, there's really not that much you can do a lot of the time. Right? Unless you're just messing around. To translate all, I've been saying numbers. My average stream would be in the past 3 to 4 hours, sometimes 8 hours long. Yep. Trying my best to engage with people, to get them to feel involved in not only content such as Gigalink or Let's Go Heimdall, but let's be real, like Mayavel mentioned, it's usually the major game categories that pull people in. Once you switch, your viewership drops easily, 60 to 80%, which already puts a lot of pressure on a streamer who will struggle no matter what to make the best content and keep people engaged, right? And I'm saying this doesn't feel encouraging. If I must go further, I'll also say the previous tiering system was just that good. That I'd show it as an example of what an example to the Nikkei content creation stuff. Now I don't know what to think. Right? They even wanted to share exactly how they used to do things to like other things there, because yeah, it was a lot better and a lot more encouraging. In the new in short, the new system sends the message that your work is not respected while your time, while the old system did show respect. For example, I've spent so many hours this version to produce 20 plus videos and shorts, and I will be rewarded. But if I'd done the same work with the new system, I only get 500 to 1500 digicash, which is not even a 10 pull. Right? That's a massive drop off there, right? Not even that for all that work. Moreover, it's even more of a slap in the face because creators like me that make content for the game just because we like it and want to help the game grow, specifically build my audience with Wuthering Waves, and the most amount of viewers I get are in WUWA. I take a massive hit in viewership, and even lost subscribers and my channel growth is hindered massively by adding Snowbreak to my content. Just because I wanted to support the game, I was willing to sacrifice in order to help the game grow. Right? It's not the devs, it's Season that has to look at this, right? The game developers have no clue. This is not their job. It's the publisher. This change, however, sends the message that my sacrifice is not worth anymore and is not respected. Anyone here have more than 30k followers? Here's the thing. Sharamood isn't even qualified to get rewards anymore, and hasn't been for a while. Grizz Polly is this guy's channel isn't eligible for like anything because he doesn't get the actual content stuff in, like enough of like the viewership and engagement. So like he's not even like close to the top 10 despite having that size. You'll see it later. Because again, it's a lot harder to get the engagement there. Right? Literally the only person that would actually qualify is Mr. Cake if he was in the program. Only he would be eligible for anything. right? The time to make it into open world MMO or make a zombie horde mode, 10-20 minutes per run. I don't know about that. Honestly, if they fixed like ammo reloading and stuff like that and added that type of stuff to like Duet Night Abyss, it'd be a lot better for that. Let's be real. But yeah. About the new system, I think they should prioritize work and submissions instead of followers. It's not fair to someone who uploaded a lot of videos in the game and gets less rewards than someone who has more followers and only submit 1 or 2 videos. Exactly. To be honest, I mean, to be fair, like any game, they care about views because it means more eyes on the product. Even if the best metric is how many people buy a specific content creator's audience is a better metric, but they cannot measure that if they stick to views. So them counting views in the old system is understandable. However, in the new system, has many flaws like the others described above in detail. Nonetheless, I said my piece. It's up to them to make decisions now. Depending on the decisions, I'll consider the next steps with my channel accordingly. So, like, people already, like, you can see what they have to say there. Strongly agree with this. As a DPS analyst, CC, who needs to constantly pull character and weapon for actual damage trials due to the game's occasionally confusing translations, Digicash is necessary. Life without is not good without without Digicash. Right? Reconsider this stuff, because like yeah, they don't really give us tools to test things properly. So it's like we have to pull if we want to like actually try things out properly. Right? That's just the reality. And this guy like is actually doing theory crafting stuff there. I'm just like, whatever, I want to try it and see how the thing goes. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not gonna work, man. Like, no one's gonna qualify for shit. And, like, the amount of stuff we're losing is huge. Right? Explanation here is a very good representative of the concerns the creator system. Understandable that the Snowbreak content creators are currently active and have many followers. Yeah. The big ones who are currently active and have many followers, generally, they are not big from Snowbreak content. Most of them have other content. Like me on my channel, and he focuses on Black Desert Online. But I really like what I want in Snowbreak to be better known, especially for the follower on my channel. And because of that, I try to share Snowbreak content regularly. With the current content creator system, it seems that this provides more benefits to content creators who are already big, which is a big fat lie. Right? It's a big fat lie. I'm not sure. But, like, it's actually a big fat lie, and we'll see later when we look at the chart. Because the reality is, the people who are at the top are significantly worse off. Fellow Black Desert, I guess he is. I don't know. No, this is Chris Pauly, though. Like, this guy doesn't even qualify for tier... This guy doesn't qualify for a lot of stuff in here. He wasn't even in top 10. He has, this is like the biggest subscriber count thing here. And he does Black Desert, right? He doesn't even qualify for a lot of the stuff, right? And like these are, he's already like giving his concerns there. But yeah. He's technically in terms of like subscriber count on the bigger end. I think he has like the second largest subscriber count ever out of everyone here. But he's not even in top 10, not even close. And you'll see it later when we look at the other data. But again, he's gonna be significantly worse off. And now his content won't even qualify for anything. Because he doesn't have the audience to translate over there. Right, so he's even screwed off even more, basically. But yeah. It is like really fucked up. If you like, there's like a chart there. With the current creator system, this provides more benefits to creators who are already big, but again, we already said that. It doesn't. I even see that some big content creators who are ranked 1 with just 1x streaming in the event period. Yep. Indeed, big content creators very promising to expand their reach to the audience, but don't forget the small ones who are still trying, especially for channels whose content is exclusively Snowbreak content. Right? By giving more appreciation to the exclusive Snowbreak channel, and more friendly ranking rewards can be considered. Just keep doing what they were doing before, and like we wouldn't have this problem. And regarding the Ultimate Pass, I think many creators here are interested in becoming content creators because of this prize. And actually, can be a basic capital for content creators to create content on Snowbreak. Because Snowbreak is a gacha game, to get the latest characters and weapons, We need Digicash and lots of in-game materials, and the Ultimate Pass is a good provision for content in the next patch. For small content creators who will likely lose the Ultimate Pass prize, in this new system, it will definitely be a big loss. I mean, it's a massive loss for me, because then I won't get any resources to, like, keep pulling stuff for you guys to see. Right? And that's just, like, me trying to pull the base units. And, like, that's just how I get everything. But yeah, it's not even recommending the Snowbreak YouTube content, yeah. Exactly, he just wants to show BDO because that's what people in his audience want to see. Right, that's why it's a lot harder there. Firstly, it feels very unfair to the Tier 3 creators to receive less reward than Tier 1 when their videos gain the same amount of views. They should have the similar impression and reach to the audience. There's no reason for a Tier 3 creator to receive less just because he has less followers. Because the reality is YouTube doesn't care about your follower count for a lot of this stuff when it's pushing. There's a reason why, like, we see Gotcha Enjoyer getting, like, crazy views, but, like, absurdly low sub count. He gets very high engagement, right? Gotcha Enjoyer? Right, like, we can just do a quick look. Like, constantly way more than, like, the majority of my stuff. On a regular basis. Look at this engagement, man. I don't even get these numbers on YouTube anything close most of the time. Right? He gets a lot more engagement. If anything. Like, his engagement here is more than, like, what? On his average engagement is, like, 10,000%? Like, this is 10,000% engagement. Like, nobody gets this shit normally. 10,000% engagement is, like, his average, man. No one does. Right? You'll have a couple outliers here and there, but, like, that's, like, an anomaly, man. Like, look at my channel. It's literally just, like, the NTE stuff when I was posting that stuff that's getting the views there. Fuck, man, I did a quick test here. Here's, like, me doing my Snowbreak pulls there. This is just a re-uploaded of a VOD from a while back. The re-upload's already doing a lot better. It's gonna keep doing better. We know how that's gonna work out. Right, we can already see there. But yeah. Like, we can see where the attention and the engagement is there. And the thumbnails are clickbait too, yeah. Outlier when it comes to views and versus sum count. But yeah, that's still insane, right? Outlier or not, that's still some insane levels of engagement. And you can't deny that. Right. But yeah, we'll keep going though. Alright, secondly though, the criteria for the tier seem ridiculous. Even your Japanese official Snowbreak channel on YouTube has 12.6 followers. Tier 1, requiring 30k means don't make Snowbreak content. Go big on other stuff and then come back. Smaller creators that focus on or only make Snowbreak content don't stand a chance. Lastly, getting way less than what we got before feels very suck. To be clear, I was number 6 on CC ranking last patch, got 2,100 Digicash and 20 pulls, plus the Ultimate Pass. Right? Now, if I can stay in the same ranking this time, I will get 1,500 Digicash and the Ultimate Pass. Because I belong to Tier 3. Feels very discouraging. Exactly. Finish my full-time job, skipped my dinner to get video clips, and finish my video explaining the patch today. And see the CC changes. The only thing I had is why do I even bother to work so hard like this? I thought we already went through the tough times before you joined last year at version 2.0. When we all been ghosted all the time. Battle Pass didn't even come even in the patch end. But now it seems like we have a new problem to deal with. Right? Been a good run. I'm reckon not gonna survive with the new parameters. Seems like chat room has been on fire. Short of getting viral, like, back in November, I'm pretty cooked too. We're all cooked, man. I have a few questions on the statement. Is the video category still YouTube exclusive? If it's not exclusive to YouTube, maybe we can submit, same video from each platform. Say if I publish shorts on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. In the same light, can I submit both my YouTube and Twitch live streams? Right? Is the requirements for streamers tier 1 and 2 supposed to be progressively less than tier 3? but for more rewards. Uh, Popularity varies from platform to platform, with TikTok being the most viewed by a mile for me. My Cherno short got over 60K. My Onyxuvia nurse outfit got me over 20K. None of my YouTube shorts or videos are over 10K, except Snowbreak uncensored video. Having the higher tiers require less effort in the streaming category, but give higher awards seems strange to me, especially when the video view count requires higher views for higher tiers. I'll be put into tier 2, and getting 3 10K videos is asking too much. As stated above, I have a single Snowbreak video about above 10K. Only a handful of my shorts in the other games went over 10K. I can't fulfill my requirements of tier 2 in the video category without, simply put, sheer dumb luck. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know how much anyone else gets, but personally speaking, this is asking for too much. In fact, for 2.5, I had 0 videos that would have qualified. In 2.4, I had 1. In 2.3, I had the uncensored video that got over 50K. But that's an outlier by far. That was and was the only one that would have been counted. And in 2.2, I had only 1 valid submission. Right, and this is when I asked, I'm like confused in the tiering stuff too. Right. But yeah. I'm not a fan of the changes either, because like it's mostly just streams and VODs on Twitch. Right, this is like all my content. Right. Alright, and then this one here. Hello, have a good Friday. Like to share my opinion regarding the 2 points. Firstly, the issue of the battle pass. Removing it would ironically lead to a decrease in character build videos and neural sim challenge videos. This is due to the resource collection provided by Balder inhibitors. I use the primary use of these is to obtaining logistic sets. Yep. I use it to instantly build a character like right after it drops. Right? Like you see my excess of them, and then like I can just instantly level them up and get them their logistic set. Second point concerns using the follower count as a metric for content creators. Honestly, there are very few who have 30K followers. A better way to measure it would be through views, not followers. As the other program members have mentioned, follower count is very scattered metric and doesn't accurately reflect whether followers are genuinely interested in Snowbreak content. I've created an Excel spreadsheet, unfortunately in Spanish, detailing the stuff here, the resources we get, I guess. Okay, that's cool. Between the versions, okay. The reason I created the Excel spreadsheet is because I'm trying to build Spanish language website for the Snowbreak Hispanic community. Imagine someone actually wants to do this stuff for them, right? Similar to a course calculator. But this is that's because it's sorely needed. While there's an English wiki style site, it lacks data and has outdated information. Yup. And then this is this guy's spreadsheets here, right? But yeah, we don't really need to look at that. In summary, please reconsider maintaining the battle passes and not measure using follower count metric, which is very scattered and doesn't truly measure the Snowbreak player community. Right? The sheets are under construction. Okay. And it and he still needs to measure the resource to upgrade a 4-star character. Okay. So based on the latest announcement, the current version have the new creator program rules, and depending on its results, it might change in the future ones. Am I getting this right? That's how I'm understanding it. CN official Billy has 2.13 million subs. Global YouTube is only 36K. What a joke. There is no reason to change it for this version. This message just says, oh, we know our creators are all against the new system, but we'll see if they have new participation with the new system. If we do, we may be able to get away with it. If not, we'll make some changes. I was not here for the past drama other creators mentioned, so this is the first for me. Having trustful relationship with creators matters. I want to see changes happen in this version and not the next. Otherwise, I'll reduce my Snowbreak content video creation for this version drastically. I may not even make videos at all, and I encourage others to do the same. If their channel covers other games anyways. Not a threat, just a logical result of the current situation. Appreciate the time and effort we put in, especially when other creators like me have taken massive hits in their channel views, subs, and growth just to support Snowbreak because we like it. Right, and you can see like everyone's like thumbing that up. Right, I'll do it too. Exactly what I'm thinking. May as well just not make any content so that they know it is a problem. they created the follower tier rewards because they want to limit how many they can get the ultimate one. It makes no sense though, because they're not losing any money. It's not like it costs them any money to go send them out, right? Keep in mind, it doesn't cost them anything when they're giving them. So, like, it makes no sense, right? But it does discourage the people from doing stuff in here. Right? And they're talking about they're sharing the rewards here, the proposed changes. I'm sure you and the rest of the CC are working hard CC team to make the changes. The new CC reward system is terrible, irredeemably so. On its own, the core concept splitting up rewards into tiers is actually a great idea. Having entire CC roster in one competition for rewards inherently favors those with higher follower counts, as they can easily generate better metrics. So splitting them into weight classes is great for allowing CCs of all sizes to more fairly compete. However, reducing the rewards takes this good idea and completely ruins it. Why do different tiers have different rewards? In the old system, a smaller CC would theoretically work hard, may even get a little lucky, and fight for a spot at the top. But under the new system, they are confined to their rewards bracket, which ensures a smaller payout no matter how hard they work. The new tier system doesn't have ranking rewards outside of the battle pass, which will be discussed later. So why is this system even in place? As well, for some, the rewards criteria are far too high to be reasonable, and the advanced reward for tier 2s might be doable for those nearing 30,000 follower mark, but almost impossible out of the reach for those in the lower end. And in tier 3, where many creators barely even have 2,000 followers, even reaching 1,000 views can be a tall ask. Under the old system, videos that didn't do well would still count towards your monthly ranking. With the new system, it might as well be wasted effort. I can only imagine how many smaller CCs wouldn't even receive a reward based on their reward criteria. This system also puts an easily identifiable cap on how many rewards a CC would expect to receive, since there's no further reward once you reach advanced reward. This gives CC an incentive to do the minimum to get the rewards, assuming they're able to reach them in the first place. It arguably hurts the CC's program as a result, right? It's like completely backwards, man. Right? But yeah, I guess they are. Furthermore, the new system hurts everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a tier 3 or a tier 1. Even assuming you're able to receive the advanced reward for your tier, you will almost definitely be getting fewer rewards than the new advanced reward, even at tier 1, are worse than all of the lowest of the older ranking bracket rewards. The tier 1 reward system is slightly better than the ranking bracket tier 3 of the old system, but no tier 1 is ranking the tier 3 for me is a lot worse. But yeah, no tier 1 is ranking that low to begin with. Only those in the lowest reward bracket under the old system would see a net increase, and this is assuming they're able to complete their tier reward criteria, with even considering the extremely generous hypothetical situation of where 4 out of 5 CCs will be receiving reduced rewards. And the remaining 20% would likely be seeing reduced rewards in practice as well. These are also calculated based on the video category. The live stream and fan art categories have even worse rewards. Yep. And like this is where I'm in the live stream one. To break even with the old system, CCs would need to get the equivalent of anywhere from 2 to 5 videos with 10,000 plus to even get the viral video reward. Considering over 70% of the CC roster has fewer than 5,000 follower subscribers, this is extremely unrealistic. And then there's the battle pass, making the ranking based reward should result in at least half the CC roster no longer receiving battle passes. This is more resources lost. This is the best case scenario too, assuming that the top 10s in each tier receive a reward. If not, then even less than a quarter of CCs will receive battle passes. Even if the rewards are per tier, then you will have 70% of CCs in tier 3 fighting for just 10 battle passes, while 12 tier 2s are nearly guaranteed it, and then the 2 tier 1s don't even have to worry. This equal opportunity system ends up punishing tier 3 CCs more than it does to tier 2 and tier 1. Alright, so in conclusion, the new reward system provides fewer rewards to basically everybody, especially punishes those with low follower subscriber counts, provides less incentive for CCs to produce content, takes a once universal reward, the battle pass, and needlessly turns it into a ranking reward. This is going to hurt content creators. Yup. Many rely on those rewards to be able to produce content. As someone who produces game analysis content, I have to pull every new character and some of their signature weapons for testing and review purposes. The old system was not my preferred method, but it was fine enough that I didn't say anything. But the new system is too much. The reduced rewards are insulting. And the rewards criteria suggests that you and your team are deeply out of touch with the vast majority of content creators in the program. Some suggestions for the revised system. Increase the rewards across the board so that they're equal or better than how it was previously. Bring back battle passes for all active CCs. Eliminate the ranking and tiering system altogether and base rewards on creators' individual submission score. The new system is disappointing, and much like many parts of Snowbreak itself, I am amazed and confused at how this was even accepted to be implemented in the current state. Without someone along the way realizing this was a terrible idea as it is, please do better. As a bonus, I've calculated the change in rewards for every content creator using the 2.4 ranking data. It is how I got the numbers using my original message, and I invite CCs to take a look at how the rewards will change under the new system. Alright, so we have these here. So, this is the ranking reward stuff before, right? Okay, reward level 1, this is the scores. We got Rexland at the top here. 6856 score, whatever that is. Ryuji Impact, Warden Mobile, right, this is where it goes. There's Non-Pon. There's Mayavel there. Here's where I am. Right? My content is exclusively live streams, right? And I'm all the way down here. Right? And that's kind of where we are at. Right? And this is tier 1 here, right? So I'm in the top 10 here, right? 2 to 11, this is 10. I would be here, right? I'm always here. Okay, tier 2 is here now. Look at the drop off here. Look at this gap between the person in last place here and the person next to them. Look at this. Look at that. Here's the thing, there's only one person here that has 30,000 followers, and that's Rexland. Everyone else here does not even have anything close to that. Nobody else here has anything close. Right? Maybe if we use the NVIDIA's RTX 5090's AI generation stuff, right? Maybe then if we put like a 10x factor, we could go up here. But yeah, he's tier 0, man. He's all the way down. Like, the only other person with over 30,000 followers here is where? This guy. Barely even, barely getting anywhere here. And this is tier 2. Right? That's what we have here. And then tier 3s are all the way down at the bottom here. And then they have a tier 4 here. Right? That's basically what we have going on there. Now, for things to get even spicier, we have this. Let me zoom out a bit. If it's red, it means you get a decrease in everything. So let's just zoom in a bit at the top here. So here's reward level 1 in the previous one. So I'm right here. Right? My follower count is here. This is my YouTube follower count. Majority of my stuff is on Twitch though. So the reality is, if they're gonna go by that one, it's actually gonna be lower. Because I have way more engagement on Twitch than I do on YouTube. That's just how things are normally. Right? So overall score is here, this is here. I'm in ranking tier 3. Right? We'll look at Rexland afterwards, right? So we go look at tier 3 here. So this is what I would get before, right? 2,800 plus 20 pulls here, and then 6,000 digicash in the battle pass, right? So how many pulls is that in total? Right, so 6,000 plus 28,000, 2,800 I mean, right? There's this one. Divide this by 160. That's 55 pulls. And then I add the 20 pulls on top. Right, so 75 pulls here. No, this is 75 pulls in total here. right? I would get 75 pulls in total. And here's the new rewards after that, after the tiering thing. So I would still keep my battle pass. But now the 6,000 is gone. The 2,800 is gone. And now I'm down to 800 digicash from live stream. Am I? No, not even 800. I get 500 digicash. Even worse. That's not even a 10 pull, man. And my 20 pulls and stuff in there are gone. Net digicash change. I lose 5,500 there too. Okay. And then new reward advanced. I'm not hitting advanced because I don't do video uploads of that one, so this is not even gonna happen. So I actually lose even more. Right? Because this guy is assuming best case scenario. I would still keep my battle pass at least. But this is basically where I end up now. $30 of crap. I lose 70, almost 76% of everything. And look, this is everyone else above me too. They're all losing at around 70+% of everything is being reduced here. Right? For the reward tiers here. Net difference there. And this is assuming best case scenario, and we get the other tier, which nobody is getting this advanced tier reward. Nobody's getting this. And you see this change here. Right? Here's the thing, here's percentage change here, right? This is all the stuff here. There are 2 CCs that would get tier 1. Only 4% of everyone in total. There's 12 people in tier 2. 25%. And this one. Here's the thing though, nobody's getting any of the rewards there. Yeah, basically. And look, you can see, this is best case scenario for people who aren't getting really anything. But here's the reality. Here's the thing, the smaller creators, man, they're losing 87%. They're losing even more potential for even like the smaller guys from what they would get before. It's like a massive drop off for the people on the tier 3 and 2. It's huge. And like only a few of us will get the thing there. My content's all streamed, so like I easily qualify for that, but like that's the reality. The engagement is just it's not great. Right? And here's the thing, right? Who's in tier 1? This guy. This guy, Chris Pauly's in tier 1 as well. Right? He has 45k followers, almost 46k. Good for him. So keep in mind line 14. Right? How much is he still going to lose? 60% reduction for that guy. He gets a 60% reduction in this new system here. Right, and this is basically like how they would like devalue the rewards basically. In the old system here for tier 1, tier 2 would have this much, and tier 3 would have this much. Right? It's only these guys at the very bottom that wouldn't qualify for the battle pass, but that's a different thing at the end of the day. Right? But like massive reduction across the board. Right? Like you go look at Rexland. Do you know Rexland for any Snowbreak stuff? Alright, we could look up the guy right now, for example. Okay.
Hey,
Does he
guys.
have any Snowbreak video? Nope. I count a total of 0 Snowbreak videos, so he can't even qualify for that. Okay, it has to be live streams. Yeah, about that. Right, he has to play something else and translate it over. Heck, it's not even in his recent couple of streams. There's no Snowbreak at all here. We look through his schedule, surely maybe we'll find something. He hasn't streamed in 8 days, so, oh. And he would probably do like 1 or 2 streams a patch or something, maybe. This is his only Snowbreak stream. For the last patch, it was this one. And he had to tie it to Wuthering Waves and stuff like that. Yeah, that's where we are. We're in January. Like, so here's the thing. He wouldn't qualify for shit, too. So, like, the biggest possible follower count in here. Reality is nobody here would qualify for, like, fuck all. Right? We can go look up non-pawn. Okay, will his stuff qualify for anything? Well, we're looking at his recent stuff. Let's see. Snowbreak. Oh, nothing here. Nothing recent enough here. Okay, nothing there. Fine, we'll go look at his live streams. Okay. Oh wait, he would just get the viewer rewards. Never mind. So he gets like fuck all too. It doesn't matter because this is all Snowbreak stuff. I mean, there's no, live stream stuff. And everyone in live stream category gets the same shit too. So, he's fucked. Okay, so who isn't? Right, let's go look up Mayavel then. Right. Do they have anything? Uh... Okay, here we go. 329 views. Yeah, that don't count. Okay, they have shorts, right? Okay, surely shorts. Surely shorts. Nope. That's not enough to claim anything regardless of tier. Yeah, about that. Right, and they're like spamming shorts like crazy, man. Right, Cerberus boss, whatever, Pyro Cerberus, yeah, nope. Yeah, no, nothing. There's like nothing going on here. It's just, they got nothing here. So that's a big fat nope. Right? So again, they'll just get live stream reward qualifications. So like, okay, who's next? I don't know how to type this one. This is what is this what Korean or something? I won't bother to look up that one because I don't have a platform for the Korean thing. Warden Mobile Gaming. Let's go look at that. Can we even find their channel? Oh, here it is. Okay, what does this guy do? Well, sure. This because he's in tier 2, he doesn't qualify for anything. This video won't even qualify because he's in tier 2. Not even gonna qualify. They need 2K views, right? Yeah, so that's not gonna qualify either. Okay, who's next? Who's next from the top of the list? Right? Let's look up this guy. Right? Are they on YouTube or are they, streamer? Oh, they're streamers. Okay, so we don't count them. Right? They're gonna get streaming rewards. I don't know how we searched up that one. Ryuji Impact. Surely they'll qualify for something. Okay, almost 20k subscribers. Spanish stuff. They're in tier 2. That's Nikki. The Snowbreak video the view thing doesn't have enough. Oh wait, no, that's Nikki, never mind. Snowbreak, not enough. Not enough again. And that's members only. What game is this one? That's not Snowbreak. And like, oh, getting attention in other games. Where's Snowbreak? This was in a previous version. This is the dorm interaction scene. And I guess his pulls, but Okay, he'll qualify for like maybe 1 or 2 videos at best. Maybe. If he's lucky. Oh wait, unless we went too far back. Yeah, that's too far back. And that's like Nikki. And this is like live stream VOD re-uploads or something? So like, again, nothing. Okay. Who's left? This Kami guy. Alright, let's look up him. Okay, that's a stream VOD, so this guy streams. Tier 2 as well. So do they have any video here? Nope. That doesn't qualify. Right, so like they have nothing. They have nothing for Snowbreak there. So that's another one off the list. Right? Like we could keep going or whatever, but like we're already just looking at the top here, right? Because this is like the highest engagement that they have. And like nobody is qualifying for anything. That's the reality. So if anything, this part here should be completely removed because nobody's getting anything here. It's even worse. It's a lot worse. Like we'll have them over here, or like they're getting stuff from streams, but like it's a massive loss across the board. They're really just gonna end up with like the stuff on this page, is what they're gonna be getting. It's really, really bad. Right? It's even worse than the chart makes it seem once you start looking them up. Right? And like, here's the funny part, man. Right? If we go for stream stuff now, let's look up Mr. Cake. Right? We'll go look him up. Okay, if he was in here, he'd be tier 1. Right? So he could get stuff if he was in here. Where's Snowbreak? Let's look at his last VOD. Okay, this VOD would not qualify because it's not even 1 hour long. Okay, fine. Maybe previous VOD. Surely this one will qualify. Nope, 20 minutes? Even under old rules, this wouldn't qualify. How about this one? 4 minutes! The biggest actual Snowbreak streamer wouldn't qualify for shit, even if he was in. This one would...
There's no way Genshin...
He would need a 5-minute longer stream session here for this one to qualify. Yeah, and he does the thing daily. The thing is, even only playing daily, the reality is, unless you're banking stuff like crazy, you're barely gonna have any content that will qualify. Right? Unless you're playing new story or like, for some reason, grinding an event thing for no reason. And like filling time that way. You're just not going to. Right? And we can keep repeating this.
I pressed F2.
That wouldn't qualify either. Right? Like, you can click anything if he does it. Because, like, the reality is, at best, maybe you'll have 30 minutes in a day to do. Reality is you have less than 1 minute in most days. Unless you spread everything out. Basically, he would not be able to you won't be able to, like, spread things out and, like, kidnap people as easily. Because you're just not going to get the views and the numbers that are needed. And we can just keep going and going, but like it doesn't matter, right? That's just the reality of it all. Like even if he was in, he technically would have the highest viewership for it, and he still wouldn't qualify for shit because of that. That's just how bad the changes are.
Brand story, nothing else.
Right? Like, and like YouTube stuff doesn't even count for live stream. They don't even count that. But yeah, back to this one. Wholeheartedly agree with this one, as well as the rest of the VIX breakdown. You didn't realize it was upwards of 5 to 6K less currency for some of us? You can fully guarantee fulfilling the live stream category, but the video category, maybe I'll get the base reward. No way I get the advanced reward. Not even gonna get the base reward with those numbers, right? At least for bigger games like HSR or ZZWUA, and then they're talking about that thing again, right? Even worse, if I hit top 10 in my category, in any category, I'll feel guilty for getting a battle pass, knowing most of my peers do not. Even worse, if I rank top 20 in 2 categories, I'm taking 2 battle passes from my peers. I don't want this guilty conscience. I really don't. I would rather submit a single 2K video or 3-hour stream to ensure I have a placement and not rob anyone of a battle pass. Right? And this is what's gonna end up happening. Right? Like, the stuff is gonna go way down now. I know you're getting screwed over, especially hard since you barely got bumped into tier 2, and now you have to hit tier 2 requirements while having basically tier 3 follower accounts. Yep. On this, my take on this part, we'll make appropriate adjustments to future creator programs based on the outcome on the Blossom and Ruins creator program and feedback from all participants. It needs not wait to be adjusted before the end of submission period. About this, after the adjustment to the reward structure, the benefits and outputs of Overseas Creator Program expected to align closely with those of the CN program. Does this mean that we're going to have content with the same level of views as CN creators get on Bilibili? Quick glance on Bilibili. There are tons of Snowbreak videos with thousands of views and tens of thousands of views. And that's with typing Snowbreak in English into the search bar. Never mind Hanzi and Kanji. Same search on YouTube. There's only a handful with a K in the view count. And most of them are from the official Snowbreak channel. It ain't looking good, Chief. Elaborating on that, I can at least easily fulfill 1 live stream reward despite being tier 3 on Twitch. Maybe I'll be put into tier 2 since I'm typically multi-streaming on YouTube as well. I might be able to handle the basic reward for tier 1 in the video category. Much better shot if we include TikTok and Instagram. Even including those, I doubt I'll be able to hit the advanced rewards for tier 3. To be fair, I have no idea how they are determining rewards for tiering, so I just took the highest follower count I could find for everyone for the most generous comparison possible. Right? Perfectly fair, IMO. For me, it's difficult to understand why using follower count for HCC is a good idea. If they use the combined one, it's even worse for me because now I'm tier 2. If they do that, it's even worse. But yeah. But drastic reduction in rewards only hindered content creation. I'm surprised they approved this. Just some extra information. The official channel of Snowbreak in CM Bilibili has 2.1 million followers. Anya character preview has 530k views. English one has 36k subs, and Anya's only 6k views. Japanese one's only 12.6k subs and 2k views. Right? Like, you know, it's really bad. There's a huge gap in audience and player base amongst different languages. I don't see any proper reason for us to align with the CN criteria numbers. As a creator that makes Japanese contents, it's funny to see that they put 5k views for advanced reward when their own PV doesn't even reach that either. Imagine their own preview doesn't even hit that. Right? Snowbreak big in CN, not the same in global. Maybe the new system would work there, but here, not here, unfortunately. As for me as well, I don't normally post videos. I keep things via streams, generally through from when I'm streaming. I typoed that one. When I'm streaming and the video of the Snowbreak, I did post the viewer retention is generally a lot lower compared to when I play other games. It's about as low as when I play more niche or obscure games, if anything. Yeah, like generally, like if I go play like a fucking like a Trails game, I'll have just as many viewers. Unless it's like Drops Day, and even then Drops Day is for Twitch is even worse now. Right? But yeah. Who knows, man? We had them ghosting us a year ago, and now there's this. It's not even a full year later, like 6 months later after they fixed something, we have a new disaster here. Yeah, with Snowbreak, unless a new patch is out, people are going for drops, viewership tanks later on, unless it's when the content is mixed with other games. I would say more, but I want it to be a bit nicer and not say that, like, playing literally anything else and then kidnapping people to play Snowbreak. on stream will do better for numbers. But yeah, that's kind of how everything is over there. It is not good. Basically, everyone is fucked. Nobody will get anything, basically. Like, it hurts literally everybody. And it's not going to encourage anyone to change things or improve things, but rather demotivate them. But yeah, it's just going to demotivate everyone overall. It's just not good. It just isn't. But that's just the reality of the whole situation. Who knows what will happen with the Snowbreak creator scene after this? But at least for this version, I can't imagine too many people are really stoked about it all. Right? I just can't imagine. Especially with this stuff going on. Okay, now that I have that, I'm gonna go remux that and then upload it as a video. Right, I'm gonna remux it in OBS, upload as a video. If OBS will pull up the window properly. Oh, let me find the file. Yeah, maybe I'll just upload as a regular video there. It's not in the Snowbreak category, but it just doesn't look good overall. Right, because, like, people are not happy. And this isn't going to encourage people. Okay. I'll just upload and I have to transcode the video. And I'm just gonna upload it raw without any outro or anything. Because, like, it is bad. It is very, very bad. Alright, let me grab Handbrake. I have to go transcode it again. Yeah, comparing Snowbreak overseas to CN is stupid. Yep. It's going to hurt them massively, man. I'll just I'll like have a clickbait title: "Death of Global Snowbreak CCs." Let's see. Encoder. We're just gonna use NVENC. Where's NVIDIA? NVENC encoder. NVENC 264 or 26. Interesting. It only does NVENC 265. Whatever. Okay, select that one. Audio track 3. Let me just double check the audio track just to make sure. The Snowbreak page, right? Probably do like 1 or 2 streams a that's a stream VOD, so this guy streams. Tier 2 as well. Okay. Yeah, they're basically killing it off completely, basically, without saying they are. Oh yeah, if any of you guys are interested in Mecha Break, well, you know what's coming. Keep in mind, this is not Snowbreak's developer's fault. This is on the publisher, okay? This is on Season, the publisher, not the developer. The game developers are not at fault for this. Keep that in mind. Right, keep that in mind. We'll probably do 6,000 kilobits as my bitrate, average bitrate, same as source. Audio is on track 3. Alright, let me just start the encode. And then I'm gonna upload it to YouTube. I'll send it to Mr. Cake. You guys can tell him to like pull it up on stream if he wants to see it. But yeah. Whenever he goes live. Extra hour of content, man. at Chong Chong on Twitter than Ken Badge. But yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Here's the thing, though. Keep in mind the population in places. Right? So let's say we're gonna go get the population of countries here. Population... Japan. Right, there was someone from Japan. 124.5 million. Okay. Let's take population of the US. 340.1 million. Canada is like is still under 40 million, right? We should. Oh wait, no, we actually hit Fucking immigration shit needs to slow down, man. There's like no housing for anyone. Oh, whatever. 464. 4.6. All right, plus 40. Okay, we're at half a billion. Let's take another country here. They were like from the creators here. Let's go pick another country. Right. Well, what's like a good one to pick from? Like pick a country from like I don't know. Let me go look for the guy here. Let's see, who's SEA here? Well, we'll grab the guy from SEA here if I can find them. This guy. Does he say what country he's from? Indonesia. Okay, never mind. We'll actually hit C in population because Indonesia's population's massive. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't have an audience. Like, even if you look at that, his audience is like, you know, where's his Snowbreak audience? Like, look at his Snowbreak thing, right? It's just not gonna go anywhere, man. But yeah, when the transcode is done, I'm gonna upload it straight to YouTube. But yeah, it is just crazy. Like, here's the thing, it's the reality. You see the numbers. It doesn't even matter, he won't qualify for anything here, under these new rules. You can see, though, he puts a lot of effort and work in. But it doesn't matter anymore with these new rules, because he's gonna get nothing. Right? Right? Like, that's the thing. Like, the audience is, like, not there. But that applies to every one of us. Everyone on this list. Every single person here. Myself included, okay? You got more views on a dorm video, but like, yeah. Like, that's the reality though, man. That's the reality. It's really bad. Yeah, I can't even get 1K. I mean, Snowbreak, this thing's not even gonna get 100 views. Like, I doubt this thing is even gonna hit 100. It's just gonna be the worst performing thing. Mind you, like, my content is majority VOD content. Like, stream stuff. Right? And like, you can see, it spikes up and down, but like, you know, this is where I normally sit at. Exactly. Like, this stuff is just not gonna work. But yeah, after it's done the transcode, I'm gonna upload it. It's just bad all around. Well, I think I hit the quota or something, for streamer bot again. I swear, the streamer bot shit is not working out, man. I keep hitting the quota for the relay. I'll need to find a different way to do it, because like, it's just not working. But I keep hitting the quota. But yeah. Like, it's just bad all around. that aside though, you guys sent me stuff to look at, right? We got a bunch of stuff to look at, right? We'll just stay in the chatting category for the rest of the stream. Even if it's snowflop, there we go. Thanks for your support there though, man. There's honestly other stuff I've been wanting to do, man. And like, here's the thing. Here's the thing as well. Like, the thing is, for people who were getting stuff before, right? Now it's like, there's even less incentive, right? With the new changes, everything is very, like, heavily de-incentivized. So it's like, what happens when we have other things to pick up and do more later on, right? Like, what happens when I have more shit to play later on then, regularly? The new version behind a paywall that shouldn't be the version they give out? What do you mean behind paywall? There's nothing behind paywall there. What are you talking about? Yeah, watch Gotcha Smug, Crap Master, egg shit, what the fuck? No, here's something I've been wanting to do, man. Wait, I'll just wait for the ad thing to go through. But like, I was sent this one, this one, this one. There's this one too. It seems like it, but like, yeah. What do you mean I don't have the new version? New version of what? New version of what? They're selling solutions, yeah. And turning those, they're selling solutions, turning those solutions into problems and selling solutions, yep. You like Snowbreak concept, but you won't lose sleep if people slow down. Yeah. Yeah, it's blame season, it's not blame. Here's the thing too, right? We already see what they're trying to do with Snowbreak. Right? We already see what they're trying to do with Snowbreak. Who's to say the same rules won't apply to Mecha Break too? And that's where they're gonna start hurting themselves as well if they do the same thing over there. Because it's gonna be very discouraging again to people. I didn't have time to try Mecha Break because that stuff came out during a busy week. Like during a very busy time. And I can't be bothered to deal with that stuff and cleaning up the thing after it's done. Right? I missed it again because it came at an inopportune time. Yeah, the new version of Streamer Bot, I don't really care. I don't really like updating things unless I have to. Like me personally, for the most part, if something's working and it's stable, I generally do not want to update it because I don't want the risk of anything breaking. And it's not just me who does this. Literally, like, any company running, like, any type of live service or like, service type thing that's, like, being hosted or whatever, or they're running servers or something, they generally tend to stay on, like, older versions of stuff on, like, a long-term support or service branch and not update unless it's absolutely necessary. Because, you know, what's important is stability and things working. A friendly application? Okay. I mean, it works okay for what I need it to do. Right. We'll see. Quark posted this. Okay, add stuff over. But, like, there's something I kind of wanted to do as a joke. Right? So, like, we've seen this already before with all the clowns in here with their, like, PvP and shit. You know, the typical crap here. You can go add as well to this list. You can go add Kazuhana and then probably, like, Ethan or whoever else you want. Or whoever this guy is that's doing, like, this font thingy. Right, this type of stuff, and there's probably a couple others. Anyways, as a joke, I thought it'd be funny if I went and took, this cutscene from Sonic Colors. Let me see if I can... Cutscene remake, oh, this one. We're gonna skip a hit.
Anyway, it's sort of an source.
We're gonna start it from here.
No, it's inside of that. Called hyper-go-ons. It's inside of that.
I start from, like, it's inside of them.
Like a battery?
No.
I would start from here.
Well,
This is like a planned
sort
video
of.
shit post I want to
It's their
make.
life source, and you only got a taste of it. Look at what happened.
So I take this
Battery is
cutscene.
sort of an understatement. Funny thing.
Look
I
at this
suppose
name, though.
translating as horrible body odor.
And I would keep the horrible body odor part too. Just for the lulz.
Anyway, it seems an evil man, and you might know him,
An evil man, and you might know him.
who they call Baldy Nosehair.
Baldy nose hair! That's the best thing I've heard all day. I gotta remember that one.
I know, I've already
And then I'll
written
put
it
like a
down.
picture of
Anyway,
Tectone.
he's draining them of their power, all their power, and using it for an evil aquatic mammal? An evil dolphin? No, a porpoise. Oh, an evil purpose.
That's good intel. Keep working on it.
Hey, where are you going?
To find Baldy McNosehair, of course. I'm totally calling him McNosehair.
Right, and then the next part, I would go over here. I'd take this one.
Hey, I've been looking for you, Baldy McNosehair. Who are your friends?
Friends? These are nobody's friends.
And then I would put like all their pictures here. Like that's gonna be like a planned video I want to do as those shit posts.
They are the Deadly Six, and they are your worst enemy.
Right, so you could have like Saint Tone Test here, I guess. You could play Kazahan or whatever. Captain Cabinets can be the girl over there. She can replace that one. Who do we put as the fat one? We could play, I don't know, I told or whatever as the fat one if we want. I don't know. Glaive Q can be another one, and whoever's left. I think someone like said I should put Ethan there, so I'll put him there. Like we'll just put their like pictures of their faces or whatever. Unlike each of them. And then be like, they're nobody's friends. Just put them there. Right? So you have Baldy McNosehair as Tectone in the middle. Right? You'll have that. And then the other guys underneath. I think that could be a funny shit post. Oh, but wait, there's like another part as well I kind of want to put as like a conclusion. In case it pisses them off if they ever see it. I have to figure out exactly how I'm gonna edit it, but like, this is just an idea. And then this part. We'll take this one, wait. No, is there a better quality one? Oh, here, this one's in better quality.
I know for a fact, these guys are getting harder and harder to beat.
Please remember, all planets in
I'll just have it start here.
Eggman's incredible interstellar amusement park are, as far as you know, wholly owned properties of Eggman Enterprises and its subsidiaries. All unauthorized photography, video reproduction, or shutting down of generators is strictly prohibited. Thank you.
Eggman, I am going to save this planet, and I am going to free these aliens. No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me. We can save a lot of time and broken robots if you just quit now.
And we could probably like have like a Kurobot picture being destroyed or something. As the broken robot.
You try to be reasonable.
And it's like, and you try to be reasonable to end it there. I think that could be a funny shit post. It'd probably be like a 4 or 5 minute shit post. Just combining those 3 cutscenes. Can you imagine? Just taking that cutscene and just combining it. That ending part though, cause like I think it was it Saint Tone Test or whatever? Or like who wanted to dox the guy? Like the gotcha enjoyer or something? Or was it someone else? I forgot who. But I think that's another funny way to take a jab at them as well. Right? Tectone can be the Eggman. He can be Eggman or Baldy McNosehair. That would be funny. Like as an edit, just imagine. Right? No copyright law in the universe is gonna stop me. Right? But yeah. That aside though. I just thought it would be funny like to put that in there. Just combine all of those. I'll need to find time though to put that down, but like that's just a fun idea I just came up with randomly the other day. Alright, let's go look at the stuff we were sent here. What's this one? Star Rail is an insult to turn-based games. How to not kill a game. Paracreeps, Honkai Star Rail. There's also like this thing that was like mass downvoted. I could probably rip the video without having to click on the view thing. And we could grab it from there if we want. Where's the link to this one?
Imagine working.
Oh, it's Glaive Keo. No wonder. I'll just click copy link. We won't give him the view because we'll keep it at 0 seconds. Let me just put it on the video ripping tool I have. Because, like, I have a tool for mass ripping videos that I've used before to rip my stuff from Twitch. But I can use it to rip YouTube videos. How long is this video? It's like 1 gigabyte large. What the fuck? It's almost done downloading, but the freaking file's 848 megabytes. Yeah, he's one of them. All he knows is mass downloaded. We can look at his comments afterwards. Why is he posted under Blood Reaper? Who the fuck is this guy? Why is he posting it under Blood Reaper, though? Is this his actual account there? Oh boy. We can, like, look at the comment section after.
Imagine.
Wait, you know what? Wait, do we switch the categories to look at the drama there? Should we just switch to the streaming categories to look at the drama and then switch out from Twitch? We're not gonna play the games, but we'll just look at the thing there. Well, we'll do Star Rail first, I guess. There's like 3 of them. We'll go to Star Rail category for that. I think it'd be funny. Let's do that. Right. Here we go. We're in Star Rail category. Not to actually play the game. Because why the hell would I play Star Rail when I could play a good turn-based game? I have too many in my backlog anyways.
Stop saying that your Jingyuan cleared, when in reality, your Sunday and Robin or RMC dragged his lifeless corpse to the finish line.
I don't even know what
Stop
that
being
means,
allergic
but
to
okay.
having a better game. When people critique Elden Ring, people might disagree, but they're always open to the idea of improving the game, even though it literally won Game of the Year and is considered one of the greatest games of all time. I play 5 gacha games right now, and I play them all free to play. I do not own any monthly passes or battle passes. Some might say I should be the only motherfucker getting praised. I recently got into a heated disagreement with a good friend of mine over comparing Star Rail to Fate Grand Order. We're still friends because any adult with brain cells knows you can disagree with someone and still get along as good friends. Up until this year, I thought that was common knowledge, but I'm digressing. That conversation inspired me to write a video about how Star Rail seems to have convinced people that they're good at a strategy game, when in fact, they're good at spinning the wheel. So keeping the theme of my last video, let's talk about what turn-based games are actually like. Now, as with my last video, my goal isn't to attack people for enjoying Star Rail. I also play the game daily, which I have my reasons for, despite the first 2 videos talking about it fairly negatively.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna double check to make sure it has the right audio track. Fuck, I think it might have accidentally reset something. And I might have to re-encode the video that we're gonna upload. Let me just double check. I'm gonna pause it real quick so I can like upload it directly. So, okay, here's the full context. Just make a meme or funny thing, you gotta play SC. Even worse, if I rank top 20... Okay, good, it's there.
Also keeping in line with my first video,
it was fun to play, but the paracreep is crazy. I mean, for me, like, even, like, if you're really curious on how what I had to say on that stuff. So, let's go back on my VODs. We'll go back like a year and a half. Almost 2 years. Because you'll find it here. You'll find it when HSR came out. We're gonna keep going back further. Right, that's reverse 1999 thingy. Okay, we gotta go further. This is back when I used the even lazier thumbnails. Don't worry about it. Oh, where is it? We gotta go further. Here we go. Star Rail. Almost 200 views. This is the VOD from when I tried to play Star Rail. I tried to find something. I tried some of those modes and stuff. But after this stream, I just uninstalled immediately. And there was like some reacts at the end. I just did dailies or whatever there. But like, yeah. If you're ever curious, you can find this on my channel somewhere. Star Rail is here. Is it a star fail knowing Hoya versus track record? This is without context of power creep or anything else. Personally though, like, my views on some of the things is, there is absolutely zero reason for me to ever want to play Star Rail. Literally nothing Hoyo could do would make me want to play Star Rail. Right, I did this just to see how the hell it would stick, because I was doing other gotchas and playing them on stream for a while, and other things, right? And I only did it for that one stream, right? Any other time I've been in the Star Rail category has had me spend 0 minutes in-game. Right? The game itself is shit for a turn-based game. There are so many other things I would rather play. And, like, if I look at my Steam backlog, there's, like, so many others. There's literally, like, hundreds of freaking turn-based games in my Steam library, probably. I'd have to check. And then, like, there's more I have in GOG. And then I have even more if I count Epic Games and the stuff I have there. And then even more if I go back and look at the stuff I have on consoles. Like, I have lots of choices, and there's even more newer stuff coming out that I eventually do want to play as well, and stuff I've been wanting to play that I haven't touched. Right? Like, I have lots of choices. Right? And, it's like, why the hell would I pick a game that, like, play one that's, like, the worst of the genre, like, one of the worst ways to have it handled, where all they have to show for it are flashy animations and stuff like that. Heck, a lot of the stuff in Star Rail is ripped off and copied from something else, which I don't mind. I actually don't mind. And I actually like it when games copy things I like from other games. Just don't drag it through the fucking mud, remove anything good about it, and just spit out only the bad parts of it. Don't do that. Right? And, like, the reality is that's what Star Rail is. And then they add all the gotcha and live service bullshit on top. Right? Like, if you can play literally any other turn-based game, why the fuck would you play Star Rail? And if you're only there for the characters and their art, guess what? Go spend your time, go to Rule 34. Go to whatever other image board website. Go fucking doom scroll on Twitter or something. You're going to have a better experience and find better art there. Or if you really have to, you can use tools to rip the 3D models from the game. And then put them in whatever you want. You could put them in, like, Waifu Sex Simulator or whatever, if that's what you're into. And I'm pretty sure that thing has VR support, too. If that's still a thing. Right? Like, we don't need to compare it to, like, other gotchas or whatever. Just, like, as a whole. VR chat, too? Someone already ripped the models and put them all in VR chat. Let's be real. The models have probably been in VR chat before they even released the character. Someone probably already leaked the model and dumped it and put it into VR chat. Right? Like, let's be realistic here. Right? Like, if that's what you're there for, you don't even need the game for it. It happens all the time. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Heck, this is, like, literally one of the turn-based games I did. This is a joke, man. Like, this one right here. I still need to finish this. I just haven't had time. Maybe we'll actually finish Trails Through Daybreak next week or something. I have to figure out time to do that one. Although I probably wouldn't finish it next week because the game is long as hell. And, like, they already have Daybreak 2 out as well. I want to play through that one eventually as well. But, like, yeah. Like, I only finished up Chapter 2, the first 2 chapters of Daybreak, I think. Or no, the first 3 chapters, my bad. And I just didn't have any time to do anything else for a bit. Right? But yeah, like, that aside though, you know. Right? Well, let's get back to this though.
discuss something that I see as an issue and use examples to back up why I think the way I do. Since last time I was speaking very broadly about the big four, I couldn't logically tackle systems unique to the genre of open world or turn-based. This video will serve as a more specific look at the latter. In this video, we will go over 3 turn-based systems that when done correctly produce amazing turn-based games, from gachas like Girls Frontline 2, Fate Grand Order, and Nimbus Company, to non-gachas such as XCOM 2, Slay the Spire, and the Persona games, and how Star
He's only looking at like the most well-known mainstream ones, man. He doesn't even know the game they fucking ripped off for Star Rail. This guy, man. He doesn't even know the fucking games they ripped off to make Star Rail. And like, there are interviews where they basically actually said what the hell they were like looking at when they were making it. It's not hard to find.
Rail has managed to miss the mark and
Wua is just trashed all around, man. There's literally nothing you can do to fix Wua. Right? I'll make my video review on Wua after I get like more of my stuff moved over to Twitch. Like moved over from Twitch and like the highlights pushed onto YouTube. But like I'll have my video review on Wua and I'll put like changes I would make to fix it. It's just that the reality is the amount of lengths they would have to go to actually fix a lot of the core issues. It's not out yet. I haven't finished even making the script on it. Right? And it'll include 2.0. The reality is, though, at its core, the game is just really awful. Right? A lot of the things that they're pointing out to is just to shit on Genshin. The reality is, though, if like you actually have self-awareness and you look at things like for what they are, every single problem that they have in Genshin is in Wua. Stuff is just scrambled all over the place, like I've said before. I don't like. I played it during the closed beta. I played it for like a couple of days after it released, and then I played it for one stream when 2.0 came out, and that 2.0 one was mostly me playing Balatro. Yeah, the game is terrible, man. Here's the thing, like I said it before. If Genshin actually made content worth playing, I'd play it again. But with Wua, the foundation is just so awful. And like, it just does not work with the type of game it is, that there's nothing they can do to fix it. And like I said before as well with like quality of life, the reality is the developers themselves created the problem. The quality of life is just a band-aid to the problems they created. You shouldn't really be praising quality of life like it's the second coming of Jesus. Because at the end of the day, the game developers themselves decided that they wanted this problem to exist. And they created the problem there. All you're getting is just band-aids for it. Right? At the end of the day, these games are shit. Right? They're crap. They're terrible. They're awful. But they're also, for some people, good enough that they keep going. Or they're too deep in their sunk cost fallacy, they can't fucking use their brain and leave. Right? And then you have like the Wua side where they're basically just like they're just propping it up just because they want to gloat in front of their ex, right? It's like Genshin is like their ex-girlfriend or boyfriend, and they picked up Wua just so they can attack, and because they can't get over the fact of all the stuff they had to deal with there, even though they basically went from one abusive relationship to another that's identical to what they were in before. Like, that's just how I see the things there with the PvP there. It's incredibly childish and incredibly petty. But yeah, it is what it is. And all the time they say is we can fly. It's like, yeah, you can fly, so fly from straight line from point A to point B. Yeah, and like, here's the other thing though. You can put a teleport down anywhere. Why do you even need to fly when you can just teleport to where you need to go? The teleportation's going to be faster. So does it even matter that they can fly if there's nothing interesting in the air in the first place? It's the same thing with like the wall running stuff on the ground. It's like, okay, but there's like nothing interesting when you're wall running or climbing. You're just moving in a straight line again. It just doesn't look straight, but you're moving in a straight line. Yeah, I know, it has flying and it's not a specific map. But yeah, it's limited to a specific unit. I mean, it's yeah. Like the flying and ToF, they're limited to like specific unit kits, but that's its own other thing. I mean, yeah, everything is. It's a fucking gacha game. What isn't predatory? It's not a WoA specific thing. It's like just as a whole. It's the genre entirely. It's like no shit. No shit, gacha game predatory. Right? No shit. Right?
Butchered these systems in the name of money, RNG, and just poor design choices. We'll be using examples from both inside and outside the gacha genre, since being a gacha game does not make it exempt from turn-based critique, especially when Hoyoverse is a multi-billion-dollar company, yet some of these turn-based games are made by small teams if not just a single developer. At the end, I'll try to address some counter-arguments and clarify my points, but of course if you disagree, let me know in a constructive way so that people can discuss these topics rather than fighting about them. The reception to my last video was incredibly positive, so hopefully this video will be even better. With all that said, let's talk about why I consider Star Rail an insult to turn-based games. First, let's go over some of the systems that Star Rail has and my issues with them. I'm going to assume that you're familiar with the general combat of Star Rail, so I won't dive too deep into explaining its systems. That way I can talk more about the issues with those systems. Let's start by talking about type weaknesses. To be clear, I'm talking about when an enemy has elements above their toughness bar, indicating which elements reduce their toughness and cause them to become broken. So what is the point of type weakness? Generally speaking, weaknesses are a way to make fights more engaging, as it makes the player think more about how to approach each fight. Oftentimes, the player also comes with weaknesses, meaning the fight...
with Mugen though, it's like, Ananta, weird name. I'm very skeptical, and here's the other thing too. With how WoA has created some of the stuff in WoA as well, they've ruined things to like the point where like now any game that's going to have some sort of creature collection mechanic in them, I'm extremely wary and skeptical of it, because I did not think you could ruin a creature capture mechanic so badly and like really like just make it awful and not fun to deal with. And then I played WoA. Fucking echoes are just awful, man. There is nothing that can be redeemed or saved with the echoes and stuff there. There is literally nothing that you can do to fix it. Right? Like, the only way you can, like, actually fix the echo problems, like, again, I'll put that in a review at some point. When I do make it, I have to, like, completely organize the script on that one. But basically, they would have to, like, remove everything. But yeah, like, with WoA, it's like, they have to delete basically the entire game. They can keep the character models. But everything else would have to get deleted. Literally everything else. And, like, what's funny, too, is if they separated echoes from gear and treated the echoes as like a separate pet that you can have accompanying you. No, it's awful, man. If you describe the echo systems to anyone that likes creature collecting games, they are going to they're gonna laugh at you, man. They're not gonna want to even touch it. It's not even like a freaking skill that's even useful, man. And it's like, it's tied to your gear. If they treated it like it was like a Pokemon that you caught, right? And they would have their own separate skill set and abilities, they could honestly have a niche. Because you look at the creature collecting games, right? You look at Pokemon, you look at Pal World, you look at Cassette Beasts, you look at, what was the other one? That people that I think that are like there. And like what? You got Pokemon, right? You got all the cute little animals and stuff, creatures and stuff like that. You got Pikachu. And, like, yeah, cool, but it's not like, you know, it's like a bright and colorful type of thing. Even, like, you know, it's supposed to be, like, the strong, powerful things, right? Like that, right? Like, you got Charizard there as a classic, right? They all have that distinct look. Like, Pal World. You know, you have Pal World, yeah, they have fucking guns, but you have these cute, big, anthropomorphic critters here. Like this, right? And then we have, like, guns and stuff on them, right? So we have this look, but it still gives you like Pokemon-esque vibes, right? You have stuff like what else is there? Like Cassette Beasts, right? They're like these little cute little creatures here that turn into like video cassette things. What was the other one as well? What's like that other one that was like going around a couple years back? I forgot his name. Temtem, yeah, Temtem. Again, you get all these cute little creatures and stuff like that, right? I forgot the name. It's just been so long, man. I forgot the name. It's like, I know what I was thinking. I was thinking of Temtem. I'm like, what was the name again? I forgot about it because it's just been a while. Right? Because, like, the other ones I'm thinking of are more recent than Pokemon is Pokemon. Even that, like, even Digimon, man. I did not play it. Like, Digimon, like, this is more of, like, the cooler Pokemon vibes. But not quite the Pokemon vibes there. But again, it's like, they look like this. But then you look at, like, the Woowa monsters and stuff like that. Right? What if instead you had this big hulking monster type of thing? Right? You know? You have, like, those ones. You have, like, a grimmer, darker color palette. And you would collect those critters instead. And then you would have them fight each other or whatever. I think if they went after that type of approach and, like, tried to make something interesting around that, they could at least have an interesting niche. I think this is Agumon. I think this is Agumon. I don't really know Digimon stuff. I didn't grow up with Digimon. But, like, I think that's an Agumon or something. I don't know. I don't know the names. But, like, yeah. Like, that aside, though, it's like the wasted potential there. Right? If they didn't make them gear and made them, like, its own separate thing that you could have. Like, you have, like, 3 character slots. They could have had the 4th one being, like, you caught an Echo. You could have the Echo fight with you. And you could have, like, all the different types of enemies or whatever. You could then have, like, you would actually be able to see them around and stuff. That could be cool. Right, what do you consider peak turn based gacha? Sure, go send it. Send it on Discord though, cause it's Twitch is gonna block it. You'll have to send it to me on Discord. But yeah, no, I don't play it. Yeah, you're getting rewards. We're in the category, but I'm not actually playing it. It's because of this video. The 3 reacts were just gonna be in this category. But yeah, no, I'm never gonna play. It's just that for the lulz, because it's related to this, we might as well be in the category for the lulz.
Fight isn't just about what you're fighting, but also whether the enemy can exploit any potential gaps in your lineup. A great example of type weaknesses in games is Pokemon. Now, I know this isn't
Pokemon is crazy with all those weaknesses, man.
A gacha game, but hear me out for just a second. As most people know,
there is a Pokemon gacha though. It's called Pokemon Masters.
All Pokemon moves have
and like you can buy eggs in Pokemon Go, which is like still you're gachaing for what you get when you hatch them, right? But yeah. Wizardry variants Daphne? I don't know what that is.
Have an element, and Pokemon have elemental weaknesses. Let's take a look at this dynamic by taking a look at 2 of the Elite 4 in Pokemon Emerald. The second fight is against Phoebe and her lineup of Ghost Pokemon. Now, since we want to be prepared, we need to bring something that can deal with Ghost types. Looking at Ghost matchups, we can see that our best options are to use Ghost moves or Dark moves. We now need to consider that if we bring a Ghost type ourselves, we will also take double damage, since we also have weaknesses. This means that we would prefer to find a non-Ghost type who knows a Ghost move which comes with its own problems, or bring a Dark type, though we may need a better strategy to deal with Sableye. Since we need the same team for the whole Elite 4, we can't just bring 6 Dark or Ghost Pokemon. Up next is Glacier, with her lineup of Water and Ice Pokemon. This presents a slightly different problem, where all of her Pokemon are Ice, but since 3 come with Water as well, Fire Pokemon are not able to have a lot of presence against her. Considering our previous fight, we could choose to bring someone like Banette or Dusclops, who are Ghost Pokemon that can also learn Will-O-Wisp, a fire move. This means they can help in the fight against Phoebe, while also providing some fire coverage against Glacier, without carrying the weakness against water moves. Or instead, we could look into its other weaknesses, being fighting, rock, and steel. As you can hopefully see, fights aren't just about bringing the biggest, strongest thing. It's about checking what the Elite Four has, and how you can best prepare to fight against them.
There's other things to consider too, like movement priority, like what bracket you are in, speed tiers, right? Environmental conditions and hazards if you play with that. And this is just talking about like regular playthrough. if you're gonna take it further to like competitive Pokemon, the shit gets even crazier, especially in doubles when you have like other strategies like using a Pokemon with Intimidate. Both of the enemy's Pokemon will get intimidated, and they'll have their attack cut. Right? Then like also like strategies like on like when to block and protect stuff, when to like use stuff like redirection moves like Rage Powder or Follow Me and stuff. You have things like after you, which can make an ally go first, like Helping Hand, right? If to like boost an ally's attack, ally switch to switch places with an ally, all sorts of like crazy shit. Yeah, oh yeah, I see it. I see the video link here. But yeah. It's when your friend's doing a DPM running. Oh, I see.
Pokemon has this risk-reward
But yeah.
gameplay that
But then there's also just like defensive typing, right? Because like with Pokemon, you can have a Pokemon like Blissey. Right, we have Blissey here. Right, the fattest Pokemon that ever is, like that ever was. Right, these are its stats. Right, it's a normal type. So let's see if we can find the type chart. Right, Blissey is a normal type. So it's weak to fighting type moves, right? 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 It should be weak to normal to fighting type moves, right? Wrong. Because it's not weak to fighting type moves. It's weak to physical moves when you look at its defensive stats. If I go in and use a Focus Miss, and I don't miss my Focus Miss on a Blissey, and it hits, it's not gonna do shit to Blissey. But if I go hit Blissey with, like, any physical move, it's just gonna die immediately. It doesn't even have to be fighting type. This thing is not weak to fighting. Blissey is weak to special move, not special, to physical moves. Because it only has 10 defense, but it has 135 special defense, right? Like, if you go hit it with, like, an Aura Sphere or, like, a Focus Miss, or, like, it's just not gonna do shit. Right? The same thing, if I hit it with, like, Psychic, it's not gonna do damage, but if I hit it with a Psy Shock, or a Psy Strike, because it's a special move that does physical damage, this thing's gonna die in one hit. Because, yeah, you have things like that. But then there's also, like, when you move in the turn order because of speed, right? And then there are different ways you can increase and lower your speed, right? You can do things like tricking an Iron Ball to your target. You can use, like, a Tailwind to double your speed. You can use a speed boosting move, or an ability to get your speed to go up, right? You can use Trick Room to add, to change everyone's speed to 10,000, and then subtract their base speed stat, so, like, the values overflow, and it reverses the turn order in practice. Unless you're like Regieleki and you used Agility 3 times, then regardless if Trick Room is up or not, you're always gonna go first. Because Pokemon speed mechanics are crazy. But yeah, that's like a fun fact if you didn't know. The way Trick Room works is it does not make the slowest Pokemon go first. It instead changes every Pokemon's speed stat to 10,000. And then it subtracts their actual natural speed stat from 10,000. The problem is the way the game stores data, it can only store 8,192 bits of data. So all the values will just overflow. So basically, you subtract 8,192 from that number there. If it's like any number over 8,192 will overflow back to 0. But if you're underneath that number, you won't overflow back to 0. And then you'll end up with like an 8,000 speed Regieleki because of Trick Room. Its mechanics are crazy. But like that's its own other thing there.
encourages you to come prepared, and you are rewarded for doing so. It's not a recommendation, it's a core principle that makes the player feel accomplished when they're able to overcome the opposition, not through gambling and spending money, but through skill expression and preparation. And for anyone saying, nah, just use Master Ball on Rayquaza, let's just remember the Elite Four is level 46 to 58. If we were 12 levels above the enemies in MOC 12, since you catch Rayquaza at level 70, it would also be a joke, and vice versa. If the Elite Four was level 70, Rayquaza wouldn't just be sweeping every time. Speaking of Memory of Chaos, we can pretend that the enemies have weaknesses, but in reality, these no longer matter. You just bring Firefly, Rapper, Acheron, Boothill, and others to just implant or straight out ignore weaknesses. That level of engagement and prep needed for a boss just isn't there anymore. Adding on to that, the fact we as the player have no weaknesses, there really isn't a reason to not bring these units. And knowing Star Rail, the issue will only get worse. As a side note, a game I mentioned last week, Heaven Burns Red, also does not have weaknesses on the player's side. However, resistances are vital, since if you use a unit that deals slash damage against an enemy with slash resistance, not only do you deal significantly less damage, but you are physically unable to fill up your OD gauge. You may be wondering, what is the OD gauge and why is that important? Well, to talk about that, we need to address another problem with Star Rail, and that is the speed mechanic. I feel like people don't talk about the issues with speed.
Yeah, the Dentage one character not to be restricted to element, this is what you get. There's a reason elementals should exist, exactly. Honestly though, like, turn-based and gotchas are just always gonna be kind of shit, regardless. Because of, like, how the stuff is going to end up working.
Enough.
Let's
now,
be
most
real.
turn-based games follow a simple formula of you attack, opponent attacks, and this back and forth continues until the end of battle. This is
Unless you're Pokemon, which everyone attacks at the same time, but instead whatever happens first depends on speed. And priority bracket. Well, priority bracket and then speed tiers. But like, yeah. Yeah, they learned that the hard way 8 years ago. Yeah, the shit's just never going to work nicely. It's never going to work. It never will. Especially when, like, you can just buy more power. And they want to introduce elemental resist to the game, yeah. Because how the hell do you add actual depth and variety there, rather than just everyone using whatever is the strongest? And using everything to solve the same problem. It just doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't really work. Right? And, like, there are other ways and other tactics you can have in there as well. Like, honestly, like, the most interesting thing I've still seen in a turn-based game, period, is whatever they have going on in Caligula Effect. Like, if you ever get the chance, I do recommend trying this game. The Caligula Effect, or the sequel. It is, like, very unique with how it handles turn-based combat. Because, like, you basically have this system here, where all of your actions, it has an animation to it, right? And your enemies have an animation to it as well. All of your actions can be countered and blocked. Same with the enemies' actions. They can all be countered and blocked. But you have to position when the animations play out to kind of counter and deal with whatever the enemy's doing during their animations. There's no turns. Instead, it's animations will play out at specific times, and you have to plan and coordinate accordingly. You'll have, like, different things as well, where, like, you can have some attacks to send an enemy into the air. You can knock them up. You have attacks that will only work if a target is airborne, and you can do stuff with there. You have attacks that can slam abilities again that you have to time out to slam things down to the ground. And then when they're on the ground, if they're knocked down, you have different things that would work on there, but wouldn't work if they were, like, standing normally. The thing is, like, incredibly, crazily deep with how that stuff works. Especially because you have to line everything up, right? And if you screw things up or you get a miss, your entire chain of everything will just break apart. And, like, you'll have to, like, organize and coordinate that between your entire party, right? You can kind of see what the enemies might do while you're setting up your specific chain here, but like, again, they can still counter it, and they might change if you change a different action later on. So it's like you have to be, like, very strategic and really pay attention to it. It makes the game a lot more interesting if you, like, do stuff completely underleveled. Because, like, it makes it with this system. you can go fight bosses like 10, 20, 30 levels under leveled, and if you're smart about how you're planning it, and like you're strategizing properly, you can beat it. It's gonna be extremely difficult, but you can do it. But like you have to be very careful with everything. It's actually really cool there, especially if you play it on like a harder difficulty. This type of game. And the same thing applies to their sequel to this one. I don't think I've seen any other turn-based game do anything similar to this one. Yeah, it's really crazy system there. But yeah, probably the most unique one I've seen. Just straight up.
This is the case for many of the original Final Fantasy games, Persona games, and we even see it in
Okay, I
gacha
see you
games
sent me
like
another
Fate
link
Grand
for a
Order,
video.
STSGC, and Reverse 1999. Admittedly, that can be somewhat boring, although it's worth noting these games will aim to make up for that through various other combat features and design choices.
Yep.
Speed is not inherently bad as a stat, and the previously mentioned Pokemon also does have speed as a stat. So
Yep.
why is it a problem in Star Rail? Well, it comes in two forms: the acquisition of speed and the modification of speed. So what does that even mean? Let's look at the acquisition of speed, which refers to how we increase our base speed outside of battle. This is mostly done through relics, either from a set bonus, substat, or boot's main stat. The issue is not just the fact that relics are all RNG, but also how you are required to meet specific values that are not in your control, but that allow you to have multiple cycles where you can attack twice before the enemy can even go once.
Yeah, so it's just all gear RNG, rep.
This is why we build characters to meet certain breakpoints, such as 134 speed, as this is the lowest that you can have to move twice on turn 1, and over the course of 15 cycles will provide 5 extra turns, with 136 speed giving 6 extra turns. The problem is even more exaggerated on DPS characters, since while you only usually look to hit 134, you also need large amounts of crit rate, crit damage, and some attack percent. Of course, crit DPS aren't quite as hard to build unless your name is Boothill, but this problem then gets even worse when we move on to the second part of it, the modification of speed. This refers to the ways that speed can be modified in battle. This can be done in many ways.
That does not look like fun to deal with all this gear stuff.
Such as skills, ultimates, and light cone passives. The issue here should be quite obvious, but this core mechanic of the game that is already gatekept behind RNG is now being further gatekept behind money. People keep pretending that everyone has an S5 dance, when many people don't even have one of them. And unless everyone has forgotten, after Danhang's banner in February of 2024, this was not a rate up 4-star until Aglaya's banner nearly a full year later. This also assumes you're even pulling on the weapon banner, which if you're free to play, I don't know where you find the pools to be pulling weapons. Getting back on track, my point is that we have yet another mechanic that could have been something fun to experiment with, and have multiple builds where we want more speed for some bosses, more raw damage for others. But instead, the solution is just have both, Omega lol, and this game expects you to have both. We see hypercarry teams that use Robin and Sunday that just don't allow the enemy to have a turn, which also requires speed tuning, which continues to compound the problem even more. Speed tuning is not skill-based. It's not some smart solution to a problem. It's a mandatory optimization locked behind RNG to artificially get you to play the game more. While getting a 0 cycle does 100% take a level of skill, let's not pretend it doesn't also require monetary investment and amazing relic RNG to even be possible. I won't use Pokemon as an example of how to do speed well, since we spoke about it previously. If you're familiar with EVs, IVs, and nature, then hopefully
oh boy, these things, yes. But the thing is, there are ways to re-roll this stuff after. You can get a mint to change your nature. You can bottle cap to get your max IVs. And then the EVs, you just buy drugs at the drugstore to get all the EVs you want.
you'll understand that that system is infinitely better. So let's continue where we left off with Heaven Burns Red. So earlier I mentioned it was important to consider the enemy's resistance, because if you attack an enemy that resists your damage type, you can't fill up the OD gauge. This is a bar that fills up when you attack the enemy, and outside of some specific skills and buffs, you will fill this up the fastest through basic attacks. The way you generally play this game is by stalling out the enemy until you can generate lots of skill points to allow your team to funnel buffs into your main DPS. You can build up up to 3 bars of OD, at which point you will gain 1, 2, or 3
I think
additional
he's showing
turns based on the amount
Heaven's Burn
consumed,
Red
and 5,
something.
12, or 20
I
additional
don't
skill
know.
points.
I don't
This is
play these
then when
games.
you would stack on your final buffs and delete the enemy health bar. Notice again how this requires you to interact with the game's mechanics to succeed, and encourages boss knowledge that can't just be ignored with money or amazing luck. This game does have a gearing system, but there is significantly less RNG, and building the OD gauge is not buffed through substats, but through equipping gear that you
Good story,
craft,
bad
which will
gotcha, okay.
always have the passive you selected, not one of 2 different sets like in Star Rail. While I would love to glaze the game even more, this is not the video for that, and we still have one more topic I want to talk about. It's time to cover boss mechanics. Just like
Boss
with type
mechanics, oh
weaknesses,
boy.
boss mechanics are a way to make fights feel more engaging and interesting for the player. I think the best way to talk about this is to give examples of what Star Rail calls mechanics, then talk about how other turn-based games do actual mechanics. We're going to start by breaking down the first phase of Incarnation of Strife on MOC12. Also, I just want to say, if you've 3-starred MOC12 against this boss and you don't even know the mechanics I'm going to talk about, that perfectly exemplifies my issue with the lack of boss mechanics, since new shiny units can just ignore this, while older units, even if you play to the mechanics, will not clear without insane investment, both in terms of relics and duplicates and light cones. Also, support power creep is still power creep. Stop saying that your Jing Yuan cleared when in reality your Sunday and Robin or RMC dragged his lifeless corpse to the finish line. With that said, let's break down Strife. In the first phase, Lance of Fury will spawn 4 enemies that are copies of your team. Your team will have their health cut in half, and damaging their respective clone will restore a portion of this missing health. This would be an interesting mechanic, aside from the fact it doesn't actually matter. Your goal is to kill everything in front of you, and this mechanic doesn't change that. It doesn't change how you play, especially when this strategy of kill the little guys, then burst the big guy is the same for Swarm, Senior Staff Team Leader, who's just a bigger Automation Grizzly, Fury Praetor, Automation Gatekeeper, Pule, and many, many more. More than half the elite and bosses in floors 10 to 12 have this trait. It's like if I hand you a steak and say you can eat it, but on one condition. You have to chew.
Boy.
Like, yeah, no shit. If I don't, I'll choke and potentially die. You're not asking me to do anything I wasn't already going to do. With that in mind, let's keep going and see if there's anything else. All realms leveled, all legions to dust. World splitting spine, survivors unto dead waters, pyre of high graves, and ruination of night and light are all just basic attacks of various types. They don't do anything except deal damage like any other enemy.
Do you recommend just playing for the story if you want the feels? Yeah, for
This
me,
is
I don't
fine,
really
since
care.
even bosses should have regular attacks.
I'm never
We also
gonna
have
play it
2 talents
anyways.
that I will summarize. Flawless
want the
Protector
feels.
is what provides the boss with War Armor, which is the 7 stacks next to the boss's HP. Whenever you hit the boss, 1 stack is removed. After the boss takes their turn, all stacks are refreshed. When the stack count reaches 0, the boss takes damage, and the unit that removed that last stack regenerates some energy. While that sounds great and all on paper, this mechanic is still just hit the boss a lot. The second talent is Valorous Death before Glorious Return. After the boss uses Calamity Eternal, the boss gains 12 stacks of Titanic Corpus, which when depleted will cause the boss to take damage, delay their next action, and regenerate some energy for the team. Your team is all given a stack of Glory, which increases damage dealt and energy regenerate. To reduce those stacks, you hit the boss, but now you reduce 2 stacks. So in other words, he has 6 instead of 7. See how this still not has changed the fight in any way? Sure, you can save your Pillar and Aventurine ult to use on the same turn as your DPS ult, but even if you could save like 2 full cycles through optimization, that doesn't matter when it still takes you 8 cycles. And this is only one side. It feels so unrewarding when I can explain these mechanics and take advantage of them, yet if you just pull the new unit and throw money at the problem, you can literally auto the fight and get a faster clear.
You can just auto it. Yeah, just throw money at the problem and you just auto it. This is why I'm like, the content in these games are never going to matter, man. Because the reality is, they do it this way, so you just throw money at the problem. Yeah, if it gets there, though.
So how, in my opinion, could we make bosses have more meaningful mechanics? Well, since I know most people don't want to read mechanics and have to use more than 7 brain cells to learn a boss, let's look at a boss that brings together all 3 systems we've spoken about today, which, if it was a gacha game, you could kill the boss with raw damage, but by following the mechanics, you can use a whole list of restrictions on yourself and still clear. Let's talk about Madarame from Persona 5 Royal. This is a 2-phase fight at the end of the second palace. In the first phase, you fight 5 paintings, with the gimmick that if they don't all die on the same turn, they respawn with a portion of their max health. So just bring AoE, right? Well, actually, no. You see, the problem is that all parts have a different weakness, and since weakness plays a huge role in this game, allowing you to use Baton Pass, a mechanic that rewards the player for finding enemy weaknesses and provides additional damage, this also encourages you to prepare for the fight by having coverage over a lot of elements. Instead of focusing entirely on the best personas, you're given the tools to build multiple teams to find the best solution to the presented problem. In this phase, the eyes are there to buff the boss and debuff the player. The nose deals magical damage and the mouth deals physical damage. What's more important is the attacks they all share. They all have a chance to cover one party member in ink, making them vulnerable to all damage types. The other move is the ability to revive fallen pieces of the painting. This adds another layer to the fight, since the boss will focus less on attacking and more on reviving itself, shifting your strategy from just kill everything in front of me
Unfair
to
comparison,
weaken all the pieces, then take them out in a single turn. Moving to the second phase, the boss summons 4 clones that all have a single target attack and an attack buff. They all have different weaknesses.
Difference in turn-based for full game and gacha, I mean, you can still make it work. You can still make it work, though. You still can. Like, you can still make it work. Like, you can. But yeah, in some mechanics for full game just can't work. I mean, you can, if you simplify things down. Like, here's the thing. Have you seen the original games they ripped off for Star Rail's combat? Like, have you seen? They could literally just have different parts and stuff like that, and different things to break it down or whatever. Right, you can have things where you have to identify the target there. I guess you can't have positioning, because they got rid of positioning from there. They could have things like where you need to prepare for characters getting knocked down or whatever, too. Raining heavily, yeah. Just talking about examples you use. Yeah, fair enough.
Weaknesses based on their color, with the boss himself having no weaknesses. Unlike in Star Rail, these enemies can't just be cleared with AoE trash damage. You need to target their weaknesses to make use of Baton Pass yet again to be able to take down the boss. Focusing the summons won't end the fight, but focusing the boss will cause your party to fall by the hand of those summons, requiring a more nuanced approach to the fight that balances these two aspects. Hopefully this has been an insightful view on my issues with Star Rail being a turn-based game, but not actually developing any of these pre-existing systems, instead butchering them and making them all feel redundant or as a way to extract more money and artificial playtime from the consumer. Now, to address some counter arguments before we go, Pokemon and Persona aren't gacha games. You're right, but Hoyoverse isn't an indie developer and has more than enough money to improve their...
I mean, you can't make full-on weakness typing Pokemon use on gacha. You can. You can. But a multi-million company, they can do what it makes it work, yeah. You can, though. You know Pokemon has insane power creep, right? You know you know how crazy Pokemon power creep is, like, in like, just Gen 9 alone? It was so bad that fucking Terrakion almost went to untiered in Gen 9. It was hilarious seeing the strongest of the Swords of Justice from Gen 5 almost fall to untiered. It was just pure hilarious. This competitive Pokemon is hilarious, man. Oh, it's pay to win because you need to have the games to catch the Pokemon. It's because a lot of the Pokemon are locked behind other things, other games. Right? If you want to have every single Pokemon to be usable, you need to have literally every fucking game. well, not every game, but like you would need to have both versions of the generations and previous versions of the games, so you can transfer stuff over. You would also, and then especially when they added DLC, you need to have DLC as well for DLC specific Pokemon. And that's not even including the time you have to spend farming EVs and IVs. And yeah, just hack it. Yeah, hacking is easier. Exactly. Not allowed in competitive, but there's a way, man. It's been a hot topic though. I can hack any like competitive Pokemon in like 10 minutes and make it pass every single check. I know how to do it. It's not hard. But yeah, there's like someone taking 1,000 hours. Oh yeah, and then like yeah, and then like that's not even that crazy, man. Like on how bad it is. Yeah, hack Pokemon, good old days. But yeah, like the reality is people just end up hacking. It's super tedious and annoying. Oh wait, I did see. I was just grabbing the thing for something else, but yeah.
Game. Notice how they only released news about meaningful improvements after Wuthering Waves 2.0, and even Chinese fans are complaining. These improvements aren't being announced because they made poor decisions and feel the players deserve better. It's because they were at risk of losing money. Pokemon and Persona aren't mobile games. Also correct. But besides the fact that Persona is...
I mean, there's literally 3 Pokemon mobile games. 4, there's like the Pokemon 5. There's Pokemon Sleep. There's the Cafe Mix. There's the Pokemon Unite. There's the Pokemon Go. Oh wait, no, there's another one. We have 6. The other one is the what's it called? Pokemon Masters EX. We're at 6. These is like official Pokemon games. Right? No, 7. We had Pokemon TCG. 7. We include TCG. The Pokemon Home app you can spend money on, that makes it 8, right? And soon they're gonna have a 9th one when they release Pokemon Champions with like all the the competitive battling stuff. Yeah, I already said Pokemon Sleep. Don't worry, I already said that. But yeah, and then we had the list there why you hate Nintendo more. Yeah.
Is also on Nintendo Switch, which really isn't much better than a modern phone. Pokemon was made on hardware that was...
No, Pokemon, the Switch is not even better than a modern phone. Here's the thing. Pokemon on the Switch's specs is comparable to like a phone from like 2013. A flagship phone from 2013 has similar specs to the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, at the end of the day, what makes you happy, right? But like, yeah, the thing is, you have to remember what I said. For some people, it's just good enough. Pokemon is like just the most valuable franchise on the planet, period. It's the most valuable IP by a lot.
Already outdated by the time you were born, so being on mobile is not an excuse. Also, we see in Wuthering Waves, they're implementing features that are unique to PC because they acknowledge there's a PC audience. Why can't Star Rail do the same? Not everyone wants to deal with mechanics, and that's fair. but that's why I mentioned Madarama. He's a boss where in theory you can ignore the mechanics and just be so strong that he dies anyway. But if you choose to fight him on the game's terms, you are greatly rewarded for doing so. We don't need to implement mechanics that make it so that you can't enjoy the fight by just slamming your keyboard, but implement mechanics so that people who are willing to go the extra mile and learn them can get equal results with less. Star Rail is a casual game. Maybe I need a gambling addiction to understand this.
You're not a fan of Pokemon anymore. You used to play some Pokemon MMOs, but never spit on the Nintendo game. Fair enough.
But I play 5 gacha games right now, and I play them all free to play. I do not own any monthly passes or battle passes. Some might say I should be the only motherfucker getting praised, but last I checked, casual games are meant to be relaxing experiences with low grinding and brain-dead content. Not hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of investment and 3 endgame modes that aren't skill-based almost at all, and instead of giving the player any real skill expression, you just throw money at it. And for the slop comments like, well, I'm having fun, sounds like a skill issue, sounds like broke to me, etc, etc. Look, if you enjoy the game, I am genuinely happy for you. Play the games you want to play. But can we stop being allergic to having a better game? When people critique Elden Ring, people might disagree, but they're always open to the idea of improving the game, even though it literally won Game of the Year and is considered one of the greatest games of all time. So let's stop pretending Star Rail has no issues, voice our opinions, and if we agree, perfect, let's give that feedback. And if we disagree, let's discuss why it's not good and how we can find a better solution. Anyway, that's enough for me. This video has already gone on much longer. It could always be better.
Okay. Alright, let's go grab the other video then. Damn, this guy's video blew up. Too bad he's not gonna get a single cent from this one. Because he does not have the 1K subscribers to even get monetized. That's crazy. This dude can't even get monetized. He had that thing blow up, and then that's it. He got really lucky with that one. Yeah, it's like nothing, and then he got lucky, and then, yeah. They rarely overhaul, yeah. And they don't fix problems either. It's very rare when they actually do fix actual issues. At most, you're lucky if they give you a band-aid. What the fuck is this? What is this? What am I looking at? This is not in English. Am I just looking at some sort of menu simulator? Is this like 3 emulators or something running the game? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at here. 3 browser windows. Oh. I mean, here's the thing, man. Right, well, the conditions are becoming better. They're reducing the number of pennies to get character. That's not gonna fix anything, man. You forgot his game is in Japan. Ignore it. Okay. Yeah, because, like, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I just see a bunch of things being clicked on. I guess it's a cheat sheet. Maybe. Ignore the second video? Okay. That one is also in JP? Alright. But yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Is the top... The right top is the grid? Okay. So this is just the equipment? Okay, this is the equipment for the team. Okay. Can't be. Alright. The different grid for different conditions. Okay, very precise. Yeah, understandable. I probably should stop because I think I'm gonna get copyright here. It's like, yeah. It's like this team is only good in this raid and dog shit everywhere else. Yeah, I've seen that type of stuff, and not even just that thing. Like in other games. Heck, why don't we like again? Like, can go to one of my old videos. We're gonna go to a really old video of what I actually used to post, but then I unlisted like a long time ago. Let's go. We're gonna go all the way back to the past of stuff that was on my channel before I delisted them. And it would actually get a bunch of views on these things. You can actually see some of the view counts here. What's a good one to pick up here? We got stuff like this thing. Oh yeah, that's like... Which do I want to grab? What was like my highest that I've ever done in one of these? Oh, okay, I guess I already stopped playing the game by this point, I think. Was it this point? Or was it even further? Ignore that thing. Ignore that video there. I'm never gonna play it. I guess it was. I already quit by that point. That game is gonna EOS in like a week. We might actually log into my old account in that if I can. I haven't logged into it in literally years. So like this one. I was literally top player in this game. Like, at the top of like global, like, not just global, but like global as in every fucking region. Leaderboards I would be at the top at. Right? So like the way this stuff would work, this is like one of the contents here. This is like one of the big boss stuff in here. I would talk about different strategies and stuff on like Discord and other places. This was years ago. This is a video from 2021. Oh yeah, this is like before I quit. This is probably the last video I ever did of this one. Right? The music from here I play in the background is not from this game, but whatever. So basically, the way this shit would work, you had different mechanics depending on the boss, right? You would have to like set 8, you have 8 characters in a party you have to build up for like, for this content is different than others. Right? You would have 4 that you would put on automatic slot, and then 4 you would manually control. Each character would have at least 4 skills. There's like a special limited use charge skill you can see here. And then they each have 3 regular skills down here that have unlimited uses, but they have cooldowns and stuff. This character specifically in particular that I would use as my main damage dealer here. This one actually had a specific skill that actually changes her attacking mode. So it goes from like, it has like 2 different modes there for the skills. They're like different types of stuff you would build on in equipment in order to like do this type of stuff. For example, like, yeah, like magic and physical damage, stuff like that. I played this back in the day. I was literally in the rank 1 guild worldwide. Right? I was in the best guild in the game at the time, like when people actually played this shit. Right? Like you can even look through like what's her name? Shell. She didn't change her name. I haven't talked to her in like literally forever. Wait, no? Oh, here she is. Oh, she shortened her name. Okay. If we go back like a long, we're gonna go years back. We might be able to find my account in some of these videos. If we go like back really far, we're gonna go back like years on her channel. Alright, I'll see you around then. Not 20 years, man. Where, wait, did she even keep her guild runs? Or guild run stuff? I basically helped her talk about that with her review on this stuff and this one. Because I would have, I had, like, my stuff heavily focused on single target content. And, like, these were basically the dominant forces. Best physical single target damage here. Best magic single target damage here. For some reason, they both had the same class. But, like, they would use both, they would use, when we were, like, doing the content back then, they would either use, the guild would either use, what's this? A clip. Ooh. Well, thanks for the raid, sons. Oh boy. I probably should cut the music there. I don't know, I played a random clip music, old ass clip. I don't know, man. I had to temporarily mute the audio there. Cause, thing. What is this? Alright, I'll see you around. Okay, clip is over. Good. But yeah, anyways, we'll keep digging through, see if we can find it. She didn't keep it. Never mind. I thought she would keep the runs. She didn't. She deleted them. She deleted, like, most of the old content here. Oh, that's a rip, man. She deleted them. I thought I could, like, pull it up, where, like, my account was even shown. Because, like, she would, like, use it and stuff. But, unfortunately, I guess that's not the case. She purged a lot of that old crap. Good luck with her on her stuff. I haven't talked to her in literally years and stuff like that. Because, basically, it was like, I think it was like October 2021 is like when everyone just basically gave up entirely. And, like, everyone just went their ways in the guild. But, like, it was, like, the rank 1 guild and shit at the time. In the game. But anyways, like, how stacked it was is, like, this was, like, one of the runs I would do. And I would, like, always, like, constantly reset to get better runs and stuff. Right? So, like, this is, like, one of the bosses here. I think I have other ones I could show. Yeah, she's playing another dead game. I basically, like, came up with this other, like, innovation here, this strat here. Because normally what would happen is this unit over here had a DPS mode and then, like, a crowd control mode. Default it's the crowd control mode, then it switches into DPS mode. What I would do instead for the first, like, almost 30 seconds on this fight is stay in crowd control mode and then use certain abilities and reset the cooldown of my CC just so I can get an extra knockdown. Because the way the thing works on this boss is every time it's knocked down, it gets a massive, like, its weakness stat is, like, is increased and it takes significantly more damage. And, like, it has its defense stat lowered as well. So you can get, like, extra damage off. And I would basically use this and manipulate the stuff and use these abilities to manipulate this, this bar here to knock it down. Its stagger bar. And while managing all this other stuff here and keeping all these things in mind. Right? But yeah. But yeah, I mean, have that stuff going on there. As you can imagine, though, like, cooldowns are not even working properly because I had stuff, like, heavily optimized in a way to, like, have cooldowns being reduced at an insane pace. Like, to, like, get things to refresh like crazy fast. At a point. Oh yeah, like, DPS is shut down. It takes significantly more damage. But, like, I have to plan it, especially when I use these special burst abilities, because they have a long animation. But they give massive damage buffs. So it's like I have to, like, really be careful with that thing. Right. But like the thing just keeps going for a bit, and then right, this is my ranking in the worldwide ranking when after this clear, right? So it goes through, you know, I do the thing, I knock it down. Right, my ranking in the world was 3. Right, this is like including the JP whales, including the Korean players. Rank 3. Right? Like, I would have these. Occasionally, I have gotten rank 1 back when I played this shit. Right? Because, like, I would do, like, all sorts of crazy stuff. No, not free to play, no. I was in, like, the freaking largest guild in the, like, not the largest, but, like, the best guild in the game at the time. And it was not just this content I would do this type of stuff on. There was, like, another one as well. I was, like, my account was heavily optimized and focused on building stuff for single target damage. So, like, that boss, that, like, giant fortress thing was weak to magic damage. Do I have another great video for, like, the physical one? Did I save one thing there? Let me try and see if I can find something. Like, I would have, like, a couple updates here and there when I would make, like, changes and improvements. I would do that occasionally. I think it was... Let's see, let me see if I can find one for physical. I guess that was, like, this was at a time where, like, they didn't do too much changes to it at this time. But, like, there's this one instead. So this one would have mechanics where it would, like, lower crit rate and stuff, constantly spam debuffs and everything. If you don't hit specific hit count requirements to deal with one of the mechanics, it would spawn mobs. And, like, one of the things you would use would be to increase your damage, but only on a single target, so to be quick about that. And again, you would have to knock it down and control its stagger gauge to then, like, optimally use your special abilities and everything. Different set of units here, but some of the strongest supports, they don't change regardless. Was this one where... Oh yeah, I remember this one was funny. It got to a point where in the meta, like, shit was super competitive. People were, like, trying to figure out how the hell do we stop using tanks? Because, like, there's none of the characters in here is in the knight class, which was the tank class. That's a mech class, that's mage, that's archer, that's priest, 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 that's warrior. Right? Warrior, mech, mage, and then literally archer, and then half of the roster is just priests. And I had to, like, come up with a weird strat to, like, force it so my DPS doesn't die because they're in melee. I had to, like, do weird cheese mechanics so they don't get, like, one shot. Here's the thing though, this is like a 5.5 minute fight. I had to, like, manipulate and set this up in a way where, like, they would just not die. They would, like, fall down to, like, 5 HP, but then they would heal up again and not die. I basically had, I think it was this character over here. She had an effect where, the highest, attack target would, what was it called again? Highest attack would be, basically couldn't die, as long as they had the buff up. So I had to use a bunch of stuff to reduce the cooldown of her big attack boosting skill. And then she had an upgrade you can get where she can target the 2 highest attack. So I had to manipulate stats where the DPS and this character over here had the highest attack. The problem is this character and this character over here buffs the highest attack ally based on their attack stat. So I had to do some weird manipulation and trickery with some of these. And then there was, like, another one as well that had something else for, like, a different buff. They had, like, different types of buffs and stuff going around. Some of the units in this roster is different than the other one. I had, like, to do, like, all sorts of crazy shit, right? But, like, they had a specific set of gear that was exclusive to this one compared to the other one I would, like, have to set up for. Like, especially because not all of them use the same stats according, like, the same way. I think there was, like, one of the characters as well would have, like, fixed attack speed and stuff. Some would have, like, different energy requirements, right? Like, the blue bar here, right? Like, to use the skills, the bar would be, this would have to fill, and a certain amount would get consumed. So I would have to manage and make sure when I'm building them they have enough energy regen as well. All sorts of stuff in there, right? I would have to figure this shit out. And again, like, I had no like voiceover or stuff with this, but I had to make sure I could manipulate this thing to knock down exactly what I wanted to, because otherwise I lose a lot of damage. And I'm like controlling and like managing all of these at the same time. Right, I'm doing this from an Android emulator. Sometimes, like, you notice I use some of the special ultimate abilities at once, but not all of them, because like I'm trying to line them all up to do it like under ideal conditions and stuff like that. Yeah, but like when the thing does that trident stab, that attack right there, I believe it dispelled everything, and then it put a debuff. If you don't hit the stuff 50 times in like, I think it was like 5 or 10 seconds, you would basically have one of the characters would get locked, and they would get sent to like this water prison type thing, and then from there they would have their cooldowns increased by like 500%, and everything would be on cooldown, and it could stack if you don't do it the next time it does that. At the same time, it completely removes all your debuffs when it does that, right? So it's like I had to also be careful that like the guys didn't die after that he got stabbed. And they set up so I can reapply the debuffs in time. Not the debuffs, the buffs in time. But like, yeah. We would have things like this. And then again, it's like I have to like pre-cast some of these things in specific order based on their animation before I do the knockdown. So that when it gets knocked down, I can use it in time and get the full effect of the buff. But yeah. And this is just all to pump all the steroids into the DPS there. All the crazy steroids there for maximum damage. I don't remember what my score was for this run. What was my score for this run? Here we go. Plus 13. So I got, this one was ranked 23 in world for this one. Though I didn't do my second one for the day for this one yet. So I think I just saved like the better one here for this one, because you had to like do 2 runs a day. But yeah, this is like way back when. Okay, why is there a picture of a bunch of store shelves? But yeah, we had that there. And then like there was like guild content. I don't know if like all of it's preserved because like let's see. Let me see if I can find something. Which one do I want to look for that we had? Is this the Lacrial one that I saved? I don't remember which one it was that I wanted to look at. Oh yeah, here. This is like one boss here. This is like one of like the crazy bosses here. And like this is like a quick like speedrun kill that we needed to do for like the guild thing there. This one I'm controlling 3 units here. The other 4 units in here in this list is controlled by other people in the guild. Right? And this is like a different boss we had to set up and gear for. Did we have a tank for this one? Oh, we did have a tank. I think at one point later on we actually got rid of the tank. And we would make this character tank again. And she's mechanics. But like, the crazy thing was like the way it would work for like the guild battle mode is we had these special bosses that you would do damage to and like you would clear. But it was like there was like a leaderboard between different guilds. And it was like a special achievement if you could get your guild to clear it in 1 key. Because you would have like multiple entries, but each player can only do 1 entry per not 1 entry, 2 entries per weekly season. So like you had to like organize everyone to like focus on specific things. But like it was possible for 2 of the bosses to completely kill them if you were like super optimized in only one entry. And this was like one of them. This was the harder one of the two that you could do it with. But yeah. There was like a different one that was like AoE focused, but I don't have any footage of that one. I was hoping to see if I could find something on that, but... yeah, this thing would have like the boss jump to the back, which, you know, if you're not careful, it could kill your entire back row. And like this one required as well like some creative stats for this one, because it would throw the boomerang, and to like knock it to stagger it instead, you had to basically piss it off by dodging the boomerang swings. So you had to like build dodge stats for this boss. From what I remember, you had to like build dodge. And that's on top of like getting the necessary attacking stats and stuff you need to actually kill it. And like, yeah, it has a big attack that you can't avoid that almost just like, if you don't heal up quickly, you're just dead. You basically just die immediately. And if the character's dead, well, they're dead. But yeah, that would continue going on. But yeah. Alright, and you needed to have like specific stuff built for this one. This was just single target focused. That was one of them. There was a different one with a giant turtle that had a hit count requirement instead. Let me see if I can find that one. It had a hit count requirement to meet for the quota. Do I have Tearfist here? I think that was its name. That was a different boss thingy. I don't think we saved Tearfist. Never mind. I didn't save Tearfist. Never mind, I can't find it. But there was like a giant ice turtle that had a different one that required like strict hit count mechanics instead. And you had to use a different setup with like that was magic focused. Oh well, can't find it. It is what it is. I didn't save it. That would have been from like a couple of years ago. Oh well. Let's go to the next 3 acts then. And we already saw that insult one. Here's this one. How to not kill a game, power creep, Honkai Star Rail. Oh boy. What is this one?
Hi there. With the half-hour-long video crashing out its tutorial out of the way, we can finally get back to our regularly scheduled production. Or so I thought. You see, there was something that a lot of people asked me in my last video that I really hadn't considered that much up until this point. That being that if I hated power creep so much to the point where it's one of the main factors of why I quit Star Rail, how come I play so many gacha games that are notorious for their power creep? I had fully intended to blow off these comments, but then I thought about it for like 2 seconds and very quickly realized that these people have a point.
Someone
How
said
am
this,
I
man.
so willing to just completely blow off Star Rail because it has a shit ton of power creep, but not other games? Especially because within the gacha space, power creep is one of the most prevalent things ever. It's right there next to daily systems and gambling. And you know, they make a good point on paper, and if you only think about it for 2 seconds. Because believe it or not, there is a difference between power creep in general and Star Rail's power creep, or just power creep in any specific game. Hell, there are even times where power creep is a good thing rather than a bad thing. I can go back and look at the history of my now private channel and see where I made a video talking about how Genshin could probably use power creep all the way back in Inazuma. I mean, I'm not gonna play the...
Here's the thing though, Genshin already had power creep back then. These guys were just completely unaware of it and oblivious to the fact. Genshin's already had crazy power creep back then. This guy's a joke, man.
I don't want to hurt any of your ears with my 17-year-old voice, but you know, I'll put it right here. There you go. Look at it. Pretty cool, right? So with that all being said, I think I'm going to make a very fine distinction within this video, because a lot of people hear power creep and they think it's just the boogeyman that'll creep into their favorite games and just absolutely ruin it from the inside out. And I don't think that's necessarily true. Power creep is not inherently a negative thing. It can actually be a really easy way to add some spice into an already existent thing. thing. But like most things in life, it has to be done in moderation. There's a very fine line you have to be able to walk, because if you add too much power creep, it's going to be very hard for a majority of people to keep up with it, and if you add too little power creep, it can result in what I like to call stagnation. I'm assuming a lot of you who watched this video watched my Star Rail video, which means you have some interest in Star Rail, and as we all know, a very significant portion of the Star Rail players also used to play Genshin, so I'm gonna assume a lot of you play Genshin as well. Well, if you did,
not anymore.
Remember that all the way back in the era of Inazuma, we had a very long period of time where it felt like every single character that came out in Genshin was weak in some way, shape, or form, to the point where
unless you pulled them into C6 and then you saw the crazy levels of power creep. I didn't think that way at all, but like, I actually knew where all the power is distributed and how bad it was back then.
Very large portion of the community was complaining about it. It was originally a very silent minority that quickly grew into the majority over the course of Inazuma's
Yeah, they kind of messed up with those starter 4 stars, yeah.
The main reason for contention was Ayaka was a unit that came out in version 2.0 that players have been waiting for a long time, and up until that point, we really hadn't seen that much power creep at all. After the release of Ganyu, Hu Tao, and Zhao, Genshin really didn't see that many new amazing DPSs come out. I mean, sure, Eula was pretty good on release, but she didn't really get crazy out of the scaling of everything else unless you got Constellation. So with Ayaka being the next biggest cryo DPS, players were expecting her to be significantly stronger than Ganyu was, but in the end, she ended up being around similar level, to the point where it's still hotly debated to this day.
Unless you compare max value, because like, reality is C6 Ayaka versus C6 Ganyu. Ayaka way better. C6 Ayaka. Big burst.
Who was stronger, Ganyu or Ayaka? And then there's Yoimiya, who even at peak performance with her dedicated support later on, performs very similarly to Hu Tao, always slightly performing under her. And then
unless she gets C6 on Yoimiya, and then she gets I think it was like 50 or 60% damage increase by being able to fire more arrows because of how her C6 works. These guys don't understand, man. They have like really weird power distribution back then, but they had crazy power creep already back then. They just don't realize that.
And we all know what happened after that. Hell, even the Archon
yeah, where the hell did they come up with March 7 for a name? Yeah.
The region wasn't that impressive at the time. Raiden Shogun was powerful because she gave your team energy. Her damage itself was inherently unimpressive unless you ended up getting her C2 or her weapon. The real value of Raiden Shogun comes from her ability to vastly reduce the amount of energy recharge you need on your team, which instead allows you to invest those stats into your other teammates, which is why Raiden National is one of the best teams at the time, especially because back in this era it wasn't common for older accounts who have so many artifacts they could god roll a character as soon as they pulled them, and then it keeps going from there. Characters like Arataki Ito, who was strong for a grand total of 1 patch before he started to fall off, Ayato, who is very frequently compared to Tartaglia and many people said he underperformed compared to Tartaglia, and finally my personal favorite, Yai Miko versus Fischl, where to this day people still claim that Fischl is better. And I personally believe it. It got so bad that eventually players were just complaining non-fucking stop. The game had begun to stagnate because at this point it legitimately felt like no matter what you pulled, it would just be worse than what you...
Well, that's only because they're only looking at stuff at surface level, man. If they saw freaking C6 Yai what it actually did, they would have seen, no, this is ridiculous. Right? Like, I had that video from back then. I've showed you guys before.
There was no real reason to pull the shiny new toy unless you needed it for some sort of elemental team comp you were building. And players who did end up pulling a character that they liked or wanted were usually disappointed when they just underperformed in comparison to the rest of their teams. With that all being said, I'm sure there's some of you in the comments sitting there typing out like, oh well, if that's the case, then what are you saying? They need to power creep like they did in Star Rail? You're just going against what you say. And that's not inherently true because I don't think that that's what they need needed to do. There are other ways you can introduce power creep to make it more of a slow burn than stagnating your game over the course of a year by refusing to add anything new or interesting. Hell, Genshin ended up figuring it out on their own. With the release of Sumeru, they were able to introduce a new elemental reaction system that was able to heavily buff older characters with the introduction of Dendro. Teams like Hyperbloom and Aggravate became more powerful than they were before, essentially saving units like Kaching and, of course, Yaimiko. Even Raiden Shogun had a little bit of a second win. Ayato, though, Yoimiya, gutter. I haven't even looked at him for a minute. But that's not to say that's the only way you can do it. There's actually a couple other ways. For example, I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a blast from the past here. Tower of Fantasy. Oh yeah, you remember that? Probably in shell shock now. I've actually revisited that game in recent months, planning to make one final review on it before the game ended up getting shut down. Luckily, Hada ended up reopening the servers after claiming ownership of them from Tencent, so we managed to avoid a global shutdown. That being said, I still plan on fully finishing my review. And with that all being said, in the new knowledge I've gathered, Tower Fantasy actually has a pretty interesting way of handling their power creep. Now, I wouldn't blame you if you've heard from other people who play the game, or even YouTubers that make shitty reviews, because my god, there are a lot of them. And not just on Tower Fantasy, just in general. You would think this game has some absolutely disgusting power creep that tucks you into bed before
it's only
setting it on
40%,
fire.
man.
That is kinda true, but also not really. Tower Fantasy does have power creep. And yes, it is a lot of power creep. New units that come out end up doing significantly more damage than their predecessors. However, that's kind of the thing. They only succeed their predecessor. Tower Fantasy's combat system works by having 3 weapons. Each weapon has an archetype and an element. The archetypes are mostly unimportant, seeing as every single fucking unit in the game is a DPS. However, the element is very, very important. You're allowed to have 3 weapons at a time, and because Tower of Fantasy for highest DPS wants you to have mono comps, you're going to want each of these 3 weapons to follow under one single elemental archetype. And seeing as the most powerful weapons are usually the most recent ones, that usually means that if you want to run fire, you're going to run the 3 most recent fire weapons. Here's the thing though, unlike something like Star Rail, Tower of Fantasy doesn't release 2 new characters every patch. They usually only release 1 new character every patch, which means it's already right off the bat significantly more manageable to keep up with the game's power creep. But not only that, the way the banners work is they run in an elemental cycle. Players know far in advance what the next weapon element is going to be, because it'll always run in the order of electric, ice, fire, then physical, and then altar. Which means if you are building a
no, it's electric, fire, ice. You got it wrong. Electric, fire, ice, then physical. Altered is whatever the fuck they feel like it. But yeah.
Physical team, you know that you need to save all of your pulls for the physical element. After you pull the physical element, you're going to wait 4 months of pure saving, getting
It's longer than that. 4 months? Bro, you sure 4 months? It's on average, it's longer than 4 months these days. Right? Before Entori, when was the last vault unit? Entori is February. Right? We had Entori end of February. The previous vault unit was what? September? September. Right? September to October is 1. October to November is 2. November to December is 3. December to January is 4. 5 months. 5 months to get to February. 5 months. It's not even 4, it's 5 months.
Up to 200 pulls a patch before you have to pull the next element, which gives you more than enough time to actually keep up with the game's power creep. But if you plan even smarter, you can get the altered weapons, which take on the attribute of whatever the majority element is in your party. Some of them even able to take on any element no matter what. So if you were to pull an altered weapon, you could use that weapon for significantly longer than most other weapons in the game.
Over a
and the
year.
game actually pushes you into doing this, seeing as most altered weapons are the strongest. honest. The only way you're actually going to get swept away by power creep is if you just play like a nincompoop and try to pull every single fucking weapon in the game, which I should already tell you in advance, you shouldn't be doing that in any gacha game, period, unless you like the character. But because they give you so many pulls, and because you know when you're gonna save, it's very easy to plan around pulling characters you like as well. But they actually do one more thing, which I feel like is the most generous thing they've ever done. Once a unit is a year and a half old, they are automatically added to the standard pool, which in and of itself probably doesn't mean anything to most of you. But Tower of Fantasy has a very unique system where you can straight up buy weapons you already own. Now for the limited banner, you need to do 110 pulls to get enough currency, and seeing as this currency expires every new banner, it's very hard to save it up for long enough. However, on the standard banner, this currency is permanent, and once one of these limited characters gets added to the standard banner, you can automatically fully get their C6 right out of the gate. So basically what I'm saying is, if your character gets power crept by the meta, and they go on the standard banner, you can automatically C6 them, and just like that, they're meta again. Now let's pivot back to Star Rail.
Yeah.
The reason why power
Me
creep
using
is
C6 Leho in Flame Cup is something else, man. So it's the next character you need to put in the standard for. It's Facer, right? Next one's gonna be Facer, right?
one of the biggest negative factors
Next patch
in
should be
that game.
Facer?
The reason why I quit playing it is because they do absolutely nothing to halt the flow of power creep. There is no character getting added to standard pool, so you have good options on there. There is no buying a C6 when your favorite character becomes irrelevant, unless it's with cold hard cash. There is no way to predict what is and is not coming out with 100% accuracy. You can only rely on the leaks, and even those aren't very helpful. And they certainly don't give you enough pools to actually give you time to save for anything, especially with the high frequency of characters releasing in the game. And it's upsetting because there is a very easy way to fix this. Like I said earlier, Tower of Fantasy and Genshin both have archetype systems built into the game that inherently add value to a character. This helps to slow down the power creep a lot, because in order for them to raise the ceiling past what it already is at, they are going to need to raise the power creep to every other element and every other archetype first, which heavily slows down the rate at which things become irrelevant. Genshin did this when they released Sumeru, which added the Dendro system. A lot of things needed to be built around Dendro, and only at the end of Sumeru, a whole year later, when that archetype was fully expanded upon, did they move on to the Bond of Life system, releasing some of the most overpowered characters in the game, like Neverlet and Farina. But guess what? If you compare their damage to the Dendro team's damage, there's actually not a very huge difference. And the same thing is currently happening with Natlin. A lot of the Natlin characters are objectively stronger than anything we've seen before. However, they have to be played with one another in order to be that good. And even then, the best Natlin team, which is Mabwika Hypercarry, and the best Fontanian team, which is Nouvelet Charge, when compared by DPS, are still very close, to the point where people are still arguing. And these characters and their teams have been shared a year apart. Tower Fantasy does something very similar. Before they raise the ceiling on the game as a whole, they first make sure that the ceiling of the electric, frost, physical, fire, and altered element are at the same level. Only once all 5 of them reach that new ceiling do they further increase the level of power in the game, meaning it takes about a full year and a half before power creep is even pushed that much farther. And what makes it even more frustrating for Star Rail is they already have this system built in. They just choose to not act upon it because it makes them more money. Like I said earlier, I understand that stagnation can be a problem like it was for Genshin, but if you keep that period going for about 8 months, 9 months, 10 months before you push it even further, you're not going to run the risk of players getting super upset. Here, let me give you an example. Star Rail has a couple of team archetypes, like Dot, like Hypercarry, you know, like HP scaling teams are a thing now, follow-up teams, stuff like that. Usually in Star Rail, only a couple, 1, 2, sometimes maybe 3 of these team comps are relevant at a time. And the second they're no longer relevant, they're basically useless in the endgame, unless you have a absolute metric shit ton invested in them. This means that at one time, there is usually one overwhelmingly dominant team. For example, it was originally at the start of Penacony, DOT teams. They just absolutely absolutely beat
Dots,
everything out
okay.
in terms of damage. And then they released Acheron, and I get it, she was a hype unit, but as a hyper carry DPS, she
I don't know who any of
absolutely
these characters
dwarfed
are,
everything
though.
again. And then they released Fei Zhao and Firefly. Firefly was Break. Break then became the most powerful team, and then when Fei Zhao came up, Follow-Up became the most powerful team. What they could have done instead was, instead of putting such a massive gap between every single character, they could have had all of the team comps be around the same level of power, because you already fucking have the archetype system in place. Then, what you could do is make a even level of the MOC and pure fiction content, and have it set out so that certain times it will dedicate itself more towards one of these archetypes, and then have it go on a rotation. I know they already do that now, but it doesn't really fucking matter when the new DPS is already 10 leagues above everything else in the game. And make it so that if they were all on an even playing field, it would still be possible to clear the other
Superhero? I
forms
don't
of the
know,
in-game
man.
content, even if you don't have
I
what
don't know
it
about the
already
superhero
dedicates
Firefly
itself
thing,
to.
I don't know.
want to be able to go into the Dot Abyss with a follow-up team and still be able to clear with like 75% of perfect play. And then, once every team comp is roughly on the same level, you can release, I don't know, Fei Zhao 2, that is just directly better than Fei Zhao, and maybe a 4-star that replaces one of the other members on the team, because that way, it's actually easy to get a character, and you're not having to roll for multiple 5-stars to build one team, only for it to immediately be power creep. And if that is completely off the table, there's another thing that Storial could do to slow down power creep and make it more of a, I wouldn't say positive, but a more manageable thing. Just give the players more pulls. If you're a free-to-play player, it'll take you 4 patches to guarantee one 5-star character. One. Most
Jones
modern
and
team
Disney
comps are made
will
of
be
4.
knocking at their
If you
door.
could give
Okay.
100 pulls just base for a free-to-play player and then have the paid players get one guaranteed character every patch, it would still barely scratch their pockets because they're releasing characters at such a rapid rate that nobody's able to keep up anymore, unless you're getting really, really lucky or spending a lot of money. It would be a good way to win back some good faith, make power creep a little bit more
Oh,
manageable,
you're being generous
and
now.
stop bleeding players
Exactly.
because, man, that player count is looking spicy right now. But that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I really have to say on the matter. I don't think power creep is an inherently negative thing. However, I do think Stariel's version of power creep is probably one of the worst I've ever seen. Well, second worst. I'll make a video on that later. So you know the drill. Like, comment.
Alright, what's the worst one then? Wonder what his worst one is then. Oh boy. There's my Snowbreak drama thing. That one's up. Okay, let's go to the next video then that was sent. God, I was sent a bunch. There's this one. How to ruin a gacha game. Like, there's this one now. I was sent. So we go watch that one. Then we'll switch back to a different category and we'll look at the Enfield one. We still didn't have time for the Concordia one though. It's already 5 a.m. We can like finish these two and we'll just leave that one there. Maybe.
Hello there. Chances are, if you clicked
Okay.
on this video, you saw the title, so I'm not going to
Not
hide
everyone.
my
This is half an
feelings
hour
on
long.
Star
Oh
Rail.
boy.
I hate this game.
Maybe
I
not.
despise this game, and I understand that those are
Okay.
very strong words, but they are apt for how I feel about it. I understand to some of you, me saying that in the first 20 seconds of the video might turn you off, but make full note that I did not come to hate this game from lack of trying. I invested a few hundreds of hours of my time, talked
Damn.
about it with my friends whenever necessary, and cleared pretty much all
I
content
couldn't even do 10 hours.
that was available in the game.
Let
And
alone
even saying
hundreds.
all that, I can't stand the game. So I'm gonna be open and stand on business right now. I
boy.
uninstalled Star Rail. So if this video seems weirdly unedited compared to my normal content, it's because it is very hard to find proper footage for what I'm talking about when I don't have the game installed, and I am completely unwilling to reinstall that shit onto my hard drive just for the purposes of this video. So
Damn.
for that, I apologize.
Okay.
However, I'm not sorry for the negativity that will be in this video. Because here's the thing. A lot of people that play Star Rail, and especially a lot of content creators, would have you believe that Star Rail has been a slow burn catastrophe that only recently blew up in their face. And I'm here to tell you that is not true. The
Yeah.
writing has been on the wall since day one, and
Yeah, I saw it since day one. Right, you can go find my VOD from like 2 years ago for that one. But like I saw it way back
You
when.
can go back and look at videos I posted a year or 2 years ago talking about the current state of Star Rail at the time they were made, and I called most of the shit that has happened all the way back then. And the reason why this public perception is so prevalent is because a lot of the community heads would have you believe that this game is perfect. You see, a lot of content creators like to lie about how they really feel about the game because it is more
That's fair. That is true. I am a lot more pessimistic with all of these, man. Yeah, like I see them. It's like I can see all the stuff in there, man. If they want me to play, they have to like actually come up with something else to make me be willing to tolerate. Right? In the end, it's like, what am I willing to tolerate with these games? Right? How much am I gonna tolerate? And like, am I willing to tolerate with a lot of these? Right? It's like the tolerance level, man.
profitable, especially in the gacha space, not other spaces on YouTube, to be positive than it is to be negative. Because a lot of the Star Rail community, or the gacha community just in general, is very volatile. If you say anything bad about their game that has their waifu in it, they will get angry. Not only that, there is a massive profit incentive because, believe it or not, most Star Rail content creators are on MiHoYo's payroll, and it is in their best interest to be nice to the game, so they have the benefits like early access, first game at the new shiny toy that's going to come out in the future,
tolerance goes
as
down
well
if
as
there's
a
not
monetary
skip
incentive
button.
for the
For me, it's like the skip button is nice to have, but if I have to use it, I already am like looking at it in a different way the moment I have to start skipping through everything. Because it's like I look at it in more of a negative way, the skip button. I like that it's there, but if I end up having to use it, or relying on it, or like I'm not paying attention or I don't care anymore, the amount of attention and care I will have for everything else going forward once I start using the skip button is going to diminish more and more over time. Right? And that's just for me personally. I don't know about how it is for you, but I do get what you mean, though. It is nice, though, to have the reassurance that, hey, if I don't want to deal with something, I can skip it. Like, I agree with that part, but yeah. Usually, the gameplay usually carries. It's just that with a lot of these games, the gameplay on them are, like, extremely basic and kind of just not great. You love it when people say, well, they should be, why are they so negative? They should be grateful. It's stupid. It's a stupid sentiment. Right? Like, it is just really bad. It's the only thing of it that way. I think you should at least try to be constructive and point at the issues and come up with solutions to the problems, if applicable, right? And if something is just bad and it's just never gonna work, again, point that out too. Because the reality is, right, no one's perfect, nothing is perfect, right? Like, nothing is perfect. Everything, there could always be a better way to make something work. There could always be a better version of something, in theory, right? Even if that's never gonna happen, right? Everything has a way to improve. At least that's how I like to look at things, right? Like, if I was gonna, like, start reviewing games, for example, I would basically make it a rule for myself to never give a game a 10 out of 10. Because there's always something that could be improved, as nothing is perfect. Right? The cap would be like a 9.9. But like, there's always one thing, at least one thing that you would maybe change at some spot. Even if you can't really think of it on the surface, there's always something that could improve something further. At least that's how I like to look at things. Right? So like, hey, giving at least something constructive on what they could improve upon, so that maybe if they work on something next, they can make something better. Right? Nah. Nah, Super Mario Bros. 3 is cool. It's fun. I did like when I played that game as a kid. But some of the stuff with, like, how they laid out the levels and the maps, that could have been improved, man. Like, it's a great game, don't get me wrong, but it's not 10 out of 10. To me personally, it's not a 10 out of 10. Though I do like platformers, right? But like, yeah, and I do like the Mario games and stuff, but it's not a 10 out of 10. Okay. There are some things they could still improve on, right? Nothing is perfect. But, you know, at the same time, at least trying to be constructive is more ideal. You feel it's better than Super Mario World? I think it's like, in some ways, I think it can be more interesting than that, especially the World 8 with like the weird hands that grab you for the like, and like you have to pass through in that way. Right, with Super Mario World, they tried to have like a much larger connected map there with the overworld before you get into the stage and stuff, and you had like all those like extra switches and stuff. I think Mario World is better in terms of replay value, but if you're going to have like just a single run through the game and only play it once, some of the stages in Mario 3 are a lot more interesting in that regard. But if it's in terms of replayability, Mario World is better for that one. Right? They don't have some of the greatest stages in Mario World, and some of them are kind of weird with how some of them are laid out, I think. But I do think they both have different strengths there. Right? I wouldn't really like, it depends on what you're looking for and which one is better. Because if you just want like a first run through and you would have a good time with that one, I think Mario 3 would suit it better, but then Mario World, if you want to redo stuff more and like actually go do a bit more exploration in the stages, Mario World handles that better. That said, the Mario games were never really that great with exploration within the levels compared to other platformers. If you wanted like actual like more expensive exploration in individual stages, right, stuff like the Kirby games or the Sonic games do a way better job at that than any of the Mario games ever will. Right? But then again, like the Kirby games and the Sonic games, they have much fewer stages, but they're also much more larger and elaborate. No. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is not 10 out of 10. I've already said no. I would not give any of these games a 10 out of 10, never. Like, I would give stuff like 9s, but not 10s. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, when you do the lock-on, right? You lose one of the stages to do that. You have the weird difficulty curve in spiking. When you go between the, after you finish, what was that stage again? Launch base, right? After launch base, you go back to, not Angel Island. Angel Island was the first one in Sonic 3. Mushroom Hill Zone. Right, you had like that weird thing there, right? You had like that weird difficulty drop because they had to split into 2 games. You had a couple of unfinished stuff in each one, right? Sonic 3 and Knuckles, they kind of finished some of them, but like, again, when you did the lock-on, you would lose things like the big arms fight, as well as the, you had that weird difficulty spike there. You also would reset your progress on the Chaos Emeralds because you had to get the Super Emeralds once you went into Mushroom Hill if you collected those. Also, the Blue Sphere stages are my least favorite special stage. I don't really like the Blue Sphere stages. Out of all the special stages in the games, I don't really like the Blue Sphere ones. I'd much rather have the things like in Sonic 1, that thing, or the Sonic 2 Half Pipe were a lot more enjoyable. Those ones. I'm fine with the UFO thing in Sonic CD. I like those ones as well. And I like the one that they had in Mania, but I was never a fan of Blue Sphere. Right, but yeah, it was... And then the thing is as well, right, in some versions of Sonic 3 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you had the whole music problem there with the soundtrack thing. The original PC version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, from before I was born and stuff, a long time before I was born, when that one came out, that was a thing. That game had issues if your computer was too fast. You had to like run your computer at like a very specific speed because everything in the game was tied to your CPU clock speed. So like if you had anything at least somewhat on the newer end or higher end of machine, you would have, like, the game would run too fast and not work properly. It's part of why like computers back then had a turbo button, which you might think it means the computer runs faster, but it actually means the computer runs slower. It's because like you had a lot of weird software from back in the day that had a lot of its stuff tied to your CPU clock speed and clock cycles. But eventually things got too fast that in order for some older software to work properly, they needed to slow down. The issue is how much you needed to slow down varied from application to application and game to game from back then. It's its own other mess, but like you have all of those issues there, right? It's not perfect, right? Same time, if you started a save file in just Sonic 3 and then you later got Sonic and Knuckles and did the lock on, you would have to redo a different save file when you have the thing linked. And now they're doing the same with GPU. It's its own mess, man. Right? Like the games are not perfect. Right, like even those ones, you thought, you know, I would like that a lot better. And yeah, I do like Sonic 3 Knuckles, great game. But again, I would never give it a 10 out of 10. When I have to deal with those issues there. Because like, there's still going to be some issues at some point. That said, they're a lot more minor. Right? They're a lot more minor, but they're still there. So it's not perfect. It's not a perfect product. Right? They would have to like... For it to truly be perfect, you would basically have to have it so that you cannot touch it at all, to make it any better. You can't do anything to fix anything in there, right? It would be completely perfect, right? Calling something a 10 out of 10 means it's completely perfect, but that's not really the case.
Profit they will make from having access to this material. And to these creators, it's easy for them to just lie. God knows they're really good at it. You know, spinning narratives to line their pockets with money at the expense of others. But you can only be blindly positive for so long. If you continue to ignore the problem.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those ones are not great. Time zones are impossible to get. It's probably because, the special stages were borked? Here's the thing, right? Sonic CD, you don't need to get the time stones. You could also just go into the... You could also just go in and destroy the machines. Right? And do it that way. You can go into... Was it the past, I think it was, to destroy the machines? The time stones just made it so you don't have to explore the levels anymore. If you wanted to run through it that way. Yeah, they ran faster. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, because that one was on the thing, yeah. You had an alternate way to do it, at least. So, like, you didn't need to get the time stones.
And ostracize the people who are being, and I quote, negative because you don't like the fact they said something bad about the game, that'll only make the game overall worse because MiHoYo will get away with doing more and more shady shit in their video game. It's only a matter of time until enough bad decisions are made and things are implemented for players to finally get sick of it and just quit. I reached my breaking point a while ago, and it would seem now that the rest of the community has finally gotten to that point with some details about a new character named Castor. But we are so far ahead of the cycle. In order for you to understand how we even got here to begin with, we need to go way back. Because believe it or not, Star Rail wasn't always this bad of an experience. Before I go any further, if you like this content, I'm planning on doing more long reviews, so you know, like, comment, subscribe, share support, all that fun stuff. And if you're a content creator trying to react to this video, do me a favor and only upload that reaction a week after the video has gone live. If you don't adhere to my request, I will be claiming that shit. That'll be...
I mean, I'm not gonna, like, upload it as a regular video. I don't feel like doing that.
We need to talk about what makes Star Rail a game. And overall, I can say Star Rail is easily broken into 3 core parts.
Okay,
these parts being your story, your exploration, and your combat. The story...
Chris Whitehead version of made it mandatory to destroy the machines? I think so. It's been a while since I actually played through the original Chris Whitehead version. Because in the Origins one, which is still based off of the Chris Whitehead port, you just had the option to select Tails and stuff. You didn't have to do anything to unlock it. But in the original, like, PC Chris Whitehead one, I think you had to do something like that, yeah. Tails was locked. But yeah.
Story is something unique. I will give it that. I wouldn't say it's good. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's there. It does its job. It brings you from point A to point B.
Well, yeah,
Point
it's
A
just
and
a
point
cool
B
novelty
being
to be
your
able to play as skills
exploration,
there
the
if you
things
wanted
you do
to.
when you're not fighting, killing enemies in the overworld, gathering materials, and all that fun stuff. However, these two things put together argumentatively only make up about 10 to 20% of the entire game. A majority of Star Rail's content is heavily focused around the combat. A lot of your account progression and a lot of your incentives to do the things you do
Yeah, all
are
the characters
heavily
are unlocked
rounded
out of the
around
box from the
combat.
start, yeah.
And Star Rail knows this.
They even added playable
Characters in
Amy
Star
Rose,
Rail
yeah.
are made to
You
be
can play as
sold
her now
based
there.
off of their
Yeah.
combat prowess as well as their animations. Because let's face it, in the overworld and in the story, you're not really getting that character fix you really want. But when you're in battle, those animations, their kits, their skills, their passives, all that good shit really gets a chance to shine. However, there's a problem. There really isn't anywhere you can go to fully test the limits of your character's strength. The problem is, overworld content is so ridiculously easy that most of the main DPS characters in the game are going to murder overworld enemies with one tap of their skill. You won't even get a chance to see the auto battle button before most enemies die if you were to use something like Firefly's entry, Acheron's overworld skill, and Fei Zhao's attack. One could make the argument that you can use your characters in events, but that really doesn't mean much because most events either aren't focused around combat. If they are focused around combat, there's usually trial versions that you're going to be using over your own characters because they're made for what you're supposed to be doing, because usually it's very painfully specific. Or if you're only allowed to use your own characters, there's some sort of bonus or main effect that you're supposed to be pushing towards throughout the entire event that completely nullifies any difficulty that could have been there once that effect is activated. In that same vein, a lot of people would argue that you can use your characters in dailies, which is perfect, especially when you consider the fact that a majority of the player base fully automates their dailies, which means you're not
everything's fully
use
automated
the character at all. And 9 times out of 10, you're not even using your own DPS, you're bringing in that person on your friends list who has a C6 of whatever the hottest DPS is to one-shot everything for you. That means the only real place you can test your character's prowess is in the endgame. But there's a slight problem. There is such a massive gap between the endgame and the overworld content, to the point where 9 times out of 10, unless you've been playing for a long time or have gotten very lucky, you are going to have to bring in whatever is the meta, because the in-game modes are heavily based around whatever character is currently on banner, or characters that fulfill the requirement of a specified request. Whether that be, it wants you to bring in break, it wants you to bring in AoE, it wants you to bring in single target, it wants a specific element, maybe a specific archetype, because those exist in this game. But I would forgive you if you forgot that elements are a thing, seeing as most modern DPSs completely ignore the element mechanic by either straight up ignoring its resistance, or just automatically inflicting their own weakness type onto the enemy, just with zero effort. And I can hear some of you saying now, oh, you know, so what? It wants you to bring in strong stuff for the hardest content. What's the big deal? The big deal is the power creep in this game is absolutely insane. The goalpost for what is the strongest moves faster than you reasonably have time to achieve it.
Did you give the recompile I sent you a try? Cause like that's a thing now, right? Cause you asked for it the other day. Did you give it a try now? By now. The recomp?
Star Rail, assuming best case scenario, you're getting anywhere between 80 to 140 pulls a patch, although as time goes on, you begin to get less. In order to guarantee one copy of a character, not including their light cone, and trust me, we'll talk about those later, you need 180 summons. Okay, but you'll very rarely actually ever get that far, but again, worst case scenario, you need 180 summons, which means as a free-to-play player or a low-spender player, you're getting a new character guaranteed roughly once
We're not
every
actually
2
gonna play this shit.
This would not be a problem.
Even HSR have best animations, he gets bored watching them. I know. The reality is, when I play turn-based RPGs, I start skipping animations after I see them for like a few times. When I normally play turn-based games, I will start to skip animations. The only game I played that was turn-based where I didn't do that was Caligula Effect. But that was purely because the game was built around manipulating the characters' animations when it's their turn. That is the only time. Yes, I'm never going to play this garbage. I played it 2 years ago. I knew it was crap 2 years ago. Why the hell would I play HSR when I could play a good turn-based game? I'm just sent, someone sent me stuff to react to, so we're just in here. But you'll never get a turn in this turn-based game. It's only auto. Yeah, exactly. If you just put it on auto, you get no turn. And what the hell are you even doing anymore if you're not even playing the game? Oh right, there is no game. Right? They advertise this strategy RPG, yeah. It's anything but that, exactly. What strategy? What strategy? Oh yeah, you missed the drama, the Snowbreak CC drama earlier. But I already cut that segment out and just uploaded it as a video on my YouTube channel. It's there. I already like grabbed it out and uploaded it as a video. That was like about an hour ago we were talking about it.
Single patch, or maybe once every other patch. And I know some of you are sitting here like, oh no, that's not true, that's bullshit. Well, I have a list here. Version 1.0, Seela was the primary DPS. She lasted a grand total of 2 patches before she ended up getting power crept by Blade in version 1.2. And it
I don't
was
know
a
any of
pretty
these
big difference.
characters though.
And then Blade in version 1.2.
It's like everything he says, it's like I don't know who the hell they are. It's like I have no interest in who
got
they
power
are.
crept by Dan, who was also significantly stronger. And then Dan got power crept by Jing Liu in version 1.4. Admittedly, the difference between these characters wasn't that massive, but they were still objectively better than their former counterparts around the time that they came out. And because the in-game modes usually cater themselves specifically to whatever the newest character, this minuscule difference in their overall team comp damage is greatly exacerbated because if you weren't bringing in Jing Liu to the Ice Week AoE Abyss, then you're gonna be doing significantly worse than somebody that's trying to bring in, oh I don't know, Dan Heng. But eventually, it had to reach an apex, and in my opinion, the beginning of the end was the release of Acheron and Firefly, who, at the time, were just significantly better than every single other character in the game. It was to the point where if you had Acheron and Firefly, and you had even a shitty team on them, that was pretty much a guarantee full clear in the in-game modes. Acheron did 1 ultimate and was dealing more damage than an entire rotation of these other team comps. She was so powerful, she was able to completely carve out a new tier for herself within the tier list that was exclusive to her until the release of Firefly. And Firefly as a character was no slouch either, being so ridiculously overpowered that she was able to hold her own team comp with high standards to Acheron with a free-to-play friendly team. These characters are far and away better than everything else that ever released at the time, and I guess Hoyoverse realized that, oh, we can't keep doing this, because what they decided to do was instead of releasing more characters that just blatantly power creep every other character in the game, they started the trend with the release of Acheron. They started the trend of enemy power creep, which is always fun. And while I could explain all of that on my own, I'm not going to, because I know somebody that's played the game for far longer than me,
oh boy,
and he will do the explaining for me. So, I have brought you here to explain something.
Who is this guy, then?
You can do it better than I can. So,
Does he
full
say
disclosure,
nope?
Correct me if I'm wrong, you've been playing since day 1, or pretty much since day 1. You've
Injured
full
Cold is the
cleared all
username
in-game,
here, I think?
At least since version 1.4. You've spent, quite frankly, an obscene amount of money on the game.
Oh wait, no, that's this guy.
You have pretty much
Mr.
not taken a
Leach.
break since you started playing. Is that
So
correct?
it's whoever this guy is.
much, yeah.
Perfect. Alright, now, can you do me a favor and explain to me the enemy countering that's been happening in Stariel since, like, version 2.0?
Yeah, why not? Regarding Acheron and the Aventurine boss, when she released, when boss Aventurine came out, he had single target and multi-target scenarios related to his win condition. His win condition was you could either have overwhelming single target or consistent AoE to consistently proc your ults. Because if you were to win the dice game, you would get your ultimate refunded immediately. This was good for Acheron because at the time, she had her skill was a blast attack, which would consistently get her the points that she needed to refund her ultimate. so that she could do her damage. She was flexible enough in single targets, so where even being as an AoE character, her damage didn't suffer too much because of it. She was flexible enough to meet the boss's conditions. A more egregious example of this is when Firefly came out. The past, present, and eternal show, which was the 3 bosses of the candles, came out. The puppets had a mechanic where if they were not broken, they would take less damage. When you did break them, they would gain a 50% vulnerability, take 15% of their max HP worth of damage, and they would be delayed. All of these being massive benefits towards Firefly. However, if you didn't break them, if you just didn't have the units or anything like that, the fight was made significantly harder.
What about there's that new boss that came out of version 3.0, that's like, she's lightning weak. What's his fucking name?
Nikador.
Yeah, him.
So Nikador is a AoE lightning weak fight. So this comes back to Acheron, and you think that yes, Acheron would be a good matchup because it's a lightning weak AoE fight. However, there's a problem. Acheron's best support is Jiaoshu, and how Jiaoshu works is that he applies a debuff on the enemy's turn, which by extension gives Acheron a stack towards her ultimate, which is her main source of damage. However, the problem comes in where Nikador himself is very slow, and the statues that he summons do not take turns at all. So Acheron's energy regeneration is very slow because of this, and not only that, because it's a 3.0 boss, its HP was also inflated to account for the 3.0 DPSs Herta and Agalea. So Acheron would clear noticeably slower because the matchup undermined her best support.
There's one more, and in my opinion, it's the worst. And I remember when it happened, you bitched in call for like half an hour. Topaz and Fei Zhao versus Hihu, or Huhei, or Hulahe, or whatever the fuck his name is.
The follow-up team against Hulae is, while I don't think it's the most egregious example, it's just something to highlight of how the matchup can be skewed so much into a specific comp's favor, where if you're missing just one piece of the puzzle, it can cost you a lot. Because what would happen was, if we're assuming that we have a full follow-up team, that's Aventurine, Topaz, Robin, and Fei Zhao, and here's what would happen. Hulae was ridiculously fast and extremely offensive as a boss. So naturally, this meant a lot of stacks for Aventurine, which would constantly rain
I don't know what
chips
the
down
hell he's
upon
saying.
him, charging Robin's
I'm
ult
just
faster,
buying because I don't know what the fuck
Topaz
they're saying.
more follow-up attacks, and giving Fei Zhao more charges towards her ultimate. Hulae's
I don't know
aggression also
what they
charged,
mean. I don't know any of
Robin's
these
ultimate more,
characters
which
or
meant
whatever.
bigger attack buffs. The boss being fire physical.
Too many options for strategies, but they don't mean anything when I don't know anything.
And Wind Week meant that 3 out of the 4 units on that team were all doing massive contributions to the team's damage. And not only that, the boss had a mechanic that specifically needed frequency of attacking so that the boss just wouldn't kill you. If his irate stacks reached a number of 8, he would unleash a powerful single target attack where most teams, if it caught you off guard by Hulae just taking so many turns that your team just cannot heal or react to it.
The only good healer that was able to even slightly keep up with him was Avenger. And Aventurine was already on the best follow-up team anyway, so even though he didn't strike any weaknesses,
his contributions via enabling
we have no idea what the hell they're saying
on the team was noticeable, and it's where he truly shined as a sustain.
And his presence pretty much completely negates any stack he gets, because he'll attack you, hit your whole fucking team, and then Aventurine will immediately counter with a follow-up and then take away a stack. Really fun. Now, what do you think of that game design, my friend?
If you did not have these units because you simply just could not afford them, then you were actively punished for not having the specific characters and such. So in
the end, you just don't even have anything to do.
It felt very bad for you, for people that did
It's
not
like,
have.
the endgame content in a lot of these gacha games, I've already said before, they're not worth doing. Especially for after the reward. And if that's the only thing they have and you can't do it, Well, then there's no point though at
like
all.
the follow-up teams. It was so bad, in fact, that in this MOC 10, the 3.0 one with Nikador as the final boss of MOC 12. In MOC 10, there is Hule, and obviously the best option is the follow-up team. There are people that did not clear MOC 10 that have cleared MOC 12. That's how hard that fight can be if you don't have the specific counters for it.
Man, that's awesome. That's good game design. Well, thank you for answering my questions, my friend. I will talk to you later. I think by now you're beginning to see the problem, but you're not seeing the bigger picture, so let me explain it to you. Because the specific enemies are coming out that are so much stronger than everything else and want a hyper-specific team, they are retroactively heavily nerfing every other character from the past that doesn't meet this criteria, essentially locking you into a meta where you have to use whatever is the most recent characters in order to get an easy clear. Now, there are some exceptions. If you spend a lot of money on older characters, got really lucky in the past, or if you played the game for a really long time, chances are you don't have to follow this criteria. But for a vast majority of the player base, if you wanted a chance of victory, you had to get these new characters. But it wouldn't be enough to only power creep the DPSs, because yeah, the DPSs are really strong, but this is a 4-man party game, right? We have 4 whole characters we can sell these fucking suckers that keep buying our stuff. So what do the developers do? Well, naturally, they begin to power creep the supports, and this in and of itself isn't that big of a deal if you're going to be power creeping the main DPSs. The problem is, these supports are inherently tied to the kits of the character in question. For example, if you have Fei Zhao and you do not have a Robin, your damage vastly decreases to an
I don't know who
extent that
those
it is
are,
not
sorry.
even funny. Robin
They have EOS 1. What is this EOS 1? What? Fei Zhao is strong. You have her EOS 1. What's that? End of service 1? Wait, you have her going end of service 1? I don't know what that is. EOS 1. I don't play the game. I just see that. It looks like EOS 1. She EOS something? What? It means end of service again. Look, it says EOS. EOS. It says in the chat there, right? I'm looking at it from my sheep chat video. It looks like EOS. She EOS's enemies in 1 second. Okay. This is the problem when you have like numbers and letters that look simpler, man. It's why like if you ever wanted to be evil to someone and give them like a code for something, you make sure you have like 1s, 0s, the letter L, the letter I, the letter O, and you would put all of those in the code. Because then when they write it down and they go read it back, they're gonna be like, is this an I? Is this an L? Is this a 1? Is this a 0? Or is this an O? But yeah, E0, 0 constellation, S1 weapon dupe. Okay, EOS 1. Got it. So I know now that if they have no copies, the character is EOS, and then there's a number for how many copies of their weapon they have, right? So then that's a weapon with 1 dupe, so it's EOS 1. Got it.
Robin's personal damage as well as her buff easily accounts for over 30% of the damage Fei Zhao is doing, and that is assuming you're doing hyper Fei Zhao and not bringing a second follow-up, which is unoptimal.
Wait, why is he hyper? What's wrong with him? Why is he hyper?
With other characters, like for
did they give him like too much Adderall or something?
Example, Don Hung, who really wanted Ting Yun, but
too much Adderall and caffeine, they mix it together with something else too, with a bunch of energy drinks or something. I don't know.
Ended up getting replaced by Sparkle, who was just objectively better. But unfortunately, because Dan Hung
what's this about, like, that company that makes Intel graphics cards? Right? All I can think of, like, what is this about Sparkle? This is like some Asian company, right? I know they have like the The Intel Art graphics. I've seen like a couple of these. Sparkle, right? They got the B580. Right? They got their B580. I mean, like, the Intel graphics cards are pretty decent if you can get a good price on them, I guess. Like, good entry-level card, you know? This is like, when the shit means nothing to me, it's like I don't know what anything means. And I'm like, oh, we got this graphics card company. Sparkle.
Quickly got power crap. That meant Sparkle also became irrelevant. So now
I mean, yeah, Intel graphics cards power crept. Right, everyone wants NVIDIA.
Sparkle is useless, but don't worry, because supports get power crept too, like I just said. Sparkle is such a sad case, because she never really got a chance to get off the ground before she was eventually power crept by Sunday, who is just so dumb. And that leads me into my next point. Because supports are inherently tied to the character to an extent that it feels like they should have been in the base kit, supports can't be made universal, because that ruins their profit margin. For example, Robin is technically a universal damage dealer because she can buff your attack and she gives you core damage whenever you do follow-ups. Now, she is stronger for follow-ups, but she can buff everybody unless they don't scale off of attack. And guess what the newest characters scale off of? Health. Robin is such a powerful support, and everybody pulled her because she was inherently tied to some of the most powerful characters in the game. So what do? They release even more powerful DPSs and give them scaling that effectively renders a significant portion of Robin's kit, her attack buff, irrelevant. Because now, these characters are health scaling, meaning Robin doesn't help you at all. Oh, and look at that. Is that a health buffing character support that just came out? Is that Sunday over there in the corner? Shit, man. You should have pulled that character instead. Hell, some character kits in StarRail are so hyper-specific to the point where it's very obvious who they want you to run them. Herta is a very recent example of a character that is very powerful. Herta wants the ability to hit enemies as many times as she can to stack her effects. However, there are not that many characters in the game that can do that. Well, you know, aside from Jade and Lingsha, and Lingsha's actually really good on her teams for some reason. And,
again, I don't know who anyone is.
Good with? Oh, Firefly? You remember how earlier I said Firefly Break was one of the best free-to-play teams? Yeah, well, I lied. Because a lot of modern content will punish you if you try to use a free-to-play Firefly team. A very good example is the Apoc Shadow that made me finally quit the game, which had Fantilia. And in the Fantilia fight, you need to break all of her flowers so her counterattack doesn't immediately kill you. And you need to break a flower to make the boss vulnerable, which makes you think that Firefly would be a very good character to bring into the fight, because you can break a flower, make the boss vulnerable, break the boss, put it into a vulnerable state, and then kill it with the buffs that it will give you. But you'd be wrong, because this fight is specifically made to fuck over free-to-play Fireflies who didn't pull Lingsha, who is now running with Herta at the same time, and Fugue, who came out literally one patch before Herta and Lingsha had their quad rerun. And keep in mind, they came out all within the same period. If you did not have Lingsha and Fugue on your Firefly team, then what would end up happening is you would break one of the flowers, try to break the second flower, you would fail, one flower would always still be left, she would counterattack very, very badly, cripple your team, and then forehead click you and kill you, essentially killing the run. So now you're getting punished for not pulling characters. And as you have probably realized by now, I have named a lot of names. A lot of characters have been brought up, and I've mentioned a few times.
And I don't know who any of them are.
Pretty quickly in StarRail. And that's because
they named a lot, I don't know who they are.
So many characters in StarRail that you cannot realistically save for them all. You get, like I said earlier, 100 pulls per patch, which is less than one guaranteed unit, okay? With some very rare exceptions, we always get around 2 units that are brand new per patch, plus some reruns. Which means, as of right now, you are not even guaranteed one of the characters per patch. You are given 1/4 of what you would need to guarantee a single new character. Keep in mind, in the past 6 months, we've had multiple MOCs and in-games that have required you to pull up to 12 different characters in 6 months. That is bad enough.
Okay.
Even if you are an old player and you have pulled a lot...
Goddamn, pulling 12 characters in 6 months. That's insane. Pulling 12 in 6 months, that's crazy.
Of these characters before, chances are you're missing one of them. Because what Star Rail really likes to do is release a meta, make it good for 2 or 3 patches, and then completely irrelevize every fucking character in the team, which is what we're seeing now with Fei Zhao. It feels really bad to have pulled Fei Zhao's best team, which is really expensive, only to now have what is effectively a paperweight on your account, as every single one of those characters, as of right now, aren't very good in the meta. But even if you did pull some of those old characters, guess what? You definitely didn't pull them all. And you're gonna have a very hard time collecting them, because now, instead of only releasing 2 new characters a patch, and then a couple of reruns which are randomly sprinkled in there, we are getting 6 to 8 banners in some patches. And it would be one thing if these banners just picked some random characters and threw them on there. Like, for example, Silverwolf hadn't rerun for a very long time. But they're not gonna rerun Silverwolf because Silverwolf has been power crept. No, what they're gonna do is they're gonna put 4 or 6 of some of the most powerful characters in the game and run them all on one banner. Which means if you want to get them, you have to bust out the wallet. And even if you did get them on their original run, the limited time character that wants them on their team is also on the same banner. Which means effectively, Star Rail is running entire team comps on one banner at the same time as a predatory way to force you to pull for these characters with real life money. But it gets worse because now a very significant amount of the characters in game, especially Remembrance characters, really want their light cones. And if you want to guarantee yourself a light cone, that is going to cost you 150 of your pulls on average. It's at max 160, but we'll play nice at this point because I've more than made my case. 150 pulls on top of everything else you have to spend up until this point. If you are a new player, God save you. It is unfathomable to get all these characters unless you are really lucky, you've been playing the game for a really long time, or you spend a lot of money, or some sort of combination of the 3. And these predatory practice only exist because the Star Rail player base has not punished the devs for making. When the original 6 banner per patch rolled around, I remember making a video talking about how this is bad. Players need to talk about how bad this is, or the problem is only going to get worse. And I had a lot of people talk about how actually it's not actually bad. It's really good. You're just being an ass. And it's like, okay, well, great. Here we are, multiple months later, and now we have 8 banners running in a single patch. So it looks like I was right. And it seems now people are finally starting to wake up to that fact. And to think, not even 2 months ago, a very significant amount of the player base was praising Star Rail because they said they were going to go back and retroactively buff some older characters. You know, they're praising the devs, which is fucking bewildering to me. Because what effectively they did is,
the reality is the developers made the problem in the first place too.
Players so upset to the point where they were completely unwilling to spend.
Like, here's the thing, right? It's like you're praising them. They're the ones that created the problem in the first place. So, like, you're praising them for doing that? Like, imagine instead, right? like this. Like, let's say you were working on something, right? And you're almost finished, but then someone comes in and destroys whatever you were working on, right? And then they come back and fix it. You're gonna praise them for fixing something that they destroyed? They don't do anything else, they just put it back after they destroyed it. Like, after you had to go deal with all the problems there. It's like, why would you praise that? Right? It's like they created the problem in the first place, and then now they're putting a band-aid in, like, over that one. It's like you're praising that action. It's just kind of weird when you think about it that way. It's like, why are you praising them when they're the ones that made the problem in the first place?
on older characters. They shit in your mouth for 3 years. Then they gave you some mouthwash and you're just like, thank you, Mahoyo. Thank you, Mahoyo. This is a problem that shouldn't have existed to begin with.
Yep.
And the only reason
They created
why
the problem.
they're going back and retroactively buffing these characters is because it was hurting their profit margins. And here's the best part. They got buffed, and guess what? The same thing that has happened to every other character, the entire process that I've detailed throughout this entire video, is just going to happen again. They buffed these characters. Best case scenario, they're on Acheron's level now. Well, guess what? Acheron just got bumped down a whole fucking tier by Agalia and what's her fucking name? Herta. And guess what's even better? On top of that, we have the straw that finally broke the Star Rail community's back. And that straw has a really, really funny name. Castris. Yeah, that's right. I've gone God knows how long this video is without even bringing up Castris one single time. In my humble opinion, Castris is the culmination of everything that I have said up until this moment. She wants a very specific team of very specific supports that are just going to get power crept by stronger supports later on. She's going to run as a limited banner and then probably rerun with her other characters on, I don't know, the quintuple banner in the future. She has not one, but 2 elite enemies that she stands as the solitary hard counter to in the entire game. And her damage is so ridiculously insane that when she releases, she will bump down every other character in the tier list down a tier. Keep in mind, Acheron, Beijao, and Firefly, characters who not even 20 minutes ago I was talking about how absolutely game-breaking they were on release, are already in T.5, which means when she comes out, they're gonna be in T1. You know, the same tier Dawn Hung was in for a year after Acheron's release. Acheron will be Dawn Hung level. But as if that all wasn't enough, Star Rail decided to throw a little cherry on top of your doo-doo sundae. With the release of Castris comes a entirely new mechanic, where now, if you pull this character, they will give you a permanent account-wide buff. Now, I was watching a Gacha Smack video recently, which I know I don't really watch Gacha YouTubers, but I kind of want to hear what he had to say, and he mentioned that this is a industry first, and let me tell you that it's not. This is not an industry first. 6 years ago, a game named Puni released the Crystal Yokai and the Extreme Yokai and the fucking Kachi Kachi Yokai, and they had very similar.
I've seen other games as well, like when I was talking about King's Raid before, they had account-wide buffs when for getting skins and stuff like that. That said, you could get them for free using the in-game currency stuff to get them, and like you had other things in there, like you had like these points to spend. But I've seen it in other games as well, where by having them, you would have all the account-wide buffs in there, and at some point, they eventually had just a lot of them.
Mechanics where just by having them on your account, you got insane buffs that no other player would have. Castris has that. Just by having her on your account, you get a permanent revive that works in every single end game mode. If this gets out of the beta and into the main game, it will completely ruin the entire game, because now you have to decide between meta or permanent account-wide buffs on top of every other factor that I have stated before this part of the video. It will be a shitstorm, and the problem will only get worse as time goes on, because as we have very clearly demonstrated throughout the last 30 minutes of whining, if players in Star Rail, who are notoriously positive and don't like anybody saying anything bad about their game, don't speak negatively on this and loud enough on this, they will continue to do it until it reaches an apex. And if that happens, I guarantee you a large majority of the community will quit the game. With full disclosure, I quit the game like half a year ago. I quit the game in version 2.7, and I don't have any intention on coming back, especially not now. I made the right choice. The writing has been on the wall for 2 years, and the only reason why I came back to begin with was so that I would understand what my friends are talking about. But this game has done nothing but shit on my free time and shit in my mouth for a year, and I'm sick of it. I'm not dealing with it anymore. And that's not even going into, you know, pay-to-win artifacts artifacts, which are now a thing. How players are consistently
Oh,
getting less pulls than they
pay to
usually
win
get,
artifacts,
which
what?
means the 100 pulls per patch I was talking about earlier, throw that out the fucking window. It's three patches now to guarantee 1 5-star, and who knows, maybe we'll get quintuple banners later. And I can make a whole detailed video about the Dr. Ratio scam and how when Dr. Ratio came out, a bunch of free players got him, which encouraged them to pull for his best team, and then by the time his best team was fully assembled, he was completely irrelevant, and Facial came out, and now you need to get 2 different characters for his best team. Unfucking believable. With that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very negative video, and if I had to give Star Rail as a game a rating, it's a 2 out of 10. It is fun until you get to the end game, but once you get to the end game,
that's more than I would have given it.
and that's all the content is, which will be most of the content for the very foreseeable future of the game's life, it is the most unbearable game I have ever played. And like I said at the beginning of the video, hate is a very, very strong word, and there are few things in this world that I hate. 1 is Tectone, and 2 is Star Rail. I cannot stand this game, so I'm gonna go sit down. I'll talk to you all later with a more positive video next time, a larger review on a little game some of you may have played before. That all being said, talk to you later. Peace.
Oh, well, what is that one? He posted that here. Another review on the thing. So he does not have that video up yet. And he posted this other video at the same time, like afterwards, a week later. Interesting. Okay. Well done. And I can see there's various Toyo stuff in here with his reviews or whatever. Is that all his stuff is? Okay. Cool. Was there anything else I was sent? This one. The death knell of gacha games? What is this? Oh yeah, the Arknights Enfield one. We'll like look at this one before we end off, I guess. Let me switch the category back to the thing. Because we're done with the Star Rail look through whatever. We'll switch back to the just chatting category. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, there's an ad playing right now, so I can just get that set up. Oh, I can just close that tab, and it should be here. Here it is, right here. Oh, what's this? Oh, just Gamers Nexus thingy there. Oh look, another person just talking about why he quit Star Rail, damn. Okay. Well then, at least they're actually, there's some people actually leaving. They're voting with the retention and stuff. What does the comments here have to say? Agree the story needs huge improvement, but the rest of the criticism means no shit. It doesn't hold a candle to whatever you think it is. Combat need dodge and its mechanics that could be sold or expanded upon. If you think otherwise, you're not part of the real ARPG fans, just the bloated, self-centric egomaniac that wants it to be different than the others. Nothing wrong with it different, really, but to show it to the general public, mocking the thing there. You hope you stay away from the game if you still AoE taunting these new gacha players. People like you are not helping it. Okay. Fair enough. Like building available in areas of, in the boss area of, eligible area and combat, made the combat more interesting. Base building, but Final Fantasy would be epic, blah blah blah, but no, your narcissistic ego maniac gotta fill the other lame generic gacha game to fill your ego stuff. Okay, what is this? Apparently this comment got pinned, by this guy, the guy who created the video. Alright, this game should not be an ARPG and should not make for a ARPG fan. Known for its depth and strategy, it should have been a strategy-based RPG, what they're good at. Okay. Oh boy, let's see what all this stuff is here. Roaming around and dodging AoE, while thinking your next step is, feels so nice. Not like turn-based strategy game like FF7, 8, 10, or HSR where we're stuck in place. You prefer others' FF story, but you like 12 gameplay. Okay, Enfield is a special game. You love OG Arknights in your heart, considering best gacha ever, second to Star Rail. Oh boy. You spend on these ones, made you more interested about Arknight's Enfield, building aspect. They should expand upon things that you want to build unique base building, and stop being Genshin and WoA. They're popular, but not because of jumping and dodging, combat exploration, characters, and how much, yeah, no, whatever. Alright then, you really don't want Enfield to be like Genshin, same. I don't want it either. WoA is proof that a game like Genshin can still excel if done right. No, it's not. Stop coping, man. Yeah, why do I want to... Exactly, like, why do you want a game like Genshin? Just play Genshin, then. It's not that much different from Genshin. Their fandom especially. Exactly. Right? It's like, nah. If I don't... if you don't like one thing, why would I like something else that's literally the same thing? Just from a different company? The answer would be no. I wouldn't want it. Alright, let's see this video then. I don't know who this guy is, but this was sent to me. Like, we can save as well this thing for tomorrow or something. It's been sitting there for a couple of days, but... we can save it. We can look at the comments there later as well. We'll do that for tomorrow. We'll just look at this one before we end off. Because we've been live for, what, 6 hours as well anyways.
Much can be said with certainty about Arknight's Enfield after its beta test. It's got huge potential, it's going to be very popular.
Yep.
And this NPC is really sorry.
Really sorry, really sorry, really
Yep.
sorry, really sorry.
Having played the full duration of the beta, I can confidently say that Arknight's Enfield has the potential to define a whole new generation of gacha games.
Yep.
That is not an exaggeration.
Okay.
I really must emphasize the word potential.
Yeah.
Because right now, I am increasingly worried that potential may never end up being realized. That very same potential could also turn the game into the biggest disappointment I've ever experienced in all my years of playing games.
Okay. I wouldn't say biggest
Honestly,
disappointment
though, I really need to
but
get
yeah.
the glazing out of my system, so let's just get that out of the way, shall we? There is so much that I fucking love about Enfield. Literally, from the moment you open the game, it hits you with the... God, it's so good. Harking back to its roots, announcing itself to the world before greeting you with peak music just for the login screen. The satisfaction of seeing all the sprawling factory belts come together, customizing map traversal with zip lines, the activity in the Dijang with your operators working and saying hello.
You're here, Administrator. How's your day?
The view of Talos 2 from the Nexus, the phenomenal sound design.
Yep.
Karmic justice.
Okay.
The eerie environment and music of Valley 4.
Yeah, it does look quite good with everything there.
The gorgeous environment and music of Jinlong.
Glazing to cover bad takes, yeah, let's see. Okay. I don't know what's to come. You guys
And
sent
the
me this.
headhunting. Oh my good lord, the headhunting. The music on the banner screen gets you all excited as if you're preparing for a rocket launch. You click the button, you hear those distant scintillations, and then...
Okay.
By far the best summoning experience in any gacha game I've ever played. Not even close.
Okay.
Oh, right, good. Got that out of my system. I have been fortunate enough to play both the alpha and beta of Enfield. In its alpha state, I was hooked. I was full of optimism and I was wholly convinced that it would be my favorite game of all time. So what changed in the beta?
Alright, watch
Thankfully,
it.
not the base. It's even better than before, and it has a ton of room to grow and become much deeper.
Yeah, the base building
Of
stuff
course,
is pretty
even though
cool.
the base has a very obvious target audience, with the nature of it being a gacha game, there will inevitably be those who are simply addicted to account progression as gameplay, and will play
Yep.
games they would otherwise have zero interest in just to feed that addiction. For those players, rather than simplify the gameplay, which would only annoy its fans and still wouldn't be good enough for the gacha addicts, they instead created these wacky inflatable tube guys, which you then have to murder in cold blood.
Yep. These guys, yeah,
Which
I
unlocks a
remember.
bunch of tutorials for it. They are quite possibly the most needlessly hand-holding tutorials I've ever had to do.
They are
but I
very
don't mind their
hand-holding, yeah.
existence at all if it means they can keep cooking and make it deeper, more complex, and even more fun and satisfying in the future. And for those who are hoping for just another account progression dopamine machine, who lament the mere thought of meaningfully engaging with the base at all, fear not, there is actually an easy solution. Don't play it.
Yep.
Unfortunately though, in
That's a good one. Don't play it. That's the solution. Nice. No, you're supposed to show it. I literally played it on stream too. There's nothing wrong with that.
spite of everything I've mentioned so far, Enfield has made what I feel are very significant mistakes.
Okay.
Pretty much all of them are fixable, these are far from permanent, but in general, beta tests tend to look pretty similar to their full release versions. So let's dive in.
Yep.
The main story is, to put it bluntly, bad. There's no nuance at
Yeah.
all. Landbreakers are completely one-dimensional and uninteresting, just generic bad guys who want you dead.
Yep.
Compare them to Reunion from the Arknight's main story.
I don't know
introduced
about
to us as
Arknight's
fighting for the
story
same
now.
goal as Rhodes Island, that being to liberate the infected, but with very different methods. There is a clear conflict. I understand the
Yeah, it's
motivations.
classic gotcha story, and gotcha stories are generally shit. I've already made my piece on a lot of that before. Some are more shit than others, but they're generally not on the great end of things. They're generally on the bad end. But they're not on like the good kind of bad where it's so bad that it becomes entertaining because you want to see just how worse it gets. They're just bad.
Of the antagonists and how they ended up where they are. Landbreakers have none of this. We also know almost nothing about the aims or motivations of the main villain Neferith, who might just be one of the most toothless.
Yeah, like they don't really have enough of the emotions and stuff. And then the problem as well is just the voice acting is not good. You remember, the voice acting in a lot of these are just bad. They don't really... It makes it a lot harder to really get immersed in everything with it. Yeah, it's just beyond whatever, I guess. No, but like, the voice acting too in these is just like... They, like, a lot of them just sound like they're brain dead or they have some other thing going on. And, or they're just reading the fucking lines on the teleprompter. And not actually acting. In a lot of cases. The few times you actually see them actually doing any acting. Those are outliers.
Villains I have ever seen, with the sole exception of one line when you first meet.
Yeah, they hired their own crew, voice acted the beta version. No, they didn't. They hired someone else, but like, there's no voice direction at all. There's like no voice direction. It's all over the place. But like, it's not just exclusive to this one. It's just, you see it as a whole across all of these gotchas. To varying levels of Pepega.
She shows up from time to time,
Some are
says
worse
some
than
vague
others,
bullshit and fucks
but
off
yeah.
again. How on earth can this be written by Hypergriff, the same people who gave us Patriot and Tallulah? They can very reasonably fix all of these issues before the game's release, but the alpha story wasn't good either, so I'm not convinced they will. I have no issue with the notion of a simple story well told, but that does not describe Enfield's story at all.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
don't
not
know what
just
the hell
writers
was
who are
going
at
on in
fault.
the story.
At one point, Chen refers to Neferith as Neffy, which I found extremely weird. Why is she giving the main villain a friendly nickname?
Yep.
Turns out this is because in every single language except English, Chen says essentially the equivalent of Nefer something or Nefer whatever, because the name went over her head. It's a subtle way of adding to her characterization. Instead, the English translators collectively hotboxed their entire office and decided Chen is actually giving her the kind of cute nickname you'd normally give to close friends.
Yeah. This is the problem with a lot of the English translations, and these are the worst. Where now it just changed it to like she gave it a cute nickname, but it's supposed to be a big bad villain that you end up fighting at the end. They don't. Yeah. It's just funny, man.
I am astounded at how incompetent this is, but then again, these are the same translators who translated cold to cryo, for no reason in particular.
Yeah, why should just do that? Then again, they put...
I'm sure.
no reason, I'm sure. And then they did that for literally every single element.
Most of the dialogue is also exasperating.
You should feel lucky, because I am the only one who can take care of technical problems like this. Say no more.
like, this is a perfect example of how bad the voice acting was. It's a perfect example. It's like, why?
Stop moving already and do something about that ether side rupture before it...
Like, what? And this is the entirety of the story is like this. It's either they sound like this, or they sound like they're falling asleep, or they sound like they're completely brain dead. It's like, pick your poison. I don't know, man. I don't know. But this one's not crashing out. This is like, yup, this is like a problem, but... At this point, we see these in like literally all of these gotchas, man. Yeah, they interact with the object, have a conversation, standing in idle pose. I know. Mr. Dookie lost the plot when he said, with HSR saying hating Hoya is, the meta. Oh boy. I mean, they're all doing the weird freaking drama farming shit, man.
It gets any worse.
Guys, writers, please! Is it too much to ask not to be treated like an idiot? Who could your target audience possibly be for this dialogue such that you feel the need to explicitly state the obvious multiple times and make sure everything is repeated very slowly for clarity? Oh, motherfucker! Consistent with the emerging trend of disappointing writing, frustratingly are the characters. Not because their writing is bad per se, but because there's just so much wasted potential. For example, Ember is a Sanctor and Shahi is a Sarkaz. We know from the Arknight story that the Sanctor and the Sarkaz are seemingly always in conflict with each other due to what the Sarkaz see as the Sanctor's betrayal. An image of a Sarkaz and a Sanctor holding hands was very prominent in Arknight's fourth concept trailer as a holy shit moment because its meaning was so significant. Meanwhile, the only mention of something even slightly resembling a connection to this lore is one line in Ember's file saying, "The children born and raised in Talos 2 would never learn that angels and sanctum used to carry beautiful meanings in times past." If I'm interpreting this correctly, this is the writer's way of saying that the entire history of Terra, all the extraordinary, catastrophic, mountain-moving events that directly led to Terran races ending up on Talos 2, not important. None of it matters anymore.
Okay.
I am so disappointed in the writers. What a monumental waste of such an incredible wealth of lore at your disposal.
And then they
All that being
ruin
said,
it.
though, I must admit, I do love the fact the resident Australian, Aviwena, says verbatim, "Bird and beast piss? How does it taste like? Crikey fucking bloody oath, seal, you piss-drinking cunt." Despite nearly all the writing being a massive letdown, I want to make it explicitly clear the voice actors, thankfully, are actually good at their job, and have done marvelous work with the material they've been given. I'm a huge fan of Aviwena, Dapan, and Wolfguard's regional accents.
Oh, of course. You're the boss. You point the way.
I don't think they're great, because, like, I'm not gonna look at regional accents that way. The other voices, though, ooh, they're painful.
Not a problem. Leave it to me.
And on top of that...
Just because some of them have regional accents doesn't mean it's good. At least that's the way I look at it. Especially if they're, like, lacking the emotion and feeling into it, and it's just like they're reading lines or whatever. It just doesn't.
The animations are way more expressive, the models are outstanding, and their idle chatter adds a ton
Idealism is always detached from reality, and it's the first step towards disappointment.
Yep. Yeah, like, they have a fit theme for regional accents, that's fine. It's just, you gotta, like, actually do something with it and not just have them speak as if they're just reading lines in that regional accent. And that's kind of the problem with the voice acting, because that's basically all that happens, right? And, like, we saw the same thing, when we played, the Wua 2.0, like, 2 months ago, right? Where, like, we would go to the thing there, and they would have, like, their weird fake Italian accent, but there was, like, no feeling or emotion or weight behind anything that was said, and it was just them reading lines as they try to fake an accent. So, like, the impact of literally anything there is just completely lost. Yeah, Wua 1.0 had all British accent, Wua 2.0, they have like they're trying to force them to do a fake Italian accent, but there's like completely no expression or like feeling or emotions tied to anything. Where like there's like a part where like they're talking about like having a celebration or anything, but he doesn't feel like they're celebrating anything when they're talking about it. I remember at like the end of it, I'm like, what? I remember just laughing at it in there. Because, like, it's completely lacking that. There's no emotion or feeling or anything into it. They're not acting. They're just reading lines. Right? There's no acting. The acting is not there. They're lacking the expression in the voice. Right? It's cool that, sure, they can do the accent or they can fake these accents. But you need to do a lot more than that to actually have an actual good voice acting dub there. There's a reason why people like to poke fun at dubs in different languages for things. There's a reason why. Just because you can fake an accent or something doesn't mean you did a good job. Yeah, like, can you imagine like an idol animation in real life? Are you okay? Do you need a doctor? True. You need a doctor? Are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Right? Do I need to put you on a stretcher? You know, is your spine okay? Do you need a stretcher?
Thank you, Wolfguard. Also, just one more thing. I am no prude. I am a straight man who plays gacha games. I'm not gonna pretend not to like fan service.
Okay.
But guys, holy fuck, relax. Subtlety is dead. Humanity is cooked. Have mercy on my soul. Guide me from the wayward woman, Lord Jesus.
I didn't even
as
know
I said
that.
before,
I didn't even notice that.
So far is fixable.
Like, I didn't even notice that when I was playing it. That she would just show her a thing out like that. Probably because I wasn't even looking there. I don't know, man. You're just looking at her ass. I didn't even notice, man. I spent over 100 hours playing Enfield and stuff, and I didn't even notice that was the pose. Because I wasn't paying attention, man. If I had, like, an eye tracker on me when I was looking at the game, it's like my eyes would be, like, looking at the UI elements and not that. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice that I spent over 100 hours playing it. I didn't even like pay attention to the tail outside of the time I pointed it out when we first saw the character there. It's like, oh, she has big tail. That's how you know she's a 5-star and not a 4-star like Chen, because her tail is so much bigger. That was like the joke I made. Yeah, like, how are these Chinese companies so good at making 3D models? Yeah, first happened with Genshin Tofu at ZZZ Enfield. They keep pumping them out. They've been making them even just as great for longer, man. It's just that this is when you start thinking about them, because this is when, like, people start talking about their games.
Bad writers can be replaced and characters can be given good writing later on, which is why all of this is negligible compared to the #1 issue I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released. In order to get there, we first need to talk about combat.
Oh boy.
Combat in Enfield for the most part revolves around skills and skill points. Use a shared SP bar to trigger a battle skill, which in theory triggers a combo skill, which triggers even more of them, and so on. Combo skills are essentially just QTEs with extra steps that deal damage. You press E when the prompt shows up and it gets the neurons going. Basic attack strings essentially serve as the cost of getting a final strike, which is the last hit in the sequence. Final strikes restore SP, so for the most part you really want to be getting the full sequence of basic attacks to that end. That logic generally applies to the combat as a whole. Given the importance of skills, you want to be maximizing SP restoration, hence the prevalence of Arclight in nearly every team composition. Her individual damage may not be anything noteworthy, but her ability to generate SP is excellent, and more SP means more damage. I'm honestly kind of surprised she isn't a 6-star. Now, the beta also adds the ability to dodge. Due to the nature of final strikes being your primary way of restoring SP, you need to commit to the full sequence of basic attacks to get it, which means currently there is still very much a choice every time an enemy attacks you of either dodging or taking the hit. and the dodge
Yeah.
is often not the best move. But it still gives me cause for concern. Future 6 stars are inevitably going to be designed to take advantage of more and more gameplay mechanics. Right now, the dodge only exists as a means of survival rather than facilitating damage. But if a dodge exists in any capacity, there is a very real danger of them leaning much further into it by, say, having a 6-star with a combo skill triggered by a dodge, and then more units with kits centered around dodging who synergize with that 6-star, and a new 6-star whose basic attacks don't get interrupted by the dodge, and before long you'll end up with a player base wanting more and more action, understandably seeking to flex their ADHD action gamer reflexes as their expression of skill. But with Enfield's base building being the way it is, and with the fact that they didn't dumb down the actual substance of the base building at all since the alpha,
They only increased the actual complexity of the base building further. But why is he assuming it? Because it's not unreasonable to expect that. You see, the thing is, these types of things just happen in all sorts of gachas as a whole. Where, like, they have one specific gimmick or mechanic in there. Right? It's because he's probably seen this problem play out in other games. And then they make something entirely, completely centric around that specific interaction. Right? We've even had that stuff in ToF too, remember? We had stuff like Cobalt. What did Cobalt do? She put burn on target. And then what happened with Flame after that? They make Ruby, who detonates burn but can't do it on her own. Outside of 1000 weapon charge, which any other flame weapon could do at the time. Right? And then what happened after that? They gave Annabella burn. Ruby detonate burn. Right? But then they also had the other mode where you could use the gas ammo on Annabella. What happened next? Right? Land Umbrella so she could use the ammo faster. Also, Land Umbrella counts as summons. Okay, what happened next there? We got Levo there, who also creates more summons, and also has the thing to detonate burn, and has ammo. Okay, now what happened next? They got Fesa, who copies the largest burn value, which you can also detonate with Levo. She also increases her burn value based on the amount of summons you have. You see where I'm going with this? You have stuff like that there. So, like, it makes the things a lot more restrictive. Because, like, then, like, they're forcing more things to be built up on that. And there's, like, less flexibility there. And that's, like, the downside there. But, like, we also just went through that reaction to, like, that HSR video where they talked about other things in there too, right? You know, but yeah, hi there, Mr. Chicken. Right, we're just doing reacts and stuff like that. But yeah, like you have that in that game, and then in a different game again. You know, it's like it happens in a lot of these, so it's not the most unfair assumption for this guy to be making. That yeah, it's like we gotta be cautious on that part. Right. As long as they don't make the combat stuff in Enfield that important so people can just keep doing the factory stuff, which is what the reality of like what most people are there for. I think it can be fine, but it really depends on how they handle things long term. Right? Because like the reality is at the same time if they do that, you also take away parts of the game too. Right? Because the current state, like, of when I played Enfield, the combat was basically build skill points, and you stockpile them to use your abilities in combinations, for each of the characters, right? And the idea is you would be able to counter enemies' attacks and stuff by using a skill at the right time. So it was a lot more reactionary, and there were different elemental combos, that you could do to trigger extra effects. And that was kind of how the gameplay dynamic worked there. It was very reactionary to that. And that was fine. But yeah, you're lying if Hypergraph doesn't want to advertise themselves to the Hoyo and Wuwa crowd. Exactly, and that's gonna be its own mess there, though. Like, the reality is, what I liked about this one was it wasn't the fucking Genshin and Wuwa garbage. I didn't want to play that stuff, right? That wasn't why there. I did enjoy the beta when I played it. But like, yeah, I understand why this guy's skeptical on that point. Right, I do understand why. Because like, when you really think about it, yeah. They will get overwhelmed by the factory stuff. Exactly. They're not going to be playing this shit, man. Actually having to use your brain and planning stuff out is too much work for them. They want their mindless, go grab your credit card and swipe for more power to farm trash mobs in a stupid circle in a timer. Why else would they freaking praise the crap in, especially with what praise the crap they're getting? Why else would they? They were also like attacking each other when they both have the exact same core issues. But that's like its own other problem there. But yeah, like having them like deal with like the actual construction stuff and dealing with things in the world, that's too much for them. They're probably not gonna give a fuck about that. But that's the best part about Enfield. And that's like the main draw for the people who actually played it that liked it was. It was that, not really the combat part. The combat was fine for what it is, but like the real draw was the factory stuff.
The team had was clearly aimed at the kind of player who likes to obsess over details, who may not necessarily want something based on reflexes, but instead something more strategic, controlled and precise. The base obviously appeals to this.
And that's the other thing too, the combat here was more of like, you have to like, it was more reactionary and like countering stuff that was going on, and not just mindlessly doing your set button rotation.
Kind of player, while the combat has ended up with a sort of identity crisis. Unsure of what it really wants to look like, trying to be a bit at everything while never actually excelling at any of them.
Yep.
Most of the strategy comes from the team comps rather than the execution. The actual process of triggering combos and doing damage and so on, while satisfying for a while, is very easy. Use a battle skill or two, do your basic attack string, face tank smaller hits, use combo skills on cooldown, and repeat. I quickly exhausted every single possibility for improvement, and even self-limiting clears like duos and solos are not at all challenging.
I mean, like, I didn't even care about
I
doing
dive more
those.
often to platforming than to enemies.
Yep.
This is mostly due to the current cast of enemies lacking any real variety or complexity. Sure, it will improve with time, but the state of the game at launch has real implications for the future of the game. Hypergriff has been through these motions before. Today, more than 5 years after its launch, Arknights is known.
Yeah, exactly. I'm tired of them too, man. I am tired of them too. It's even more annoying when they add an open world to it and add extra gauges. Right? Can you imagine dealing with all that, but then you also have to worry about, oh, if I want to do the swap and repeat, I also have to fill up their stupid gauge there so they can trigger another effect, or I have to fill up their energy so they can use their E and their Q, and it's like a different one for each of them. It just completely slows down and kills the pacing. And then if you exit combat, you have to start over from scratch the next time you enter combat. But then, like, you're not even locked in an instanced area, and you're actually doing it in open world. When I see that type of stuff in some of these games, I will just completely avoid the combat entirely if that's the experience I'm stuck dealing with, because I would rather not go into combat and not deal with those problems than go into combat for whatever reason. So yeah, I end up playing things completely different when I'm just running away from everything. Right? And that was kind of like how my experience with WoW ended up turning down, right? I would basically not want to get into combat with literally anything. And I would want to avoid anything. I even made like remarks about wanting to like set the world level all the way back down to like 0 or 1. To like the default state. So the few times I did get into combat, I could immediately just one-shot something without paying attention, just so I could avoid it even more. Because it just got really annoying and tedious. But yeah, when it makes the game hard, like the super bosses, they either make the AI OP or they will get wiped because you have no control over it, yeah. That's its own other mess there. I think though, like, the tower defense stuff is interesting at least. Where, like, you build your towers and stuff and you defend a specific spot. But that was only, like, a very, very minor part of the beta. I don't know what will happen if they ever expand on that one. Because, like, the thing that people really want is the stuff around the factory and the base building. Like, the reality is, like, again, with some of the stuff I ended up farming in the overworld, I would, if I was just gonna do this stuff constantly, I would just put a bunch of towers there. And build power lines to power my towers. I wasn't gonna just go fight all of them manually on my own. I would just have the towers do most of the work, and I would just attack as filler in between, right? And it's like I really just want to do the building stuff. The end game content one, there really isn't any. Here's the thing though with these single player games, man. I don't really care much about end game content in these games, especially with these single player ones, because at the end of the day, a lot of them just boil down to, you buy more power anyways. They'll tend to favor whoever is like the most recent units or whatever, right? And then the reality is to go and clear them. Like when you go and clear them, the amount of stuff you get is significantly less than the amount that you put in so you could attempt to clear them in some cases, right? It's part of why pulling from meta in a lot of these games is stupid, because the reality is you go and do your endgame content, let's say they give you 700 premium currency and a character pulls 160 premium currency, right? And that's per cycle, right? Let's say they rotate it monthly for that specific endgame mode. Right. Well, how many years is it gonna take for you to get your investment back for that one specific character you pulled for, when you also have other characters that you have to pull for to account for, and the fact that maybe it took you like 160 pulls to even get the character in the first place. By the time you put all that together, you're looking at maybe it takes you like 20, 30 years of constantly doing that mode, as if you're going to be doing that for 20 to 30 years straight. It's dumb. Right? I don't really care about endgame in these games. What I care about is the actual game with a lot of these single player games. Because the reality is, if they want to make good, fulfilling, and interesting endgame content in these games, they would have to completely undermine and ignore and bypass the monetization systems in these games. Right? But a lot of these game companies, they don't want to do that, right? Or if they do, one of the ways they could do it is if they want to make difficult stuff later on, not resetting the mode, so that you can always come back and clear it later, or you make stuff around content dealing around mechanics instead, so the game is actually difficult, but you cannot just throw money at the problem either, because they basically made that irrelevant, right? And that's kind of where like ToF is, right? With ToF, you got the variable difficulty scaling with how you can treat things with all the buff stacking for Void Abyss, or you have the difficulties throughout a season drastically being reduced for each Origin of War season. And then with raids, the event raids basically being an entire mechanics fest, right? Where it's like you and the 7 other people you're playing with are all coordinated to go and handle the stuff in there. Where like actually doing damage in there doesn't matter, unless it's like to hit specific quotas in there that are very, very easy to handle, right? They basically had to undermine and get around a lot of the monetization systems to make it like actually interesting and worth doing and an actual skill check. Because the rest of these other gachas, the reality is, like with holograms, what can you do? You can swipe that credit card. You can get more copies of a character to get significantly more power. You can get more copies of the weapon to do the same. You don't have enough echoes for like the good stats and stuff like that? No worries. You can go swipe and get more wave plates, so then you can go waste more hours of your life farming the terrible echo stuff and upgrading that, so that you can have better gear potentially because you went at more chances of the slot machine. Right? It's like you're just buying power. It's like whatever. Right? All of that stuff, all the difficulty in there is just completely artificial anyways. It doesn't matter. Right? And then, yeah, for some people, yeah, you find it hard to play when you're not a day one player because you miss out on all of those initial resources that you probably won't get later on. And that is also completely understandable. Yeah, and all of that for a single player game. And even worse, when that's the only thing you do in the game, you basically spend 99% of the time you're logged in just farming a bunch of trash mobs and materials just so you can maybe do 5 minutes of content, right? Like, you would, like, log in. It's like, let's say you log into, like, let's say, Genshin or Wuthering Waves for, like, 15, 20 minutes a day to do your dailies and spend your wave plates or resin, right? 15 to 20 minutes of your life every single day, right? How much is that in a month? Right? How much of that? Or, like, it's like in a patch cycle and all you wanted to do is do the hologram boss, right? Like in WUWA, for example. That's the only content you actually cared about, right? You had all this other crap in there. You don't actually care. You're just doing it because of the resources. And you're really desperate for that, right? Let's say you get, like, 10 minutes of content, but, you know, like 10 minutes of content, but you're logging in, spending, like, 20 minutes a day, right? For, like, what? 7 weeks is a patch, right? So, like, you have this many minutes, and then each patch you have, like, the other endgame modes, which you're doing because you need the premium currency or whatever, so you can keep pulling whatever. Let's say you spend another, per reset, let's say you spend another 2 hours on that one. So plus another 120, right? And let's say you don't even care for the story, you want to skip through it all, but, like, going through that's like another 5-10 hours of just spamming through dialogue to walk from point A to point B, right? Let's be nice and say 5 hours. It's even worse if I said 10. So that's another 300 minutes, right? So it's oh wait, where was that? Then we add that to the 1100 from earlier, right? So, like, you spent 15-20 minutes in a patch. Divide that by 60. 60 minutes in an hour. That's, like, that's 25 hours of your life just gone. You'll never get that back. And also do 10 minutes of content. Keep that in mind, though. Let's say we multiply the 60 back in there, and you were only doing it for 10 minutes of content, so we'll add the 10 minutes here, right? How much of this content, though, was spent doing shit you don't give a fuck about, but you're forced to do it anyways? Well, that's divide that by 1520, and, wait, that's the wrong way. 1520 over 1530, in this case. Right? 99% of your playtime isn't even you playing the game then. It's you doing a bunch of mindless chores and grinding. Not even 1% of your time spent in the game is you doing what you wanted. In this case. And this is assuming just one patch, one game version patch. And that's the problem too. It becomes really boring and monotonous. That's why in a lot of these games, especially the single player ones, if I'm playing them, I want to be playing them for another reason than just that. And the end game content does not matter. Because the reality is they're never going to make good end game content. Because good end game content goes entirely against their entire monetization model. It will never work. It will never work. You'll never get what you want. No matter what you think, it's never gonna happen. And the funny thing is, the movie shows praise dodge counter. Guess what? Don't they have new characters that just get around that anyways? Right? Don't they have that Brett guy that, like, is in the air with his, like, animation a lot of the time? And now they don't even care about parrying and stuff like that in a lot of situations? Like they're already, like, undermining some of the old mechanics and stuff in there. Because they were already pretty terrible in the first place, but yeah. They're praising it for all that, man. But yeah. And the freeze enemies and stuff like that, so they don't need dodge or counter. That too. They have stuff like that too. It's like, it doesn't matter. Right? There is no actual skill there, yeah. Jinshi can already do that? Okay. I don't know, I never played Jinshi or whatever. But, like, yeah. It's like, when you really think about it, with how some of these games work, you're never actually going to scratch that itch. For a while, you can at least trick them into thinking they're doing something, but that's not gonna last for a while. And that's not gonna last for that much longer. And the only way for that content to truly work and be meaningful is if they took away aspects of the game that they put in there to be, like, friction points. And put something else in its place. And like, here's the thing as well with Wuwa, for example. If you only played Wuthering Waves for the hologram content, reality is like you don't care about anything else in there. Let's say Duet Night Abyss comes out. Just farming the bosses in that game will give you a way better experience. And it will scratch that itch that you would have had there. Because of how the stuff in Duet Night Abyss works. Especially when you can just like farm and grind for stuff endlessly if you really wanted to. And on the boss that you're trying to beat, no less. You can do that there. Instead of just only buying power to go and clear it, because you can just craft the items if you get the recipe. You can literally just craft the best weapons in the game as long as you get the recipe for that. So it's not really buying power anymore. Well, like, buying power is just a speed up ticket, I guess. At least you can, like, play it for that reason. And, the game will let you actually just play it for that. That said, that game had other issues it needs to fix as well. I'll eventually get my review on that one. But at least it's more of, it's just missing stuff to do, rather than not being good. Right? It's more like, it's just very barren. But yeah. Holograms and only content that isn't Hoyo coded, and then they never experiment on it further. No co-op mode or boss rush mode. Here's the thing, man. Do you want co-op in Wuwa? Do you actually want it? Right? Genshin's co-op was already pretty bad. And then Wuwa's just makes it even worse. Unless they rework how, like, multiplayer stuff works in that game, do you honestly want an actual multiplayer mode? Because the game is not built around it either. There's nothing in the game built around it and to, like, support having multiple characters and multiple people playing together. The game is not suited for that. To, like, actually make multiplayer stuff work in a lot of these games, you would have to, like, intentionally build and design stuff around having multiple things interact with each other. Like, Enfield could probably use can actually make use of a co-op mode, because you have things like aggro and taunting stuff, mechanics, like, hidden in the game, and being able to manage that stuff with enemies. And, like, who they're targeting there, especially because you have all the characters out and about at the same time. So you can have that type of gameplay dynamic on top of everything, and it's a lot more reactionary, but yeah. They also have to make it worthwhile, too, whether it's fun or for rewards. The problem is with the rewards is, like, depending on your situation, they're never going to be worth it. Because if you're only in there for, like, premium currency, it's like, if you're going to be wasting an insane amount of time to get shit amounts of premium currency, why bother doing that when it's more efficient for you to just, like, go flip burgers for an hour and then swipe instead. With the money you got for flipping burgers for an hour. You're going to get way more out of that when you think about it, right? If you're gonna, like, waste an hour of your time, and if you're only after rewards. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of these games as well. It's the content in them, they're basically having to bribe you for premium currency rather than because of the content itself. Right? Because the reality is the content in them are not good. Like, they're just not good. Right? It's just not. And, like, you end up in the situation where people are doing it because they see premium currency as the thing there. That's their carrot on a stick. And, like, honestly, if it was up to me, I would basically tell the people making these games to remove all premium currency from those game modes entirely. Put them elsewhere if they want. Just do not have them in those game modes. They should not be the reason why you go and do them. Because if you force it to be that way, it's only going to make players dislike it more over time, especially when they start to view it more and more as a regular chore that's tedious and annoying to deal with, rather than, oh, cool, fun new content to do. And that's the problem too with endgame in these games. Endgame is not that important at all. It's nowhere near as important as people will make you think it is. It's not. And, like, if you look at how a lot of people who play these things a lot more casually do it, they completely ignore the fact that it exists in the first place. Because the reality is the content is shit. No matter what, it's like, it's just shit. And it's never going to be good. Yeah, like, you don't pull for anything, man. Right? And it's also why, like, if you don't do that, now you don't have any incentive to go pull for characters for power. Right? And so then you have people that won't do that either. Right? The ones that actually think that way. But you still do because you like the characters. Yeah. That's why I've also said, like, if you're gonna pull, right, you like the thing there. Great. Go. Good. Go have fun with that. Because at the end of the day, it's like, if you don't like what you're doing in there, you're not gonna like it no matter what. So you're better off just not doing it in the first place. Right? Like, there is no reward, the reward incentive for it is just never going to pay off. Right? Who cares about getting, like, 700 gems or whatever it's called when, it costs you, like, 25,000, 30,000 gems or something to pull that one character, and you needed to use other characters with it. So the reality is, let's say you had to use 9 characters in total to do that content. Well, your 700 is now divided by 9 in terms of how much you got back, because you still have to account for the value of the other 8 characters you were using. Right? And you can apply that to literally any other gacha. It's all the same. It's why endgame content really doesn't matter as much as people think it is. And the only way for, like, them to make stuff meaningful is if they actually undermine all of that. And especially once you start to look at them as chores. But yeah. And the cost of not pulling the characters, and you're fine with. Exactly. Because here's the thing. Oh, you can't clear the content. Oh, don't worry. You weren't going to do the content in the first place. So now you don't even have to waste the pulls to get a character to clear it if you weren't going to do it in the first place. Especially if the rewards are just never going to be worth it. It's why premium currency is a terrible incentive. Right, and it's like, I would rather these games not even have an end game at all. I would rather them just focus on the actual core game itself. The end game doesn't matter. Unless they're okay with willing to undermine all of those aspects of their monetization and make something else around that, I don't care about endgame in these games. Yeah, and that too, you also gotta burn stamina for the other 9 characters. Exactly. You gotta go do it to go upgrade and level them up. You gotta get them for their ascension materials. You probably gotta go get a weapon for them and upgrade that. You then gotta go farm their gear and equipment. Right? We always played games just to play. They're just games. Exactly. And when you start to hear endgame only from streamers. Exactly. It's like, once you start hearing that being spouted around like that, it's a lot more pega when you think about it. Because they're trying to, like, artificially extend your playtime by putting more chores and roadblocks in your place, rather than giving you an actual, genuine, fun, and enjoyable experience there. And then when, like, the only interesting thing they have is locked behind it, and the roadblock is super high, the barrier to entry is so high, people are not going to play it, and they're not going to care. There's a reason why things like let's say, like, Fortnite, for example, is popular with kids and stuff like that. Because here's the reality, right? If you wanted to play a game, right, and you wanted to, like, let's say, get good at it, right? You can literally just download Fortnite and start playing the game. Same thing with Valorant, right? You can do that literally right now if you wanted to. Same thing you can do with Apex or whatever other game you're thinking of. You can literally just, your only barrier entry is you just downloading the game and starting to play the game. That's it, right? And that's the thing. That's why, like, those types of PvP, when you see those types of games, are always popping off. But, like, if you go look at, like, World of Warcraft, for example, right? It's still the biggest MMO in the West, right? Because I don't know about China anymore. Ever since they got rid of was it NetEase? The NetEase Blizzard contract stuff for the Chinese World of Warcraft ended a couple years ago. I know some of the Chinese players moved and started using VPNs to play with other people on World of Warcraft, for the people there. But like nobody's gonna like understand and care about like World of Warcraft PvP, for example. Because what's the problem with World of Warcraft PvP? Okay, you want to go to World of Warcraft PvP, first you gotta get your character, level it all the way up to level cap. Now you gotta farm, spend weeks, if not months, farming honors so you can get your honor gear, right? And then you also have to make sure you get all your enchants and everything set in order. You need to find other people to play with so you can make your rated battleground team or your arena team, right? People to play with for that. And you gotta make sure that everyone else is on the same page. You gotta organize, because it's multiplayer PvP in that sense, so that you can all play at the same time, right? There's all of that stuff in there, but like I can be like, yeah, I might just go download Fortnite and I can go play Fortnite right now if I wanted to. I could go play Valorant right now. I could go play Apex like now. I could go play what's the other one? Marvel Rivals right now and start playing. Right? I won't be good at it, but I can at least play the game immediately. There isn't a barrier to entry there. Right? I could do the same thing with Sonova or whatever other PvP game. With the PvP games, that's fine. Because the content is just you playing with other people. Right? That's the content there. And with those ones, because gearing and stuff doesn't matter, because it's just you play the stuff and it's skill based in the match. Right? You could just play with no barrier. But for like with MMOs and stuff like that, it's part of why they've slowly been dying in there. Because the reality is, it's hard to get in. The barrier to entry for them, a lot of them, is too high. And they haven't really started to try to give people other reasons and incentives to play outside of the things there, like outside of that type of content. Endgame can be great as a way to keep existing players in those types of games engaged. It can be, but often at times it ends up not working. It's part of why that genre, for example, is slowly dying too. Right? We've been seeing a slow death to that genre because again, like the barrier to entry is too high. If they really want to try something to work, they need to get in new players, but find a way to make it so like they can actually keep and retain those new players. Because the reality is most of the time with these games, it's like, oh, they see it, they try it, and then they drop it after like a few days or a week. Because they realize I'm never going to be able to catch up, and everyone is like talking about I'm playing this specific thing in the game, but I can't play with them. And it's like the barrier to get to where they are is too steep. And it's just not worth my time to get caught up. And like that's just the problem as a whole with a lot of these. It's why you see stuff like Blizzard selling like character boosts to like level cap, and they've been doing it for like 10 plus years now. It's why they started doing that. Because like then they realized, oh wait, we can sell this to other people as well. And you have that whole situation there. And like I remember back when that was a thing, people were like really crazy and fighting over that. Fighting over like the fact that but like that people can be like, I'm gonna go spend like $60 and now my character is instantly level cap, and they skipped over all the other stuff in there, right? Versus like older players who just went in and leveled up from all the way from level 1 all the way to level cap during that expansion or whatever. Right? It's because the barrier to entry is super high. But what's more important really isn't the end game, but the actual core game itself.
For its meaningfully challenging endgame modes, to the point of Chinese universities hosting nationwide Arknights tournaments with thousands of dollars in prize money.
Okay.
I've kept playing for all these years because Arknights has such a rich endgame and high skill ceiling, but for a long time it didn't. When it first launched, the most interesting gameplay it had to offer was Chapter 4. It took them years to make integrated strategies a permanent game mode. But the difference is, Arknights didn't offer anything else in terms of gameplay. There was nothing else to play the game for. With Endfield, Hypergriff seems to have regressed into doing the same thing by making it frustratingly shallow in its launch state, but doing so this time is a critical mistake. Those who are looking for strategic depth will not find it. It is pathetically easy, and it will remain that way for at least the first 6 months or so. Which means once those players have completed their bases, which really doesn't take that much time, they may not stick around for that long. But those who are looking for action will get plenty of it from daily and weekly gameplay, regardless of the difficulty. The ability to dodge not only gives those action-seeking players their daily dose of dopamine, but also significantly diminishes the need for healing. If their overworld healing needs can be met with items you can craft directly from the backpack, and a 4-star like Snowshine can provide literally all my healing needs with room to spare anyway, what reason does the action-seeking player have to engage with the base at all? The outposts are optional. All they need at that point is some components to make gear. This combined with the lack
and it's not too hard to get the components set up to make gear.
Of strategic depth in its launch state creates a serious risk of cultivating a majority of players who are exclusively invested.
Honestly, what they need to do is make more stuff to do with the base factory stuff. I do not care about like the combat shit, to be honest. What they need to do is make more interesting things to do after you upgraded your base and built up your post. Maybe make stuff where like you have more tower defense stuff to do instead, and like I can then instead spend all my resources building batteries and towers to do stuff and stuff like that, or have like other missions where I need to like build stuff and like send them off. If they were to do that, I would have something else to do, because I honestly just don't really care too much about the actual combat. Right, but yeah, you kind of already get that from Tribe 9. I see. I haven't bothered touching the game. Right, I heard they at least fixed or at least not really fixed, but they kind of reworked and changed the gacha stuff. Because there's no actual true fixing of that, of any gacha system. It's more of they just make them less awful. At the end of the day.
Invested in the action gameplay. Now, this will be a controversial take, but I would not be making this video were I not willing to defend it. I think the best decision Enfield could possibly make after the beta is to remove the dodge entirely.
Honestly? You know what? Yeah, why not? Instead, encourage people to plan and position better.
Hypogriff's development decisions will be driven by what players want, and if the vast majority of players aren't
I don't see it as a bad thing to remove the dodge, honestly. Just make it so people are hyper-focused on positioning instead.
Engaging with the base, the game's evolution will reflect that. This is my #1 issue with the game. They are creating a precarious combination of action gameplay in the combat alongside the slower gameplay of the base. We already have an example of such a precarious combination in a gacha game failing to hold in Zenless Zone Zero's TV mode. It is an action game. It was advertised as an action game. Lo and behold, the action gamers didn't like the TV mode, and Hoyo has decided to all but kill the TV mode entirely. The difference, though, is that Zenless Zone Zero was built from the ground up around its dodge and parry mechanics. It is fundamentally an action game. That is where its strengths lie, and that decision was an act of leaning further into those strengths. Enfield, on the other hand, has been built from the ground up around the base, yet it is taking clear steps towards action gameplay.
Yeah, like, I just want to do stuff with the base, man. Honestly, with these boss fights, let me build towers and stuff, and it'd be a lot more interesting if I could build shit in the boss fights. Honestly, like, imagine if, like, in a boss fight like this one, right? I could, like, put up zip lines and stuff, and, like, just zip line across to avoid things, and then, like, build towers to just shoot down. That'd be a lot more fun to deal with. Or, like, build other stuff in the way. Like, oh, the boss is gonna do, like, a big attack in front of me. I go and, like, build up, like, a wall or something to, like, have it hit the wall instead. That'd be a lot more fun.
Obviously, they aren't going to kill off the base entirely. You might as well announce end of service at that point. But I am convinced Enfield...
Right, because, like, yeah, like, I just wanted to do the base stuff, the building stuff.
...is sleepwalking into doing something not all that far removed. If the game cultivates a player base...
Right, because, like, I didn't really like doing the freaking chore stuff to go build up the characters there. I needed to farm a bunch of these for some of the materials. At least they were generic and shared between everyone, but... I just really want to do the base stuff.
Seeking action, then as more and more regions are introduced, each one asking the player to build a new base from scratch.
Yeah, like every new area, they're gonna want you to build a new base and upgrade and build upon that one.
those action-seeking players will complain, and being the majority of the player base, there is a serious danger of Hypergriff pivoting to action gameplay for that reason.
Yeah.
And we have already seen that Hypergriff is perfectly willing to let you sidestep most of the strategy in their strategy game, so long as you pay up. But for the same reason Hoyoverse's attempts at strategy have been absolute dogshit, Hypergriff would not even hold a candle to developers with mature and polished action gameplay systems. Removing the dodge and doubling down on strategic gameplay solves this problem, and
honestly, let me build as well in combat. Let me build as well. Especially because then I can take all the batteries I'm producing and more of the towers in.
To build on Enfield's strengths and create something truly phenomenal. It is by far the best decision they can make for the longevity of the game. Instead, they are trying to steer it in two different directions.
Let me craft in combat. let us like build stuff in combat. Yeah, they can get rid of the dodge. Give us other stuff instead. How about like we can like build like mini barriers and shields and stuff instead? Right? On top of the healing items, and let us just use those
Simultaneously.
It's part of third-person combat game. It was barely even used. Like, here's the thing, nobody like really used it when they were playing. You could dodge, but there was already no point. So like, there's no real need to it if you're not gonna use it. Most of the things you couldn't really dodge well anyways. You had to like walk out or run out of the way. Like a run button, fine, but like an actual dodge, kind of unnecessary. Yeah, just make it a dash. Just remove the iframe from it, because the iframe was already super short. Just make it a dash. That'd be a lot more interesting as well for like the platforming stuff. And like the thing is, the building stuff goes well with the platforming, because like if you can build more platforms and they let it so you can build platforms, or like you can craft bombs as well to destroy stuff with it, right? Let's say like you build something up and then you have like a bomb to destroy it if you need to move through it, right? You made a barricade and stuff like that, or like you have the zipline towers and stuff. They could do some interesting things with that, because like that was the interesting part of the game, not the other stuff in there. Also, like it would lean in more into being strategic, because it's like, okay, where do I want to like build my stuff so that like I can like fight the thing better or move out of the way or whatever, right? Because like they even had stuff like a healing tower you could build, where if you stood near the healing tower it would heal you, but you had different other ones, like different like damaging towers that would do different things in crowd control and stuff.
One towards that vision they so clearly had a year ago, and one towards appealing to a wider, more general audience.
And the general audience is not gonna mesh with the freaking with the base building stuff, man. That's too much for them.
Though we all know what general audience really means. Let's not pretend otherwise. It means the Hoyoverse audience.
Yep.
Obviously, there's nothing wrong with playing Hoyoverse games. This does not mean every single Hoyoverse fan ever. The problem is with those who do not see each game as having a unique identity appealing to different kinds of players, but rather they see 3D anime RPG gacha game as a genre in itself. And yes, that does include you, Wuthering Waves fans. Hoyoverse and Kuro games both have their roots in action gameplay.
And they're literally just doing the same crap.
While Hypergriff's roots are in strategy. And yet there are still those who make the argument that trying to be like Genshin or like Wuthering Waves or whatever is a good thing, because they're...
Yeah, it's not. I don't want that. Right? Like, if I actually wanted that, then I would be playing them. But I don't play them, so obviously I don't want them.
And the most popular gacha, and for some reason, popularity is the only thing that matters to these people. I'm going to make what may seem like a strange analogy at first, but just trust me on this. When Gangnam Style released in 2012, it was a global phenomenon. It became the first video to reach 1 billion views on YouTube, and just like that, the Korean pop industry was catapulted into the mainstream. Yep. More than a decade after that phenomenon, do we now have a thriving industry consisting solely of songs that are like Gangnam Style?
No, I don't think so.
Sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Psy did not stumble upon some magic formula for success which can be repeated forever with the right balance of ingredients, and Psy has explicitly said this himself.
You know, I cannot call this success because this is called phenomena, and which means I don't do anything People do it, right? So this was by people, not by me.
K-pop is the leviathan of an industry it is today, not because everybody copied Gangnam Style, but because people took advantage of the opportunities Gangnam Style opened up.
Yep.
Fast forward to 2020 and Genshin Impact becomes a global phenomenon, catapulting gacha games into the mainstream. MiHoYo put some forward-thinking people at the wheel, quickly built a brand identity, renaming themselves HoYoverse, and now, 5 years later, HoYoverse has found unfathomable sustained success. But again, this is not because they found some magic formula,
nope,
but because they took advantage of the opportunities brought about by the phenomenon that was
Yep.
and is Genshin Impact. This is what people so often miss when they insist that every new gacha game needs to be like some other gacha game.
Yep. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you just make it the same thing, why don't I just play the original?
Of course, this is no concern for enlightened and experienced 3D anime RPG gacha game enthusiasts like ourselves. I'm sure our judicious and learned beta testers have provided invaluable feedback to the developers. Shall we peruse a few of them? Dash feels underwhelming. It should be more forgiving and have more iframes. It's not
I didn't care. Honestly, I never cared about the iframes in there. Like, I just wanted a better dash.
my liking because of my action RPG experiences. You don't say! Game needs a proper dodge, and anyone who says otherwise is coping.
Nah, it needs a dash. Give me a dash button. Right? It's like me playing a freaking, right? Like, it's like me playing like a Sonic game and asking, why can't I dodge? I have quick step, but I can't dodge. Right? It's like I go play a platforming and why can't I dodge? I have this quick step dash thing. Right? I have a boost button to move super fast, but I can't dodge. Right? It's like I gotta move out of the way instead. Almost as if the game is built around you moving around instead of just, you know, waiting to get something to be right in front of you so that you can just dodge it then.
A quick look around the gacha space makes this abundantly clear. Not being able to dodge cancel makes the overall combat loop feel unsatisfying because you're forced to take hits that could have been avoided. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that aspect there. It's like, hey, I used to play stuff again, like MMOs like World of Warcraft as well. Imagine playing World of Warcraft and asking for a dodge button. When like World of Warcraft and stuff didn't have a dodge button. Didn't need one either. How'd you dodge stuff in World of Warcraft? You just don't stand in the way of the attack. You walked away. You don't stand in the fire. As well, you don't stand in the fire. You get out of the fire. And then you don't get hurt.
Dodging definitely needs rework, like larger iframes for casuals and consecutive dodges, and dodges not breaking your
Just give it a dash.
basic attack combo. And more dodging distance, and making dodges more rewarding, and make SP boss 4 instead of 3. It would make combat faster. Please make normal attacks more powerful, and also make each hit give SP, and also stagger, and also please give SP whenever I dodge. Also please make dodges use less stamina. Also stuff.
I do think they should make a bigger SP gauge, but not for but mostly so you can stockpile your SP for more. Not you starting with a bigger SP gauge, but like just have it so you have 4 bars so that in combat instead you have even more choice to like strategize on when to use your skills, because then you can like save it up for longer rather than just spamming mindlessly. Because like I like that it wasn't just a mindless spam fest, but I wish I could store some skills for more, like, and delay them a bit more and later, right? More SP would mean you could probably nuke the boss. No, it wouldn't. Because of how this stuff works, you wouldn't really be able to nuke it. It's more of you could then, like, position yourself a little bit better and, like, counter specific mechanics a bit more easily. Because the way this stuff worked, right, was, if to trigger the reactions, you had to apply, if you're doing a physical reaction, basically your attacks can either knock things up, lift things up, knock them down, and knock them down, right? Or you can stun them. Like you had like the stun thing. But in order to do that, you would have to combo 2 abilities that would trigger one of those effects. So if you use the physical attack that had a knock-up effect, you won't knock up the target unless you hit them again with another skill that triggers knockup. The second one is what will trigger the actual effect. And that's how physical reactions work. With the other ones, for example, if you wanted to, like, let's say freeze the target, you had to apply any other element with a skill first, any element that isn't ice, and then you hit them with ice. And then you could trigger that. But you could only trigger that when you use the skill. Yeah, basically, you were locked into when you had your skill points. Only skills could trigger the reactions. But it's only the second one that triggers the reaction. Right? The other thing is, though, there's another mechanic. Enemies can also do these things to you, and they can also cast skills on you. But how do you stop enemies from using their skills and abilities? You use your own skill and abilities and time it roughly within a similar time frame of when they're using their skills and abilities. If you do that, you will counter their attack there. But you couldn't just spam it mindlessly. So, like, you are encouraged in a way to wait to use your abilities like that. Right? Same time when you're comboing the skills with the debuffs in there to trigger the reactions, there's a time frame on where the thing will wear off. So, like, you're encouraged to, like, stall out and, like, time when you do things accordingly. Of course, there are ways you can generate more SP with how you build stuff and use a specific character he mentioned earlier. Right? But, like, the whole thing there was, like, you had to, like, time everything to take advantage of that. Especially when, like, you know how they were complaining about dodges having, like, very shit iframes and not going very far? It's because, like, the way you're supposed to counter those attacks is not by dodging them. It's by not even being in the field of the attack in the first place, or by using the skills to counter them. Like, where you're using your skills strategically to counter them. And it's not like you had like a decent window too, but you need to make sure you actually have the skill available. It's kind of like if you ever played, let's say, World of Warcraft, for example, right? Let's say, like, you're in PvP and let's say there's, like, a mage using Pyroblast on you. It's, like, a very big, very powerful, big nuke of a spell. But then, like, before they fire it off, you can see their spellcasting bar. And instead, you hit them with an interrupt ability. Let's say you use, let's say you use, Wind Shear on, like, a shaman. And you hit them with Wind Shear and you interrupted them. And what it ends up doing is it blocks them from using, like, fire spells for a bit. Because you interrupted them. It's kind of like that. Where, like, every single skill ability, like, all the skills on the characters in, Enfield, they also function as an interrupt. And you could time it when they have the skill casting bar, or rather circle. As long as you use the skill, to hit them, right? And you have to keep in mind as well the position of the characters, your party members, when you press the button to use their skill, because you want them to actually hit the target. But you also have to be careful you don't trigger the reaction you don't want. So you had to be strategic on that. Right? That part was actually a lot more interesting. But I think adding a 4th skill bar would help with that. Don't, like, increase the regen like you get. Just give, like, a 4th skill bar so you can stockpile one more skill charge. When, like, and save it. Because then they can make enemies' encounters more reactionary to that. Rather than just mindless spam. Yeah, so, like, on the big attacks, they will have a cast time. The smaller basic attacks don't have a cast time, but, like, their big ones do have a cast time. And it's pretty obvious when they have one. So you know that you can, like, do something. Right? Instead of just you mindlessly using your abilities when you have the skill points, what you should be doing is saving them for when they have, they're gonna cast the big attack, if you have the skill points. It's kind of why I would rather have, like, 4 skill bars instead. I think increasing it to 4, but, like, leaving the other rules the same would be fine. It's just that, you know, I don't really care about the dodge parrying stuff. Honestly, parrying in, like, a game that's gonna be, like, run online anyways, and, like, and you're gonna have to deal with, like, things like server and server lag, or your possible like ISP rerouting you and stuff, your connection, and who knows how that gets handled, right? And being lucky with that, the actual latency is just not gonna do any favors for parrying. But like, yeah, iframe rolls, like, I don't really care for that one. Blocking could be interesting as a mechanic there if you like, if they make it so you can put something up. But like, it's not really needed. I don't think so. I don't think it's needed. I would rather it be more like strategic anyways. It doesn't need to be like fast-paced, mindless spam.
Far so good, but it feels like some essential features are missing, like iframe rolls and parrying and deflecting. Hey, remember what?
Right, and like this is why, like examples like this is why, like you shouldn't always listen listen to what people are saying. Not always listening isn't always going to be the solution. But yeah, like a shield which gives you interruption resistance, but you have to time it? Nah. Not like that, no. I'm thinking like, no, you put an actual shield on the ground, and you stand behind the shield, right? But then you, like, occasionally, sometimes there'll be an attack that can get around it, so you have to move out of the way instead. I'd rather the game focus more around, like, positioning, like, being, like, strategic with your positioning and your use of your tools, rather than just you using everything off of cooldown and just occasionally doing an iframe dodge or whatever. I would rather it be, like, actually strategic in that sense. Especially when, like, you have to be strategic when you're, like, out in the world or doing the tower defense stuff, on when you place your towers, and when and where and how you power them, because enemies can just come up to your towers, destroy your towers and your power sources, right? Like, the fact that they can also do that, too. And you have to be mindful of that. Like, I do like that aspect, and I would rather them just focus on that instead. Because that was, like, the only reason why I was, like, really interested in playing the thing in the first place. It wasn't for this shit. I don't care about this shit in here. There are so many other better games I could be playing if this is what I wanted. Why the fuck would I have to play this one for it? Right? Especially for a single-player game. And, like, fuck, if I really want this freaking, stuff in there, like, I could go play, like, if I wanted something even crazier and faster paced, I could go play one of the 3D East games. For example. Yeah. It's gonna be elite and bosses straight up destroying your towers and gadgets that you've built. Exactly! And then how do you get more? You deal with the factory gameplay to build more. And you go build around them. There's a reason why as well, like, things like Palworld was, like, super addicting for people when the thing came out. Right? And then the people like the raids and stuff in there too. Right? Because it's like, oh, you have, like, you summon this big crazy boss to fight. Right? And then you have to use your entire army and stuff like that. People would, like, be coming up with all these strategies on how to set up their pals to counter the bosses that they summon. They would do, like, crazy breeding stuff or whatever. Right? They would build specific other things around it. Right? You can build little walls and stuff like that while you, like, hide behind them and, like, shoot at them or whatever. And then run around so you don't just die, because, like, they'll do big damage to you. You had things like that in there, which was a lot more interesting than just, you know, doing an iframe dodge roll to get out of the way of something at the last possible second. Right? Like, people were actually doing things that were a bit more strategic in there. And that was the fun part. Right? Like, that was the fun and interesting part.
What I said about players wanting more and more action if a dodge exists? Make SP boss 4 instead of 3 and make it recharge faster. Right now, there's no incentive to swap to another character during combat. It cancels the animation and doesn't change the position. I hope they make it more like Wuthering Waves. Oh.
No thanks.
Here we go, boys. Buckle up.
Yep.
Combat's already way better than with the technical test. Being too different will scare new players away. They changed it from the technical test for a reason. But
the combat feels like classic MMORPG, also due to the fact that you have more than one person on the field, which I personally like about it. What I agree is that the mentioned problems right now is canceling not feeling good. Okay? The teleportation, you should teleport to the position instead, as always being the target of enemies anyway, right now is kind of unique compared to the other well-known modern gachas. Being too different, however, will scare away new players. That's fine. There's a reason why they changed the old combat to the technical test. Oh boy. Ugh.
But this is my view as someone who's played lots of recent gacha games like Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, and Wuthering Waves. But
Yeah.
never the original Arknights. By the way, there is Girls Frontline 2 for a more top-down strategic approach, which is exactly why I'm not playing it.
Damn.
Here are some exploration options in the competitors I've played. Genshin Impact. The game should tell me which weapon to put on my character, like in Zenless Zone Zero. Also, the game should tell me which gear to put on my character, like in Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh boy.
Overworld exploration feels kind of slow. A good example of how to make it better would be Wuthering Waves, right?
Wuthering Waves exploration. Yeah, let me just run in a straight line from one point of interest to the next. Let's completely throw any semblance of world and level design out the window. Just run from point A to point B. Just glide from point A to point B. Nothing else is in your way. You just go there in a straight line. Nothing interesting there. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good with that one. I don't need that in there.
Right now, this feels like a certain game where the combat is you running around and combining different skills to get the reactions. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why. Jump feels too short and floaty. It would be great to increase the height or allow a double jump. They would have to redo all the geometry. What do you mean? This is especially important because of improvements to exploration the competition has been making.
Yeah, I don't really care about a wall jump. Honestly, I'm glad they don't have a wall jump. I'm glad we don't have wall jump and climbing. Because honestly, with how a lot of these games have handled things, it just makes it more boring. There's like nothing interesting there. Yeah, no wall climbing. Don't need it. Don't need wall jumping either. No thanks. If you're actually gonna build the game around it, then go ahead. And if you're gonna like build the game around it and make it interesting, otherwise don't bother at all. Right? It's like, imagine if these guys played Infinity Nikki and they get like surprise Pikachu face. When like, yeah, you move a lot slower in there, but like, I don't have a problem with that. They're probably gonna complain on the dash as well that you have in there. Cause like, yeah, there's like a no iframe dash in Infinity Nikki as well to move out of the way of things. But it has a long cooldown, so you can't just spam it. There's no wall climbing, there's no wall jumping at all in Infinity Nikki either. It's a pure platforming game. They thought it wasn't needed for that. And like, unless you're gonna design things around it, there's no point in putting it in there anyways. Right. I was fine with how they designed stuff in the world in Enfield, to be honest. Not having those things was fine. And like, besides, it's like, if I already got to a specific spot, I could always just build a zipline tower there. So that if I could quickly get back to where it was later on. Instead. If I really didn't want to do any of the climbing around things again. They gave me other options there. I don't need some crazy wall jump or double jump. Double jump as well, like, again, like, to make a double jump really feel useful, you kind of have to build things around it. Some of the controls, though, like, for the jumping, the physics, it's a bit weirdly slippery there. So, like, I can understand that part, but I don't need to put a double jump. It's not necessary. But yeah, like, the wall jump, wall running stuff, unneeded.
You please fuck off! It would be great if they considered adding platforming abilities like a double jump and wall climb.
Yeah, I don't need wall like the thing is, like, I played through all of it. Where the fuck would you even use wall climbing? Like, I have no idea where the fuck people would want to use wall climbing. The map was not built for it. There's nothing to use it on. The double jump is like, there's nothing really that crazy you need to reach that you need to have another jump height as well. So it's like, I find it like unnecessary.
Climbing and swimming and the grappling.
Swimming, like, it's not like they put anything in the water, man. They don't even get a proper grappling hook in the games they're thinking of. The only one that actually has it, in these gachas, is ToF, and even then. Right? Unless there's a hidden chest in the open world. It is an open world though. It's just not the way they think it is. No, like, actually, the way Enfield's map work, it actually is an open world. It's just that the way they have, like, the map shown hides the fact that it is. And, like, if you actually have, like, a strong enough machine, the entire map is loaded. With the sub-areas. All of it is loaded. If you have a strong enough machine when playing the game. You won't have any loading. You can even build zip lines across maps. So, like, I can be in, like, let's say, let me open up a VOD from it. Because I actually have done that when I played the beta at some parts. Let me find Enfield. You can actually build zip lines across. Like, towers consume a ton of power. Like, I can, like, take a zip line from this part of the map and drag it all the way to the end and bring it to another map entirely. You're actually required to do that to run power lines. But, like, they basically have each of the actual maps, just like the smaller maps. Like, all the smaller maps is just actually one big map. It's just heavily focused and zoomed in on a specific area. But it's all one big map. It's just that, yeah, there's a lot more invisible walls all over the place. And I can, like, yeah, you have to actually, like, drag power lines across in weird ways. Because, like, yeah, this part over here, there's a zip line here that takes to the power plant, which was at the top of the Valley 4 map. But from there, there was, like, a specific area there, like, you can go down underground, and it takes to the other one where the other boss was. So it's just more or less divided into zones, yes. It is. Like, it is all one big map. It's just that I think the people who think it isn't, they just don't have a strong enough PC. Or like they didn't put the game on an SSD, so it had to load between loading specific areas of the map. Because the reality is, it's not just exclusive to Enfield, but literally all of these these open world games. Even if we go back to World of Warcraft 20 plus years ago, right, 21 years ago, if you had a strong enough machine for vanilla WoW, for example, you wouldn't have any loading at all unless you either entered an instance dungeon or raid, or you traveled to a different continent. Otherwise, you would have zero loading screen going from, let's say, Orgrimmar in Durotar, the Durotar zone, all the way down to the Anchorage subzone. You would have zero loading screens going on your mount or a flight path all the way down there. What it would just do is unload areas that you're not seeing, that were further away, to save on resources. That's how, like, a lot of these games would work. It's not anything super crazy or new. But yeah, like, Enfield would do the same. Right? So you would see a loading screen if your computer was too slow. Like, that's the only times you would see loading screens. But with me, I didn't, like, see any loading screen at all with that. I only saw loading screens when I entered the other continent, or when I went to an instance area. Those are the only times I saw a loading screen, when I played the game. Because, like, it is just one big, massive map. I don't remember which VOD it was I would have to look through, but there was, like, a specific VOD where I was literally, like, running power lines across maps. Because, like, it is required. If you want to get, like, power in in the mine sub area at the bottom part of, like, Valley 4, you had to, like, take a power line from the first area and route it all the way into there. It's the same thing from, like, the science park into the area after that. You have to, like, route stuff from the previous area. There was no sub base in those zones, so you couldn't generate power there. You had to, like, build your own stuff to get around there.
Hook, it's one of the fun aspects of open world games.
It's not, no. Like, this stuff is not the fun aspect. It's level design stuff, man. You can get away with a lot less if you actually build stuff around it appropriately. All this stuff isn't necessary unless you build around it. No. Here's the thing with the zipline. You have to build both ends of the zipline for it to work. Meaning, if you want to build a zipline, you have to already get to the destination first. The zipline doesn't go anywhere if you put up a tower. You have to build 2 or more towers and link them together. Meaning, you had to already get to your destination at least once. If you want to use the zipline. And you had to make sure you routed power to the zipline too. Because the zipline consumes power. Right? The zipline is just great as like if you need to go back to an area, or you're like moving back and forth between things constantly, you could just put ziplines anywhere across. But yeah, hi Necomaster Gaming. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, like that's how it is. Yeah, you'll have fun with that one. It's not as elaborate or crazy as Minecraft Redstone, but like yeah, you would just set up the towers, you would hook them up, and then you could put ziplines across the place. Eventually, there's like an upgraded zipline you can get as well, where you can make it so you can automatically go to the next zipline point. When you go through one and just pass to the next one, so you can like make your crazy zipline trains across the maps. Right, like if you want to like go back and forth between areas, which I used to get like specific resources or whatever. I would like place ziplines all over the map. To like points of interest.
An open world game, for crying out loud! All the big open world gacha games let you carry over the pity. Terran races and
oh wait, wait, which one? I accidentally clicked off of the thingy. Oh boy.
Be wuthering away. Right now, this feels like a certain game where the combat bode well for most of the mainstream gacha community.
You don't have the, if you don't have 120 pulls to spend, it feels terrible. Oh boy, these guys don't understand the economics behind the resources there. I mean, imagine if you told them getting 120 pulls at Enfield was the same as getting 42 pulls in the gacha game they're thinking of. Imagine if you blew their mind by, like, going over the economics of the game. Like, of, like, the in-game resources. They probably wouldn't understand. Nice, only 12 hours to go. Don't worry, later on I have more gameplay to upload. A lot more. Right, here's the other thing too. It's not just 120 versus 160, it's how much does the 120 cost? And how much does the 160 cost? Yeah, that was day 1. Day 1 of 3. Yeah, understandable. That was day 1 of 3. There's 2 more. There's 2 more parts. Part 2 is the longest at 13.5 hours. Part 3 is 11 hours again. But yeah. We only had 3 days to, like, well, technically had 4 days. With the access to the closed beta last year.
Well, they can bloody well fuck off then! People need to learn how to skip banners. This is stupid advice. Yep. Just look at this example from Get. You just wanted to be more like Hoyoverse. And they're the most popular gacha, period.
Yeah, the peg is here.
Carrying over the guarantee in a game competing with Get. I only build up pity if there is a character I really want dupes for. The concept of dupes is already questionable. Looking at Genshin Impact.
Oh boy. There's a 4-star character this thing. Oh boy, 9-day difference. At the end, multiple factors decide if it's worth or not for Enfield. I don't know how worth getting dupes are, especially support units. Okay. The freaking brain rot with these people.
Very few people that play Arknights, but dozens that play Hoyo and Kuro game. This is a lie. You know people who play one Kuro game. It is Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, they specifically Wuthering Waves. They're not gonna talk about freaking PGR, man.
Specifically, don't fucking lie to me! It's about what your competition does in business. Oh my god, you people are insufferable. I keep pulling after I get the character to build pity, but that's now a mistake in this game. You have a gambling addiction! Building—
Yep. Like these people, man. Right? It's like with me, it's like, oh, I'm not gonna, I got what I wanted, I stopped pulling. Okay, move on, next thing. I'm not fucking pulling like crazy, man. I'd rather even not pull in the first place in a lot of the cases in some of these games.
Pity is not a thing! In my ideal gacha system, there is no 50-50 system at all. Just a banner with X pulls to get it guaranteed, and a higher chance to get it at X pulls. This is literally the Enfield! Yeah,
that is literally what they have here in Enfield. Yeah, gee, I wonder what this is. I wonder what this is, man. This is literally what they have. This guy is like dumb, like, and like this guy in his video is like literally pointing it out.
System, you idiot!
Mark my words, if this system goes live with no changes, the player base from competitors of this game will absolutely
Yeah, I know.
not play long term.
What competitors, man? What other gacha game is gonna give me the factory building experience there? The strategy factory thing in there. The closest thing they'll have to that is like NTE's shops, where I'm running coffee shops. That is literally the closest thing they'll ever have to that, probably. And then even then, that's still an extreme stretch, man. Like me running my corporate empire at NTE, that is like the closest thing they'll ever have in the gacha space to what Enfield is. And they're not the same thing, man. They're very far from each other. Yeah, I played those three, yeah. Like, the reality is, people who want to play the factory stuff in there, right? They're not gonna care about the other shit.
Bear in mind, by
just
the way,
react.
this is just from the Discord server. There will be far more of this in the private feedback surveys.
Oh boy,
I
yeah.
want to highlight one more post, however, in which two testers state similar concerns to mine and are met with a rather depressing response. The first tester says, "Currently there are a lot of action elements, but the battles don't feel exciting.
Yep.
I think the battle system in the technical test might be more enjoyable. When it comes to action, other companies' games are more refined, and the current system just feels like an inferior version of them, which is just annoying."
Yep.
The second agrees. "There are some opinions that it's plain compared to other games, but Enfield is differentiated from others and is interesting in its own way. So
Yeah,
I
I
don't want
agree.
it to be swayed by those opinions and make it feel too action-oriented. If the dodge window is too lenient, it'll just become a dodging action game."
Yep.
While the third tester, eloquently summing up the vast majority of the feedback, says, "I agree with increasing the action element. The reason is simple, it will attract a wider range of players."
Yeah.
This, essentially, is the mindset of people who keep asking for the game to be something it's not. They have
Yep.
no concept of carving out a niche in the market, or games having unique identities, or the developers having their own vision. It's all just monthly revenue PvP.
Yeah.
It is boring, it is exhausting, and I lament the apparent reality that Hypergriff seems to be listening to them.
Oh no. I haven't looked at that stuff, but oh no. It honestly, get rid of the dodge and give us a dash button, man. Like, I don't really care about a dodge. Give me a big dash button.
As it stands, the base is the one and only thing meaningfully differentiating Enfield from other gacha games.
Yep.
Thankfully, the majority of people anticipating the game's release do seem to understand how important the base is for that reason. But
Yep.
while it does have tons of room to grow and become even better, I have become convinced it will not. The most optimistic outcome I can believe in is that new regions will have a new gimmick, like Jinlong's fluids and pipes.
Yeah.
Build a new base with it over the course of maybe a few days at most.
Yeah, like a few days, a week or two, and then you stop playing for like a year, and then you do the same thing again. And that's gonna be the unfortunate reality if things go down that road.
The vast majority of players will be satisfied, and that's where it will end.
Yep.
Gacha games are not conventional games. Fundamentally, the characters are the product, and the game is simply a vessel through which the product is marketed. But reducing all gacha games to this fundamental is boring. They're fun! There's so much potential in the live service model for outstanding single-player games to see years of consistent updates and improvements, to foster thriving communities that conventional games often don't have the lifespan for. Instead, a subset of the communities that already exist are preventing that potential from being realized by consistently pushing new endeavors with unique visions into the same box until they all become homogenized imitations of the same thing.
Yeah, like I don't want that.
Hypergriff needs to decide if they are content with being that imitation. Because a game for everyone is a game for no one.
Exactly.
There was a moment while playing through the main story which I think will stick with me for many years. I was thinking about some moments from the alpha, like Fial's desperate attempts to jump onto this ledge because I was standing on it and admiring certain details on the blighted gigaspawns.
Okay,
My boy
yeah.
was caked up, holy. I happened to be in the Origin Loadspring region at the time, and I noticed why the music for
But yeah, like all these maps are connected. There's a specific spot here you can route power to get down there. You can even make a zip line from here to over here. this same thing from over here, and then from in here to there. This is also this part over here. There's a door to get into here. And then from here, you have to go through all the way around here. There's a cave system, and you end up at the bottom here. And again, you go through all of this stuff. There's another cave system and stuff, and it exits out through a hole up on this part of the map over here. And then after you clear all that stuff here, there's a zip line from here that goes all the way over here. Same thing, over here, there's like a little cave, not a little cave, there's like a little like valley thing here that you walk through to get from here to here. There's no loading between all of it. This is all on one big map. But like, it's just shown this way for some reason. Once you get to the edge of this map, you will just immediately be here without loading. Like, it's all just connected that way.
This place in particular.
Your Discord's not working? I think it's gonna automatically block your thing though. If you try to send it here, it's gonna automatically get blocked by Twitch.
Felt so eerie. Remember the menu theme I was glazing earlier? Now compare that motif to the music from this part of the map.
Ah, yeah.
It invokes a feeling of loss, a feeling of knowing something will never be the same again. And suddenly, I had to stop what I was doing because I was hit with an overwhelming feeling of nostalgia for the alpha.
Damn. I never played the alpha, so I don't know.
It's really satisfying, actually. I'm a big fan of it. There's so much potential in what this combat can be.
Wait, they had that thing in there? I never looked at the alpha, so I didn't know. You had like those skill shot type things in there. God damn.
It invokes a feeling of loss, a feeling of knowing something will never be the same again. And suddenly, I had to stop what I was doing because I was hit with an overwhelming feeling of nostalgia for the alpha.
Right? You had like this stuff going on in here. So you had like actual targeted zone abilities and stuff, and it wasn't just as just a mindless plonk.
You having fun, Topo?
It's really satisfying, actually. I'm a big fan of it. There's so much potential in what this combat can be.
Yep. Yeah, that's a lot more interesting than what we even had in the beta there.
Do you have any other comments on the overall storyline? Okay. I can write an essay for this. I want the story to have a spine and let writers take risks. I'll be disappointed if it's dumbed down and basic.
Yep.
Wait, no.
Angelina! Angie, that's not how you abuse gravity.
Angie, no. I'm sorry.
I really hope they commit to what they've got here. I think it's sick. Commit to the vision, commit to no dodge and shit. Obviously, like, it needs refining and stuff, but...
You do understand not many people will agree with you.
Yeah, I know. As long as they're actually playing the alpha and understand what the vision is and what it's asking of them, it's totally fine. If they disagree, like, all I can reasonably ask of someone is to think for themselves, right?
I can't fucking wait for this game.
You want a story where you could see the ending and like every zone builds up in the story? Yeah, that'd be a lot nicer. Like if they actually just make a full thing, they end it and then they make a new one that continues and builds up on that one. That would be a lot nicer to do and see in these types of games. But like, so far the only gacha that's actually at least tried to do something, ironically, is ToF with the story. Where like they at least finish the arc, and then they make a completely new one after. They'll have stuff that links them between, but like, you at least get your conclusion to everything. And these things end, at least to some extent, and then you get a new one afterwards. With the other ones, it just feels like they're just gonna keep perpetuating the same Pepega thing.
Full release, man. This is a technical.
Yeah, you figured that out from playing HSR and Tribe 9? I see.
Alpha. It's like a really bare bones version.
No, wait, I just saw what? HBR? What? What's HBR? I almost thought that was
of this game, and it's already like I've just been unable to put it down. Just actually insane.
Yep.
I'm so excited, dude. I can't wait.
Heavens Burn Red. Okay. Heaven Burns Red. Yeah, I never played
It
that
feels a
one.
little weird to talk about it this way because it was literally only a year ago, but I'm making this video in the first place because I need to express how it made me feel.
Yep.
I had so much optimism for what the game could be. But now that optimism is becoming silent lamentation.
Yep.
If Enfield continues on the path it's currently on, every gacha developer with an eye on this game will see the trend. Originality is overrated and the path to success lies in imitation. The men in suits will take notice and unique, interesting ideas with oceans of potential will not even see the light of sunrise. Enfield is a dying canary in a coal mine. That canary may not be dead yet, but I am not at all convinced Hypergriff is interested in saving it.
Yeah.
What could have been the harbinger of a golden age could instead doom itself to be the death knell of gacha games. I have given every possible piece of feedback I can give.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago.
And so I have done all that I can to convince them to remain faithful to the vision they clearly had. For now, I can only hope the decisions which need to be made will be made by those who are just as enchanted with that vision as I am. And I won't be left wondering what could have been.
Yeah. Very well made video there with that one. Yeah, special game, they love the OG ones, this thing. We already read that stuff. But yeah. It's a gloomy end, but yeah, it's like we have the freaking thing there. Where yes, the freaking brain rot of the Genshin and Wuwa people are literally going to end up ruining the game. And not in a good way, like they're just ruining it, like it is not a good thing. It's just that their freaking mindsets and everything are trying to infect this one. The reality is the game is not going to appeal to them, man. You actually give them strategic shit. You give them the freaking base building stuff, they're not gonna fucking care. I mean, it's a gloomy end, but I do agree what this guy has to say. So I'm going to have to, I thumb up his video. I do agree. And then they're gonna go back to playing their garbage, exactly. It's like, the thing is, like, what I liked about it was I wasn't fucking playing the garbage I didn't want. Right? I don't want it to be like that shit. But man, now that I saw, like, also the glimpse of the freaking alpha gameplay, as well, he showed a little bit of that in there, because I never looked at it. Man. They freaking dumbed it down and made it worse for them, and then they're gonna make it even worse because of them. But yeah, I do agree with this guy's takes, man. Experience Enfield through YouTube videos, you would prefer the, reclination algorithm, but 3D? Okay. But yeah, I'll eventually, I do still want to eventually cook my Enfield video, but I feel like that's an interesting angle to go about with it as well, and I could probably put, I could probably split into 2 videos or something, whenever I do find the time to write a script for that. Because then I could be like, yes, Hoyo and Kuro community is ruining it. And then we can go over the changes there too. It would be clickbait for him, but also not really. Oh fuck, I just realized they also deleted the freaking channels to look at the beta feedback. Never mind, it's gonna be harder to dig that up, but I guess I can't do that anymore because it's not preserved. I just looked on the Discord server. That thing is, those channels are gone now. But yeah, I guess I'll just point to this guy's video to like where he talks about that thing. But like, freaking the Hoyo and Genshin and as well as the Woo community are literally going to ruin it. I can put that at the end of there because they're gonna try to cater to the dumbasses there. But yeah, after watching more, you absolutely sold. Just stay in your just one more lane, bro. You used it's more fitting the entire point of the video. Yeah, it's funny. Like they forgot the entirety of China existed. But yeah, this video is crazy. It really shows a thing there. Potential of gacha games, man. A game for everyone is a game for no one. For no one. I once said that on one gacha game CC's comment section, and I got attacked, saying that I shouldn't think this way. But seeing that Discord montage, now it seems I was proven right. Now people who want to play the game, who want to play that game, want other games to be a fucking carbon copy of theirs. And before anyone preemptively concludes, this game was not Genshin Impact. Exactly. Exactly. A lot of people hate ZZZ because it's not Genshin Impact. I don't think people understand why Limbus, Nikkei, Azure Lane, Blue Archive have a fan base. Yep. The quote might be one of the reasons why Helldivers 2 is so successful. Try looking up Arrowhead's slogan and you'll find the exact quote. Okay. But yeah. A game for everyone is ultimately just a game for no one, man. Try to appeal for everyone, but then nobody likes either. Yeah, and like, the reality is, trying to appeal to those freaking clowns there, man, is going to ultimately ruin the game. It's sad. And I didn't realize, like, it already could have been better, but trying to appeal to them made it worse. It's just crazy, man. It is just crazy. Right, it is just absolutely crazy. But that's the world and reality we live in, man. Right, it is what it is. Right, I really don't want them to cater to those people. But it's also gonna be a great shining example of why listening isn't always a good idea. Right, like, you shouldn't always listen to everyone. And the thing is, this is also why democracy doesn't really work, and why the reality is, the country you live in, your elections are not true democracy. They aren't. Because the majority of dumbasses are gonna ruin everything for everyone else. Yes, the United States is not a democracy. It never was. It never was. Why do you think you have things like the Electoral College? Why do you think that exists? Why do you think you have, like, the swing states and stuff that gets thrown around because of how they end up having to split things up? Because the needs of one group of people in one area are not going to be the same as the fucking dumbasses grouped together in overpopulating the cities, right? But, like, it's not just there. It's in, like, literally any country where you can vote. They're all, like, representative, like, republics instead. They're, like, none of them are fucking true democracies. Because true democracy is just fucking stupid and will never work. Right? Especially when you have a group of dumbasses that all think the same thing. Like, a true democracy is just straight up stupid. When you have, like, large groups of people, once you get to a certain extent there, the dumbasses will ruin it for everyone. I'm not saying one thing is better than the other, but I will say that there's a reason why we don't have true democracy anywhere. Because it doesn't work. Communism has its own issues, and it also will never work, and it has even more problems that can be even more discouraging to things in there. But that's its own other situation entirely. I'm not a political channel, and I don't want to get into, like, actual politics on that crap. But the reality is, yes, we don't have true democracy anywhere. They'll make you think we do, but we don't. And there's a good reason why we don't. And heck, like the founding fathers of the United States, for example, they understood this hundreds of years ago. Like, they understood it. Like, way back when they were, like, coming up with the stuff in there. That it was a bad idea to have a true democracy. Communism could need a QL patch. Now, the problem with communism is the people who are controlling the system at the top will basically get to exploit everyone else underneath. So instead, now you have a situation where, like, everyone is just equally miserable, except for the people in power and control. And then the people in power and control will do whatever they want, and whatever it takes and whatever they can to keep it. Because it keeps them isolated from everything else. So they can keep exploiting things that way. Right? It has its own other issues there too. Same time as well. Imagine if you had everything truly being equal, right? What incentive would you have to, let's say, pursue an occupation in engineering, or in like being a doctor or a scientist or a researcher, when some random guy going around picking up scraps that doesn't really need much skill, right, is going to get paid the same? What incentive do you have to do that? Right? Like, and then you have like some countries as well where they have that, where you have like doctors, for example, that are actually also doing part-time taxi driving gigs, because the reality is, because of the communist system, they make way more money, like significantly more, going around driving a taxi for tourists than they ever will as a doctor. So they're actually more incentivized to take on less patients and care for less people, and instead go around picking up tourists and driving them around instead, because they'll make more by being a cab driver and getting tips from them and stuff like that. Like, that's just the reality, how bad it can get. And like, you can extend it all the way around to like other high skilled jobs or other like critical infrastructure stuff in there. And it's why some of those countries in there, they have all the issues they do. And it's only gonna get worse over time. It's not a good thing. The only way you can kind of get around it is if you force things to change, or you don't fully implement all of those systems in there. Right? But you have your own other problems if you go deeper in there. It's just never going to work. It's the same thing with like a full true democracy will never work either, for different reasons, because then all the problems, all the real problems that could affect a lot more people are just gonna get stomped out by a bunch of dumbasses, because there's a lot more dumbasses. But yeah, that's just how things are. They're talking about it was different. I guess you looked at the technical test videos. It got you feeling underwhelmed. You didn't know why. Now I know. Thanks, Sophia. I hope a new experience out of Enfield. Yeah, for people that love game and variety, I don't like playing the same game with the same combat mechanic. I need different thing. Yep, everything is in MiHoYo game. Got it. But yeah, this is like a really well done video there. As someone who is burnt out on Genshin, I want to play Enfield because of the base building and other features. It looks a hell of a lot more compelling than other gacha games. I don't want a Genshin clone. I want Enfield. Yeah, it looks incredible on their own and has its own merits. Why would anyone want it to be anything else is beyond me. Exactly. Right. I feel the same too. And like, again, this is like a great video that proves why devs listening is a bad idea. Because they could just end up ruining things even more. Just to appeal to people that won't actually play the game anyways. Yeah, you thought I was the only one who liked the alpha test combat more? Glad to see people's similar mindset here. Yeah, because like I saw some of the things there, like the little bit of gameplay you showed of the alpha thing, it did look a lot more interesting there. With like how you use the skills and abilities and stuff. Just let Enfield be themselves. Yeah, your game will be better, bro. Like, shut up. Let Enfield cooking. Exactly. I don't know why this got recommended to me, but since I haven't watched anything about Arknight's Enfield, since I have zero interest in the game, but hopefully the problems get solved and you guys end up with a banger. Yeah. Like it's benefits being prioritized as an action game. It was marketed as a roguelike with MCs that aren't on-field fighter. With every patch, it removes every part of that aspect. People say MC has actual involvement with merit, unlike Genshin, but then they just reduce any presence of it to the point where the current puzzle standards that the fishing tournament stuff. Okay, they're talking about the Enfield TV stuff. Honestly, like with not Enfield TV, the ZZZ TV stuff. I like the idea of the puzzle stuff. I just didn't like the fucking TVs being the way they did it. With like ZZZ, I wanted it to be a lot more like how like Tokyo Xanadu is. Right? Where you're going through these like large labyrinths and stuff like that. And there are a couple puzzles here and there to like progress through the labyrinth. And then you have like your action combat and platforming between them. And stuff like that. That's what I wanted to like out of ZZZ. They didn't have any of that. The problem with the TVs, it was just very boring and stuff like that. But yeah, we're going to see a second beta after this, because there's no way they will release this game after this beta. Yeah, because like, who knows, man? Who knows? Right? But yeah, this video was just really good on his stance on the Enfield beta. They definitely like tone things down, trying to appeal to the Papegas. And if they try to appeal more to them, it's just gonna ruin the game even further in the long run. Because, like, yeah, I don't play Genshin, I don't play WoW, I wonder why. Right, I wonder why, but I did like this one. I also wonder why. Maybe because I wanted what Enfield was gonna give me, and not Genshin, but with another random crap side thing. Yeah. Right? Yeah, like, there's so much undercooked content in the first beta that they could explore more. It does feel like a missed opportunity, right? Well, we'll have to wait and see what goes on with there. And, like, here's the thing. I got, like, a bunch of flack and hate for, like, for this when when we had the NTE beta last year. People were complaining about the NTE combat. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. But then someone made a video comparing side by side and then put a reaction to it and talk about it, right? And they put Wuwa as well next to it. There's a reason why it fucking sucks. Because Wuwa's combat is dog shit too. It relies too heavily on their terrible camera, exaggerating everything, and the extra flashy animations in there to trick the dumbasses to think it's anything else. But it's literally the same thing on both sides. Right? Like, this video has a really bad like to dislike ratio. You can't see the dislikes because of YouTube. They got rid of that. But this thing is like heavily disliked. When I went and pointed that out, it's the same fucking thing. That's why it sucks. Because the Kurobots don't want to admit that their thing is shit. And they're just talking about the difficulty thing in there. This is not even my gameplay of the hologram in there. And it's not like I care enough to even bother to do a higher difficulty hologram. I'm never gonna actually play and do more of this shit in WoA anyways. Especially with all the shit I have to deal with to even be able to do that content in the first place. Yeah, I know Meteor is rating down after every single attack. Okay. It's like, I just do not care, man. And then they're like, fastest don't recommend. Okay. Some people can't afford the thingy, whatever, and then like, yeah. Thing was the combat sucks. While looking at the boss comparison, not the combat showcase. Uh-huh. Okay, they're going after that thing, but yeah. Like, this is just what's here. The video is cropped? Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Don't like bullet sponge enemy? Play realistic shooter. Spamming attacks is basically every combat game. Not really, no. I've played a bunch where you don't do that. Not just Gacha. Go play Stardew Valley or Terraria. But Terraria has an attack button, something you hate. They think I hate a fucking attack button, imagine. Left click and see or you see enemy 2 R6. The fuck is up with these people, man? Right? Like, you really can't with these guys. Right? You can, like, read through this gold mine if you ever want to. It's on my channel, but yeah. It's not a rage bait. Yes, the combat sucks. It's the same fucking combat. They don't want to realize it's like, they don't want to look at it, the fact that, yes, at their core, it's the same fucking garbage. That's why it sucks. Yeah, they are dented, and that's why you shouldn't really be copying the stuff in there. Yeah, I didn't like the combat in there too. When I like had like I sent them like a written review of my stuff in there before. Yeah, and like the combat has its issues. There are different things they can do to try to fix it. But like I don't want to play Wuthering Waves or Genshin in there. I don't really want to be playing that. There's a reason why I don't play those games. And I don't want another copy of that. Right? But yeah, I just put Pega, man. Right, you can't really reason with them. If I would, like, when I eventually do my video or whatever, when I do get that one cooked, we'll see what happens there. But, like, I don't imagine they're gonna be happy with what I have to say. I really don't imagine they'll be happy. Because I know I'll piss more of them off. Yeah. Because it is a lot more fleshed out. Wuwa's combat is very bare bones and basic, man. It's relying way too much on, like, overly flashy animations and their shit camera and targeting. More than anything else. It's like to trick them into thinking it's something else. But it's not. Right? Like, they could be happy with anything else, yeah. And that's why you're disappointed with Wuwa when it launched. Exactly. But, like, I had my other issues too, man. Wuwa had every single problem I had with Genshin. And then it added more on top. And the thing is, quality of life will never fix those problems. Like, it's impossible to use quality of life to fix those issues. And a lot of my issues with Genshin, you cannot quality of life fix them. The only solution would be actually removing things. Because they were just problems that the developers themselves put in the first place. The only fix is to remove it. Right? It's like to remove those friction points. But Wuwa's combat just doesn't work for an open world game. It just simply does not work. They strip down, like, PGR stuff. They put nothing else in its place. And then they want you to use it in an open world. No wonder the only interesting content people think of in Wuwa is just fighting trash mobs. Or the same health sponges in a stupid circle with a timer. Because the game is terrible for an open world. It would only work in a stupid circle with a timer. Ooh, Relic Grind, so good, yeah. So great. /S. So great, man. Right? But, like, yeah. That's just how I feel about that stuff there. It's impossible to fix it. Like, the reality is, like, they would have to scrap the entire game. They could keep the character models. And then they have to build a completely new game from the ground up. For me to, like, not hate it. Because no matter what they put into Wuwa, I'm never gonna like it. Because of what it has at its core. Unless they start undoing literally everything in there. At the same time, though, like, if you're only gonna play that type of game for the combat, and you're only gonna be fighting enemies in basically a locked-off instanced area, why not just go play their other game in PGR? You're gonna have a better time. Why not just go play Solo Leveling Arise? You're gonna have a way better time. Why not go play ZZZ? You'll have a better time. Why not go play Honkai Third? You'll have a better time. Why not play Aether Gazer? You'll have a better time. Or whatever other names, what other games out there. Like, if you start playing it for that, you take all of that away. Yeah, the only thing you hate on Genshin and WoW is, like, their city is so empty. It's not just their city, man. It's the maps in themselves in general. They're completely empty and barren. There is zero level design or world design at all in them. The art assets may look pretty, but that's all they are at the end of the day. There's nothing else to them. There is nothing there. There is nothing in there. Yeah, you don't expect immersion in open world gacha, but dude, yeah. Unfortunately, I guess we can't expect immersion, man. Like, what's funny too is, like, there are a lot of, like, areas that can come up with, like, interesting thematic ideas, right? I remember in WoW, they had, like, the Inferno Rider area. Right? The city was supposed to be on fire or whatever and in ruins. But I'm not sold at all. I just see this weird freaking filter effect on my screen. And then I'm just taking Pepega passive damage. But there's nothing else going on in there. But, like, here's the thing, right? I can go pick a really bad game that was pretty infamous that people know of. Like Sonic 06. I can pick the Crisis City stage, right? And, like, look at this. City's on fire. What does this tell you on that? Look. Shit's being destroyed. It's on fire. It's falling apart. Something's going on here.
Watch out! It's gonna blow up!
You know what's also funny? Because of how Sonic games are made, this stage is probably a lot bigger than that entire section of the map in WoW. By like 5 to 10 times, at least. And it's a linear stage. It's not an open world or anything. And all those other parts of the terrain you see around here, you can go and run on that stuff. Or whatever. We got like actual fire-themed enemies and stuff in here. And like I can pull like other variants of this stage too later on if you really want. Right, this was from an infamously bad game, mind you.
Yes! To move to an adjacent rail, jump while using the left analog stick.
And like you had like a bunch of different pathways, you might have seen it earlier as well. Where like to get to the end of the stage, you could go up there and do a ring dash and go elsewhere. Right? You can go down this rail over there, you can go on the ground. This guy is taking the path in the air. You can go on the side of these buildings and stuff.
The whole city's on fire!
You can go inside those buildings too, and do stuff in there too. And then you have this section of the stage. Like, well, the end result is pretty linear. Get to the end of the stage. You can replay it and go through different things there to get to the goal, so you can see what's going on. Like, yeah, and this is a shit game. Keep in mind, this is from Sonic 06. Okay? There's this fucking 2 angry video game nerd videos on Sonic 06. Like, this thing is infamously known for being bad. 3.4 out of 10. You know, like, if we look at, like, let's see what other review scores can we find. Like, just bad games being added to this thing, too. It is a bad game. And even that is significantly, like, miles beyond, you know, light years beyond these fucking gacha games. Even this shit. Like IGN. What's the review score? 4.8 out of 10. And I don't disagree with that. Like, again, this is something people call a bad game. Right? And like, pretty much everyone agrees. Yet, we still have shit like this in here. Right? This is like just what happens when you put like basic level and world design and build your stuff around the characters that you're playing in there, the gameplay around it. It doesn't need like the crazy wall running or whatever. It didn't need flying or gliding or anything to get through this. Right? It doesn't need that. Heck, there's another character that's a lot slower, like Silver, who doesn't run like at all. Like, he doesn't like move fast. He has a different version of the stage that is more catered to his moveset that we can look at after if you want. And like this part of the stage now, they're inside a tornado. They're inside like the fire tornado thing. And he's like moving through, that's why all these things are floating here.
Maybe I can swing on it.
Right? Imagine, this is a game that was like a rushed shit product in 2006. Like for holiday release 2006. Infamously bad. Yeah, this is what we have here.
It looks like I can jump from there.
And then running away from the thing there. Right? It's like now you have like a little chase thing here. You're being chased by a tornado. Right, like it's just funny and sad that like we had that this is what classified as a bad game almost 20 years ago. We would call this a bad game. Right? Like it's just sad how far we've fallen. How far things have fallen. And I like to pull up this example just because it really hits home just how fucked up the situation of things is right now. Yeah, 20 years ago, I still expected some of these new games. Right here's a game from like what, 18 years ago. This thing got recompiled recently, so you can actually just play it yourself if you can get yourself the ROM. What's a good stage from Unleashed that we could go with? What was the Shamar day? I think it was Shamar Day. Was it this one? I got to play this for the first time the other day, and I was like really surprised on some of the stuff I would see here in this stage, because like I was caught off guard. The fucking NPCs in the town, they're like you're running through the actual city here, right? In like this in this Arab desert city type thing, right? You'll actually fucking see like the actual NPCs and town people in here with like all the robot enemies and shit like that. As you're running through. Like you can actually see them. You can fucking destroy you can destroy their like their tents and all the other shit. And so like you're blasting through at Mach speed. Right? Like over there, you just saw that, right? You saw that thing that go past. They're like NPC like walking through there and you're just speeding through that. Right? Hi Flagger. Right, again, over there too. We just passed, they just passed more. Like, it's just crazy when you think about it, man. Again, like, you can see, I paused right on this frame. There's this fucking NPC being like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this big blue guy going super fast through this thing? Right, like, this kind of sells you on, like, the fact that, like, you didn't get somewhere quickly, you're running through the, like, you're looking for something and you, like, run through this, this place, or whatever. But like, yeah, it's like he's running so fast. He can literally attack things by running into them. Because of just how fast he's moving. Man, like it just goes through. How about this for wall running? How about that? So, you know what happens though if you're running up that and like you don't move fast enough, you fall off and die. You just straight up fall off and die. But yeah. Right? You have stuff like that there. Like, it's just funny and crazy, man. Like, if we start holding up to them to like the standards of older games, a lot of them will just completely fall off and fall apart there. Because they really just can't hold up. Right, like, again, like, we're looking at views, like, this thing is, like, uploaded, you know, in 2011. This game that it's from is, like, came out in 2008. Right, and you can do this again with another stage. And it just keeps going. Right? And like, hey, like using elements in the environments right there to like move around there too. Right? Like the fountain to go up or whatever. But here it's like he's running around like an entire like an Italian-esque themed city here. And you'll get to see different areas of the city there. And it's like near water and shit. So you'll end up going into like aqueducts and stuff as well. But of course this part though, he's running over the roofs. Right, this stage is called Rooftop Run. Smashes and goes in here. Right. Yeah. Actually, but yeah, imagine like you can't imagine Sonic game from 14 years ago actually have well put open world interior and exterior. And even got random encounter. Yup. This is like this is not an open world though. This is not an open world though. This is just a very, very big level. This is not an open world game. They're not open worlds. But like, the stages are a lot more open than you would think from a typical platformer. And now it goes around the clock there. And it's still going. The stage is still going, man. Yeah, it definitely fell off hard, man. Keep in mind, this is a game that people didn't really end up liking. It wasn't exactly the most well received. What you're looking at here. The standards of back then, man. Versus today. But yeah, it is crazy, man. Right. And like again, I could like do a different one. Like let's say we have this ice stage. Oh yeah, because he's running on ice. It is slippery, the terrain here. Look what they have in this one. You know, people like swimming, right? They like swimming in their open world game. What is gonna happen instead here? Oh look, he just got a fucking bomb sled. He grabbed the bomb sled, now he's riding on that. There you go, you got a whale here. Riding the whale. Interior there, the little ice cave thing. Now he's running on water. Just running on water. Right? Like, this is what we had. It's just crazy when you think about it. The funny thing too is, like, even today, man, the visuals of this game still holds up. It still looks really good even today. Right? They didn't need, like, no temporal anti-aliasing or anything. No frame generation. No RTX, no ray tracing. No AI upscaling or anything. Just farm fresh, organic, free-range frames. Right? This is why I don't like when people say you can't put expectation on gacha games. Like, come on, we're already seeing this kind of good shit there. Here's the thing. In this game, you know what your moveset for Sonic is? You have your directional input. You have one button to boost and like run faster forward while you manage your energy gauge here, right? You have a jump button. And then you have a drift button and a stomp button. That's it. These fucking gacha games, you have more inputs, like more possible inputs than this fucking game. Like, let that sink in, right? You got, like, basically, outside of moving, you got, like, 4 basic actions you can do. Like, basic action buttons, right? A drift button, a slide stomp one, a jump, and a button to go faster. Provided you have your energy gauge requirements met. Like, that's literally all you have. Right? Yeah, they have QTEs and stuff in there, but, like, that's basically the gist of it. I guess you have quick step left and right with the shoulder buttons, but I forgot about that, but that's it. And this is what we had back then. This was on the PS3, Xbox 360. Right? This is what they had back then. And they could have really crazy, large, expansive stages. Right? Imagine if you slowed that down to the pace of other games, how big that map must have been. Right? Like, imagine if you slowed that down. Let's say we go look at, let's say, Empire City, right? Like this one. Again. Like right here, you can even see. This is like your entirety of your movement. Jump. Crouch and stomp. Homing attack and boost. Light speed dash. Light speed dash doesn't even apply 90% of the time. Because all that does is make it so you can dash directly into a line of rings. In stuff like Frontiers, they move that button action to just pressing on the analog stick. And then you have your quick step. There's also drifting. I don't know why drifting is not marked. But left and right trigger would just let you drift. It didn't matter which one you pushed.
Here we go!
Yeah, we have more advanced hardware, game gets shittier. Again, you look at this. Look how big this city map must be. The sheer scale. And like how fast he's just zooming through this. Right? When you're like actually put that into perspective. Right? Because like this shit is really fast. Right? Like when you really look at the background, you can kind of see the perspective and the scale of everything. Like especially when you have like all these big skyscrapers and stuff. And like there's no loading screen or anything in there. No loading. Didn't need it. Right? They didn't need it. They just made it work. And you wanna know the funny part? You wanna know the funny and sad part too? You know this entire game is just a tech demo? Like here's the funny and sad part. If you understand how Sega decides to make their games, you know what a new Sonic game usually means? You know what it actually means? It means they're making a tech demo for their newest version of their in-house game engine. This entire game is effectively a tech demo. Like, the reality is, every time they line up a new Sonic game, it's usually to test stuff for the newest version of their in-house game engine called the Hedgehog engine. The same shit they used to make the Yakuza games, the same game engine. This is like how they test to see what they can do. They go and like rush a bunch of people to go spit out one of these games. Because then because they're the team that makes these, they also work on making the game engine internally. So it's like, okay, cool, we can see how this works, we can sell something immediately based on the shit they just made. And then they train their employees or whatever on the new version of the engine at the other studios, and then they go make their other games using this. This is typically what Sega does for and has been doing since 2008. They've been doing it for a while. Usually, a new Sonic game means that they were working on something for the most recent version of their Hedgehog engine, or they have a new version. That's generally how they like to treat some of these. This is like a fucking tech demo. They made a full game out of the tech demo, imagine. Right, this is their first iteration of the Hedgehog engine too. The first one. And they were making shit like this. Right? And then this is moving at this insane speed too. No loading or anything. You have all those objects and stuff in the background and everything. And this was on the PS3 and Xbox 360. Right, it's crazy once you think about it. Oh, this guy took the faster path too and didn't show the other cool thing. Because there's another route on this stage. I think this is the one that has it.
Here we go!
Does this one have it where he's running on the side of the building? No, this one does not have it. There's another route you could take that has a completely different view of stuff too. Was it this one then maybe?
Here we
Oh no, does he take that one? Oh yeah, this one does. There's a fork over here, he takes a different path this time. Look at this. How about this for wall running? He's running up the sides of buildings doing U-turns. And you have all of these elaborate little animation things in there too. And then that's the end of the stage. You have stuff like that. This shit's crazy, man. Imagine, this is shit from back then. Right? And then you have the stuff that they're doing now, right? Actual run while running with good physics. I know, right? Oh no, like, what's a good stage for an example here? Fuck. You know what we'll do we'll do the first stage of, Sonic and Shadow Generations. Oh wait, is this guy using Doomwing? Oh, he is.
Fine. I got you now. I won't let you get away.
Like, immediately you can already see there's an alternate path right there if you can figure out how to get there. And he just jumps there. Another path over there, gets up there. Right, despite being a linear type game, look how open the thing is. Despite being linear for a platformer. This is just the first stage. This is the first level.
Chaos control! Yeah. Let's do chaos control! Alright. This
And you got skydiving there too. Right? Inside the interior here, you can already see again multiple pathways in the interior there. Just to get to the other side of this pipe. If you like pay attention. Same thing over here, you can go all the way around there. Right? There are multiple ways you can get to the end there. You don't have to take that path, and you can see it like how they split apart and branch out.
This is the ultimate power.
And again, this is not an open game, like open world game or whatever, no. It's a linear stage clear type game.
You.
And like again, no loading screen or whatever, look what happens next. It gets sucked in and brought into a different place though.
We meet again, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Right, like yeah, this happening.
My latest creation.
This is your doing.
Yeah. Right, and then now he's like sliding down the building. And again, the moveset hasn't changed much. Actually, no. He doesn't even have Shadow Cat Drift. Unlike Sonic, Shadow Cat Drift. Shadow Cat Drift or do Light Speed Dash, the Ring Dash. He can't. Unlike Sonic, he has a different slightly different moveset. Right? Now he's like surfing down the side of this building like this, man. It's like, but yeah, like when you put things into perspective, it's just sad how things are.
What? So what I was tracking was him. I won't let him escape again.
And the crazy part is that was the first level of the game. That is the first. That is the first stage. And that's what you had for the level 1. Right? And like, here's the thing, right? I could go like open up, what was that thing again? And if you thought that was crazy with how open it was, there's this stage that like really showcases, man. Like if you like really pay attention. Right, like you can see all like different pathways already around there. Different ways to like progress through. Oh yeah, just wall run up the side of that the wall there. And jump off of that rail and go to a different thing.
Let's do this. Freeze. There.
It goes up here, and another path there again. Like again, like you can see, like you can go through all those other areas there. So like, if you wanted to, you can replay the stage as many times as you want if you wanted to explore the other areas of the level. Right, if you wanted to see what was up higher or not.
All right. This is over the hour. Yeah.
But yeah, like, it's just crazy when you think about it. I get dropped there again, running down the side of that. Right, like, it's just crazy when you think about, like, you think and see just the sheer size and scale of this. It's just crazy.
Out of my way. Freeze. Yeah. Yeah. All right. This is the ultimate power.
And that's just what happens in these, man. Right? Like, it's just funny. Like, I can point to, like, many examples of this shit all over the place. The fuck? Someone put a ray tracing mod for Generations? That's interesting. Someone added ray tracing to Sonic Generations. Old ass game from, like 14 years ago that didn't have it. But yeah, it's just crazy when you think about it at the end of the day. Right, you had like all of that going on. And like the game, like even like the Sonic Unleashed one, it still holds up visually. In 2025. All of that and it still holds up visually. Right? It kind of says a lot, honestly, on the state of everything. Right, like that's just how things are, man. Like the shit still holds up. Didn't need all that other crazy shit in there. It just works, man. But yeah. I'll just wait for the ad break to end before I sign off then. Cause damn, we've been live for almost 9 hours. With the reacts and stuff, and we still didn't finish them. It is just something, man. When you think about it all at the end. Right, like, it is something. But yeah, like I said, like, you can find all sorts of other examples. Just look up, like, the stages in some of these games. Right? And, like, you can just see how crazy some of the stuff was in there. Like, if you thought, like, those things were crazy for being open, if you want to go back to, like, even before I was born with Sonic Adventure 1, right? Like, the Dreamcast game, and you look at stages from that. And, like, yeah, visually, the graphics and stuff, very dated because early 3D low poly stuff there. But when you think about it for like what it actually is, it's insanely impressive how that's what people were doing back then. You know, like 27, 28 plus years ago. Like how they would like design stuff despite not having the best graphics or whatever, best looking things visually. They were still able to make all those interesting things. But then you look at a lot of the stuff today and it's just like, what? Right? And then, like, yeah, there was the thing with the Avowed versus, like, it's like Elder Scrolls. There was, like, the one with versus Skyrim and the other one with Morrowind and stuff like that as well. It is just funny and just sad all around that that's where we are and where things are, unfortunately, but yeah. With that being said, though, this is just where we'll end the stream there for the night, or day. It's like 8:40 in the morning. I need to get some sleep. Right. But yeah. As usual though, guys. Thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.